basis of your atheism?
If I have a pen in my hand and I drop it, did a pen just drop?
Yes, you just dropped a pen from your hand. Congratulations. Great fucking example.
Wait, that's not an opinion? I thought you said it was an opinion.
Life is opinion. The universe is transformation. That's Marcus Aurelius, the ancient Roman emperor, who said that. Listen, random, if you want to take your head up your ass and read the Bible and accept it for the wisdom that it is, it will improve your life. That's my point.
No. I'm really focused on this opinion thing.
Okay. Tell us about opinions. What is an opinion?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because you said that you kind of categorize an opinion as something super vague, even like statements of fact are opinions.
Yes, statements of facts are opinions, because facts are tentative. Facts change, situations change, the environment changes, opinions change. Did you know life is tentative?
So when I drop a pen, is that a fact or is that an opinion?
It's your opinion that it's a pen. And it's not a fact. It's not a fact that it's a pen. I mean, it could be a dagger. It could be whatever you want the pen to be. I mean, is it your opinion that a pen is just a pen?
No, I'm merely using pen as a reference to something we seemingly both accept as an identity for an object.
Got it. Well, listen, if you want to keep doing the analogy pen dropping game for the next hour, I'm sure you would, because that's the type of retard you are.
No, I'm just trying to iron out, clearly, as everyone else is able to tell, I'm just trying to iron out.
Go ahead, tell us about the pen dropping from your hand again and how it's a fact and not an opinion.
I think you need to explain to people what Christianity is all about, as opposed to running these rooms and running your mouth 24/7.
I would love to. So Christianity, actual Christianity, is Jesus being the Son of God who came from heaven to earth to die on the cross as a sacrifice as a propitiation of your sins, so that whosoever believes that he died, he was buried, and he rose on the third day, can simply ask him, pray to him to forgive you of your sins, regrets, mistakes, things that are all imperfect to God. Those are called sins. Repent. Stop doing it. Turn. Go the other way. Run from your sin. Run towards God. Ask Jesus to give you eternal life, make you born again, and you will live in heaven forever. Your eternal life will begin right now. Yes, it's appointed man wants to die. And I wonder at what point Paul's trying to reason, and he gets so far down this road of reasoning with people, and then Paul's just like, you know what? I've gone far enough. Repent, believe. He's all out. I wonder. It said days. He said days and long times for people and weeks and everything. But
remember the passage in Acts, Nate, where the demon-possessed girl is following them around?
Yeah.
He just turns around and casts the demon out because he gets frustrated.
Right. And it's if he spent that much time, was it 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day he was talking, or was it 30 minutes a day and then he was doing other stuff making sense? But I think we do a worse job that at some point we need to cut our losses and be like, hey, shake the dust from our feet. If you want to know more about how easy it is to have eternal life, it is so easy. Stop doing stuff you already know you should stop doing, and then just follow Christ. Believe, confess, Jesus is Lord. You're good. That's it. No special pilgrimages, no offerings, no mandated giving away your income, nothing the will of the heart, nothing forced. It's all free. It's all easy. It's one of those things. It's like a paradox, right? It's so simple, yet it will cost you everything. So it's it'll cost you everything if you want to be like a godless demon and want to go around doing awful evils upon the world. Then yeah, it'll cost you a lot. So you got to give that up. If you are trying to be what people would generally consider a good moral person,
then it's not going to look that different. Your life is a lot of these atheists that aspire to say they're good moral people without a God. If they ever find Jesus, their lives on the outside may not look much different because they're already what most people consider decent and moral. So that it's like some of these people. It's from what we know of Michael or Random, they're probably shoo-ins already. It's hey, it will cost you everything if people decide to go full Rome and persecute Christians for their simple belief in Jesus. It's like, oh, you're a challenge to the government, blah, blah, blah. It's like the God that says, like, you know, render to Caesar what Caesar's, like, we're a challenge to that. It's like, dude, I don't know. That's like one of the biggest things. Like one of the top, like, I don't know, 10 things if I was world emperor. Well, if I was world emperor, it wouldn't matter. But if I was like world suggester, I would go to like some of these like awful communist places who have like, you know, murdered and killed Christians for their faith. Like, what is it? Like, what is your issue? Like, it's got to just be the devil. Because if it's just like rational bad guys, they'd be like, oh, look, why don't we encourage everyone to be Christ followers? Because this religion says, look, as long as we're not doing like the most disgusting things that they just can't tolerate as fellow humans, you know, we can like take their money, we can levy taxes, like, you know, we could treat them pretty darn badly, and they'll go along with it because, you know, they just have faith in God and their kingdom, His kingdom's not of this world. If they would do that the right way, like they could have, like, anyways. But I mean, it's got to be the devil just like getting into their hearts or something because that would be too easy. CEO, what do you think?
Well, I was just going to check in with Random to make sure I wasn't getting this wrong. So Random, did Adrian's style make you feel the Spirit? Did you feel closer to God? Was his approach better than what Nate and all of us have been doing?
I'm going to answer, but I do want to begin by apologizing to Nate for trolling one of his guests. Secondly, no, certainly not.
Well, I mean, sure, I appreciate the apology, but I mean, he's just like just like any other person. I would say, by the fruits you know them. Like, this is not in Orthodox Christianity whatsoever. So I mean, it's not like, you know, like brother Adrian, my brother in Christ. Like, we, you know how Chris says it's Christians' job to tell who is Christians based on the Bible. This would not be one of those. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I like civil tones and stuff like that. But yeah, this is not like speaking for Christianity, at least not biblical Christianity. And you can fact check me. Know how? Grab a Bible and read it. But yeah, CEO, how's your day going?
Sorry, it's good. I'm on my way to a conference, so I'll be off in a few. I'm going to see a bunch of mayors. So if any of you have questions for mayors you want me to ask, go ahead and give
Mayors of what cities?
various cities across the country.
Yeah, why is crime
Mostly
so
the East
rampant
Coast.
in blue cities?
Say again?
Why is crime so rampant in blue cities?
Can you give me a more constructive way to ask that? And I would be happy to.
Do they still support sanctuary cities if they're a mayor of a sanctuary city while their city is burning? Do they think that was a good idea still?
I'll ask about sanctuary cities. Okay, that's fine. I'll report back to you.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, did you get to read any of Megan Basham's book? I know you bought it.
Yeah, I was telling Nate the other day, I've made it to whopping page 6.
Oh,
And I meant to ask Chris how that was going too. Like, you've got to be done with it by now, right?
No, I haven't finished it. I'm reading. You know, I'm always reading like 3 or 4 books. So. I'm reading that, and I'm also reading The 4 Views on the Historical Atom, which is kind of a dense book.
I read The 4 Views on Hell once, if that counts.
Yeah. No, that's a good book.
Some of the words in the title.
Yeah.
Do you remember the author to see if it's when it was like The 4 Views?
Want me to read a book about me?
Yeah, exactly. I was just trying to see if you're actually real or if you're just like Bigfoot.
Are you an analogy or an allegory?
Do you set your mind to? I do though want to say something, Nate. A couple things. First, hey, Random. Are you there?
I was just going to say hi to Marquise down there.
I was wondering, that pin you dropped a couple times for Adrian, is it okay if I borrow that, or did it drop so much it broke?
All yours, bud. My possessions aren't just mine.
All right, I appreciate that.
It was actually a bank pen, so it was caught by the chain before it hit the floor.
But we didn't even get to that point, Chris.
I know, yeah, it was, yeah. Did you guys hear about what happened, supposedly either late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, or sometime in the wee hours of the morning on Wednesday?
About
Social Security. about the social security numbers of all Americans across the
Oh,
United
yeah, they were leaked. The entire Social Security database was leaked to the dark web.
Yeah. And now they're saying that UK and Canada are being, that a lot of theirs was leaked too. Their personal information of people.
Well, I know for one that I am very glad that the government has all of my personal information.
Yeah.
Is it, Chris? Can you find an Amish community that is in line enough with your religious beliefs that we could just like move to an Amish community and also be at peace with our Lord and Savior and just get away from this madness?
There's a really good documentary that basically like no one in the Amish community knows anything about the Bible or Christianity. It's kind of amazing.
Wait, maybe we could be missionaries to them and live among them.
Well, yeah, but you're English.
Yeah, they wouldn't accept you, Nate. They don't accept outsiders in that manner to join them.
Well, no, you'd have to be in it for the long game somehow, or like be like the English guy that's like the closest English guy that they do business with or talk to, and then it's like, oh, the closest English guy that moved half a mile closer to them, and wear them down over time.
I meet with them every single week, at least 2 or 3 times a week, and talk with them, and they're really sweet, nice people. But yeah, they've got some very peculiar views.
Well, wait.
Yep.
There's got to be ways to like convert, right? Because it's not like you're converting religions. You're like converting like to be among their people, right? So you can like convert out of being English.
Random, can't you marry in?
Look, are you tired of your sons having size 25 feet? Like, here, let's diversify that gene pool a little bit, and put some pep in that size 25 step.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about the. I mean, I know what I saw in that documentary, and there's basically like missionaries to the Amish that used to be Amish that became Christians after they left the community. They go and they witness to the Amish, but the Amish they're not necessarily considered a Christian, like sect.
Well, you would consider like that traditional like Anabaptist Christian enough, right? Like back in
Sure, but the problem is that all of their stuff is in like their Bibles and all that they read in their meeting house. They're in Pennsylvania Dutch, which most of them don't speak anymore. And so there's just phonetics, pronunciations of their Bibles written in the Bible so they can read it out loud. And so they're just basically reading gibberish to each other.
Oh, so you're saying they would be okay enough, but they just have no idea what they're doing and no idea what they're doing.
Over time, like, I mean, I'm sure the very first Pennsylvania Dutch and the very first Amish were just regular Anabaptists, but over time, like, their entire belief system has been lost.
Huh. I wonder if next time someone buys some bread or a table from them, can you guys just like ask a couple basic like salvation issue questions to like weave that in your conversation? Be like, oh, God is good, right? The ever living, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, sure is good, right? How's that weather today? Like, see if they like give you the tip of the hat and be like, yep, sure is, or who's that?
Right, but they're gonna pay lip service to that, but like when you start getting into issues like tell me the gospel, like they're not gonna be able to tell you the gospel because they don't know themselves.
Yeah, right? Like that. Be like, I have to share the gospel with one of those non-believers.
Give me the gospel in one sentence.
What do you think about that? And like, what was it? Like, I'm a little rusty. It's Jesus came from where? What did he do? How long did he stay buried? If they can fill in the blanks, I don't know. What am I doing? Let's just fight with Israelites here.
Oh man, yeah, Amish. Yeah, I'll send you that documentary. I think you'd really enjoy it. It's really fascinating. Like I learned a lot about the Amish from that documentary.
Well, so how's your kid liking school? Now the school is back in session.
Oh, he's having a good time. He has discovered that there's a small private elementary and middle school right next to our school, and it's ostensibly Lutheran, but I think it's ELCA, which is the rainbow flag one. Yeah, and so I'm not sure on that, but I think it is. At any rate, so all the kids coming from there have joined my son's grade because it only goes to 8th grade, and so there's a whole bunch of these other kids from this other school that's literally like, I mean, it's like less than a mile from our school, right? So I guess it's a normal thing that when kids graduate, you know, my son is in 9th grade.
Versus their phenotype. Our phenotype is just different. Like their head shape.
Oh, this isn't true, Tavon.
Different.
I've seen American blacks that look like the two gentlemen at the top, the farthest to the right and the middle.
Okay, but that's
I've seen American blacks that look like both of them. Not this guy to the left though. This guy to the left looks like a Kenyan.
What I'm saying is, it's not common though. Commonly,
Yeah, you caught me on a good day. Had it been 2 days ago, I probably would have gone, love you, Abby, but I can't talk about this, and left the room. There's different days for, you know, and I'm sure you're there or you'll get there, or you'll have days in a row where you'll be like, I feel alright, I haven't cried. And then somebody will say something, or somebody will ask after something, or you'll see something on TV show, and it will just literally.
And class teaching?
Yes, that.
What times are you going to do it? Because I drive during the day. If you can do something in the evening, I would like to come and learn.
Yeah, but okay, so here's the thing. Like, it will most likely be during the day, which is why I said I could record it. Like, I'll record them to play later in the evening. But once the kid...
I gotta wait on you to finish me. You beanhead ass, and I ain't got no 5 stars to give you.
Yeah, because if you broke, don't join. Hello?
Good morning.
Hello?
Good morning, everybody.
Yo, sister, what's up with you?
Hello? 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 I get the feeling that there's some broke people that join the room. You're going to want to leave right now. If you broke, you're going to have to leave. Don't stay. Leave and then come back when you ain't broke anymore. Hello? 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 I get the feeling there's some broke motherfuckers in here. I got that feeling. You're going to have to go. Hello? 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 This is Adrian Dittman speaking. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I still got the feeling there's some broke motherfuckers on stage. Maybe in the audience. Как дела? Я хочу самолет, so I can go to Kiev to help fight the Russian aggressors. getting kicked from all the rooms. Hello? What's going on? What up, Ethan? Ethan, are you done with college yet? You're in college, right?
Yeah.
When are you finished? When are you gonna get your undergrad?
I finished this one.
Oh, you finished this spring?
In the spring, yeah.
Oh wow, you're almost done. That's great. No, he's been on this. Ethan has been on this app forever, and I think I follow him on Instagram. I used to live in Los Angeles, so I just, you know. I'm an aggressive person. No. I know who you are. You're a social media influencer, a branding marketing expert. You're gonna work at Google and make millions. I'm Adrian Dittman. You don't know who Adrian is? Look me up on Twitter.
I honestly don't know who you are.
Do you have X? Use X and look me up, Adrian Dittman. I know, you can keep saying I don't know who you are, and I hear you, but you don't know me. Is that a big surprise to you? You don't know everybody on the world, do you?
Right, but you should have a socials linked to your profile so I can easily see you.
I don't want to waste my time anymore. I'm just here for the memes. Okay, fine. I'll update my profile. Adrian Dittman. Yeah, I know who he is. Personally, yeah. I know him personally. I used to live in Los Angeles. I was at a Starbucks, and I ran into this guy who looked like Elon Musk, but I wasn't sure if it was him. He told me his name was Adrian, and then he sold me a Tesla. And I was like, holy shit, Adrian, you gave me a great deal on this Tesla. Unbelievable. He saved me like $20,000 on a Tesla. I'm Adrian Dittman. Listen, I gotta go to work. I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay, this is Adrian Dittman in the Adrian Dittman house. Fucking just- Get him to endorse props. Welcome, Frank, to the Book of God with Adrian Dittman. We are listening to the Shema. Have you ever said the Shema, Frank? It's called Shema. It's a cock block? Yeah, I know. I'm listening to Shema. Do you know the Shema? You don't know Shema? Oh, you're so boring. You must eat just regular cheese pizza. You gotta put some sausage and pepperoni, garlic powder, maybe some pineapples, jardinera, anchovies. Huh? Boring pizza man. Okay, this is called Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael.
for pleasures. His senses well controlled, moderate in his food, faithful and strong, his Mara will certainly not overthrow, any more than the wind throws down a rock, mountain. He who wishes to put a yellow robe, is still impure, and disregardful of temperance and truth, is unworthy of the yellow robe. But whoever has cleansed himself from impurity is well grounded in all virtues, regards also temperance and truth is indeed worthy of the yellow robe. They who imagine truth and untruth and see untruth and truth never arrive at truth, but follow vain desires. They who know truth and untruth and untruth arrive at truth and follow true desires. As rain breaks through an ill-thatched house, lust breaks through an ill trade. Explaining, he said, let's delve. And he's like, fuck! Oh yeah, because I did actually use delve, like as explaining, he said, let's delve. And that's so crazy. Did you see the memes I sent you? Yeah, so
we, the jury, find.
I don't, you know, the newspaper. I don't see how that shakes out, honestly. The newspapers. Because literally the majority of your audience was built upon you being a gaming. I'm good. What are you doing today?
I'm currently getting ready right now to go check out my building and go put some security system cameras or whatever.
Oh, word. Well, I'm gonna be at Montrose Harbor if you want to come out to the boat today and have some lunch and some cocktails.
Yeah, I'll let you know. The movie's at 3 o'clock, so I have to see. But I'll let you know. I'll keep in touch.
Okay, the air show ends at 3, but it's from 10:30 to 3, and the planes fly right over my boat. It's fucking unbelievable.
Really?
Yeah. I went yesterday, but I left my phone at home. It was incredible. All right, well, listen, I'll just text you and have a great day. I hope to talk to you soon.
Of course, thank you. Have a good one. Hopefully we see each other soon, okay?
Okay, bye.
Alright, bye.
Earnestness is the path of immortality. Faultlessness, the path of death. Those who are earnest do not die. Those who are faultless are as if dead already. Those who, having understood this clearly, are advanced in earnestness, delight therein, rejoicing in the knowledge of the Aryas, the elect. These wise people, meditative, persevering, always possessed of strong powers, attain to nirvana, the highest happiness. If a man is earnest and exerts himself, if he is ever mindful of his deeds and pure of his acts, with consideration and restraint in lives according to the law, then his glory will increase. Earnestness is the path up.
Because when I get to office, we are going to not.
Earnestness. Okay, everybody, I'm going to read to you Rumi. This is called The Beauty of Death. He who deems death to be lovely as Joseph gives up his soul in ransom for it. He who deems it to be like the wolf turns back from the path of salvation. Everyone's death is of the same quality as himself, my lad. To the enemy of God, an enemy; to the friend of God, a friend. In the eyes of the Turkoman, the mirror is fair. In the eyes of the Ethiopian, it is dark as an Ethiopian. Your fear of death is really fear of yourself. See what it is from which you are fleeing. 'Tis your own ugly face, not the visage of death. Your spirit is like a tree, and death like a leaf. It is grown from you, whether it be good or evil. Hold on, I'm almost finished. All your hidden thoughts. Hold on, Husu, hold on. All your hidden thoughts, foul or fair, are born from yourself. If you are wounded by thorns, you planted them. And if you are clad in satin and silk, you were the spinner. Know that the act is not of the same complexion as its result. The service rendered is not homogeneous with the fragment given in return. The laborer's wage is dissimilar to his work. The latter is the accident, while the former is the substance. The latter is holy toil and effort and sweat. The former is holy silver and gold and viands. When the worshipper has sown a prostration or genuflection here, it becomes the garden of the blessed hereafter. When praise of God has flown from his mouth, the Lord, the neighboring, fashions it into a fruit of paradise. Somehow. The comparison with Joseph and the wolf alludes to Quran 12. Death, whether physical, interiori, or mystical, iktiyari, is like a mirror in which everyone sees the his own wickedness. What he dreads so much is really something conceived and produced by himself. Human action is both a cause and an effect. Man, insofar as he acts freely, incurs retribution hereafter, but this, though from one point of view a direct consequence of the action with which it corresponds in quality, may also be regarded as the final cause and eternal form of the action, pre-existent in God's knowledge, like the idea of a house in the mind of the architect. Viewed in this way, retribution is the divine manifestation of the idea immanent in all that appears under the form of human action, or in other words, a transformation of the appearance with its underlying reality. Hence, there can be no true similarity between them. They differ as accident and substance. See further 938 1000 with the commentary at Locke. That's called the beauty of death.
Here, the break out into the Vienna discussion. I mean, I've had this conversation many times with many people in various configurations. So I mean, I haven't heard it all. Me too, man. And then I came to the conclusion that there is no second best. And it fixes everything, but if that's a problem that can't be fixed with money. Yeah. Time. Tell me a problem that can't be fixed with money. Besides time and health, obviously the easy ones. Like death, of course. I don't believe so. I said a statement that was time and money. Something that can't be solved with time and money. Well, something that can't be fixed with some money, besides obviously the God-given time and health. It's not about the money, it's about the people, actually. So I think that one thing you need to fix, first of all, is educational system, so that the actual education itself for the people is better, such that the utility that they possess is worth their actual souls, so to speak, right? Instead of their retribution souls, right? That's not really soul. The Rothschild banking system, the education system. So I didn't go to school, I just went to holy crap. I didn't go to school either, I don't think it's all stupid. I think that's already taking place, like, yeah, something like a doctor, for instance,
If you manage it, I'll be the first Roman to join the Church of Cannons. I can't walk on water. I can swim. I figured as much. Okay, once I fall in, then you'll let me free. Once you die from drowning, you'll be free to go. Proceed. If you manage it, I'll be the first Roman to join the Church of Cannons. Chief. Chief. Thank you. Thank you.
Who shall overcome this earth, and the world of Yama, the lord of the departed, and the world of the gods? Who shall find out the well-taught path of virtue, even as a clever garland weaver picks out the right flower?
Who shall overcome this earth, and the world of Yama, the lord of the departed, and the world of the gods?
The disciple will overcome the earth, and the world of Yama, and the world of the gods. The disciple will find out the well-taught path of virtue, even as a clever garland weaver picks out the right flower. He who knows that this body is like froth, and has learned that it is as unsubstantial as a mirage, will break the flower-tipped arrow of Mara, and never see the king of death. Death carries off a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted, as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death overpowers a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted before he is satiated in his pleasures.
Who shall overcome this earth, and the world of Yama, the lord of the departed, and the world of the gods? Who shall find out the well-taught path of virtue, even as a clever garland weaver?
As the bee collects nectar and departs without injuring the flower or its color or scent, so let a sage go about a village. Not the perversities of others, not what they have done or left undone should a sage take notice of. Like a beautiful flower, full of color, but without scent, are the fair but fruitless words of him who does not act accordingly. Like a beautiful flower, full of color and full of scent, are the pure and fruitful words of him who acts accordingly. Even as one may make many kinds of wreaths from a heap of flowers, so should one born into the mortal lot perform good deeds manifold. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor that of sandalwood, or of tagara and malika flowers, but the fragrance of good people travels even against the wind.
As the bee collects nectar, departs without injuring the flower or its color or scent, So let a sage go about it. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor that of sandalwood, or of tagara and malika flowers. But the fragrance of good people travels even against the wind. A good man pervades every place. Sandalwood, or tagara, a lotus flower, or a vasiki. Among these sorts of perfumes, the perfume of virtue is preeminent. Mean is the scent that comes from tagara and sandalwood. The perfume of those who possess virtue rises up to the gods as the highest. Of the people thus excellently virtuous, abiding in earnestness and emancipated through true knowledge, Mara the tempter never finds the way. As on a heap of rubbish cast upon the highway the lotus will grow full of sweet perfume and delight, thus the disciple of the truly enlightened Buddha shines forth by his knowledge among those who are like rubbish, among the people who walk in darkness. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor that of sandalwood, or of tagara and malika flowers.
Long is the night to him who is awake, long is the league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise at least so far, but a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup.
Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is the league to him who is tired. Long is the round of rebirth to true law. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor that of sandalwood, or of tagara and malika flowers. But the fragrance of good people travels even against the wind. A good man pervades every place. Sandalwood, or tagara, a lotus flower, or a vasiki. Among these sorts of perfumes, the perfume of virtue is preeminent. Mean is the scent that comes from tagara and sandalwood. The perfume of those who possess virtue rises up to the gods as the highest. Of the people thus excellently virtuous, abiding in earnestness and emancipated through true knowledge, Mara the tempter never finds the way, is on a heap of rubbish cast upon
That deed is not well done of which a man must repent, and the reward of which he receives crying and with a tearful face. No, that deed is well done of which a man does not repent, and the reward of which he receives gladly and cheerfully. As long as the evil deed done does not bear fruit, the fool thinks it is like honey, but when it ripens, then the fool suffers grief. Let a fool month after month eat his food, like an ascetic, with the tip of a blade of kusha grass. Yet is he not worth the 16th part of those who have well weighed the law? An evil deed like newly drawn milk does not turn at once. Smoldering like fire covered with ashes, it follows the fool. The knowledge that a fool acquires, so far from profiting him, destroys his good fortune. Nay, it cleaves his head. Let the fool wish for a false reputation, for precedence among the monks, for lordship in the monasteries, for honor among other people.
That deed is not one town of which a man must repent, and the reward of which he receives crime. No, that deed. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is the league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is a league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is a league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is a league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise, at least so far. But fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is the league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise at least so far, but a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is the league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise at least so far, but a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is the league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise at least so far, but a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is the league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise at least so far, but a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake, long is the league to him who is tired, long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is the league to him who is tired. Long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows this foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is a league to him who is tired. Long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him keep firmly to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows this foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is a league to him who is tired. Long is the round of rebirth to the foolish who do.
If you look at me, it's like, okay, like you have to step back a bit.
Yeah, like
Ultra HD, like.
No, it's just like like as Jeff, you always like.
She's got a nice waistline too.
They're both twins. Oh wow. I'm assuming fraternal, right? Yeah. Yeah, they don't look similar. Oh my god, yeah, those here look
Wow, Clown House's #1 Jew hater. Listen, there's no disagreement. You just hate the Jews. Everything is Jewish derangement syndrome with you. You are a toxic JDS person. Listen, Nora, we know you're in love with Diego. He's a married man with a Ukrainian wife and Ukrainian children. He adopted them. He's a good human being. But just because you're a good human being doesn't mean you're not susceptible to having...
No, he didn't adopt them, but he saved the wife of the poor Ukrainian.
I mean, have any of you ever randomly met Diego at a gas station?
That's not what I believe. That's what he believes. He believes that whiteness should be respected.
Whiteness? What is whiteness? That's as stupid as somebody saying respect my blackness. Listen, Catholic, just come out and say what you are. You're a Catholic Latino. And that's what you are, Issa, and that's why you sympathize with his Jewish derangement syndrome. That's fine. So can we criticize Hispanic Catholics? Oh, I see. Okay, well, anyways, my work here is complete. Have a great day, everyone. Adrian Dittman is going bye-bye. I thought you were going to kill me. Let's be honest, you're overweight, you don't work out, you drive an old jalopy. You know, you're out of shape, Diego. Let's be honest, you're about 30, 40 pounds overweight. You need to hit the gym, start lifting some weights, doing yoga, and start putting a new PTR up. Do yoga in your underpants and let Jazzy dox you. Go ahead, try it out, see how it feels.
How do you keep track of all your personalities?
How do you keep track of yourself? I mean, obviously, you know, you, Danny.
Yeah, that was not a good response. Usually have. You want me? Let's do a recap. Danny, ask him again.
Yeah, I don't give second chances.
She makes her best offer her first offer.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do 0.
That's okay. You keep losing because you keep coming to this app and wasting your life. So mazel tov, l'chaim, we're equal.
Is it his? His audio? Okay.
He won. No, he didn't win. He will never win. It's just a matter of seconds until
We wanted to lose on technicality and not the so we kind of created a competition. Alright, you go.
Listen, everybody, before I leave, because I got to go to work, I just want to let you all know that I love you very much, and I wish you health, wealth, love, and peace of mind. Happiness and strength.
You too.
Right, so what would that be? Right, and then he's being ordered to respond to them in a
Well, okay, this is reading. This is wisdom of Buddha. This is Adrian. Diego's got this funny PTR photo of that you said. An evil deed, like newly drawn milk, does not turn at once. Smoldering like fire covered with ashes, it follows the fool. The knowledge that a fool acquires so far from profiting him destroys his good fortune, nay, it cleaves his head. Let the fool wish for a false reputation, for precedence among the monks, for lordship in the monasteries, for honor among the people. May both laymen and those who have left the world think that this is done by me. May they be subject to me in everything which is to be done, or is not to be done. Thus is the mind of the fool, and his desire and pride increase. One is the road that leads to wealth, another the road that leads to nirvana. If the monk, the disciple of Buddha, has learnt this, he will not delight in the praise of men. He will strive after separation from the world.
An evil deed, like newly drawn milk, does not turn at once, smoldering like fire covered with egg. An evil deed, like newly drawn milk, does not turn at once. Smoldering like fire covered with ashes, it follows the fool. The knowledge that a fool acquires so far from profiting him destroys his good fortune, nay, it cleaves his head. Let the fool wish for a false reputation, for precedence among the monks, for lordship in the monasteries, for honor among the people. May both laymen and those who have left the world think that this is done by me. May they be subject to me in everything which is to be done, or is not to be done. Thus is the mind of the fool, and his desire and pride increase. One is the road that leads to wealth, another the road that leads to nirvana. If the monk, the disciple of Buddha, has learnt this, he will not delight in the praise of men. He will strive after separation from the world.
Some choose only lost.
Let my body together with my soul soar ever closer to you. Teaching by being, dear God, teach me to embody those ideals I would want my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wisely in ways that will draw their hearts to kindness, to decency, and to true wisdom, dear God. Let me pass on to my children only the good. Let them find in me the values and the behavior I hope to see in them. Wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul. Let all the
Successful people concentrate on one goal. That deed is not well done of which a man must repent, and the reward of which he receives crying and with a tearful face. No, that deed is well done of which a man does not repent, and the reward of which he receives gladly and cheerfully. As long as the evil deed done does not bear fruit, the fool thinks it is like honey. But when it ripens, then the fool suffers grief. Let a fool month after month eat his food, like an ascetic, with the tip of a blade of kusha grass. Yet is he not worth the 16th part of those who have well weighed the law? An evil deed like newly drawn milk does not turn at once. Smoldering like fire, covered with ashes, it follows the fool. The knowledge that a fool acquires, so far from profiting him, destroys his good fortune, nay, it cleaves his head. Let the fool wish for a false reputation, for precedence among the monks, for lordship.
Did you know your brain needs to see water? See, they did a... I'd rather be bored than go have fun for no reason.
We all want to be strong, but truth.
Wesley, welcome. Bring your platoons to attention. Bring your company to attention. Port arms. Right shoulder. Arms. Port arms. Left shoulder. Arms. Port arms. Order. Arms. Parade. Push.
Nice. I want your arms to be a little more crisper. Forward. Arms. But other than that, well done. I thought it was recording. It was so good.
Yeah. Listen to this. I'm sure you heard that a bunch of times.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And ready to split up the house. Gotta go to a little dental appointment. No.
I think.
Girl, she's gotta go to a dental appointment. She's a little nervous. See her face.
Yeah. I've been going to the dentist, man. I mean, holy shit. She did an amazing job.
Yeah, fixed you up.
Yeah, I mean, I had my teeth cleaned. Oh my God, like.
And it didn't hurt at all, right? It actually felt good, huh?
She was so good. She didn't fuck up once. I was like, you should win an award. I was like, I told the dentist who owns the medical practice. Yeah, I was like, honestly, this is like she's maybe the best dental hygienist I've ever had. I mean, she's like, she's really, really talented at cleaning teeth.
Well, unfortunately, she's in Chicago. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that I've been to dental hygienists that it's like you're doing it yourself, and you're going to 7-Eleven to have it done. But there's some people who they wear fucking magnifying glasses and they have all the advanced tools and they really fucking work it and they take their time. It's like a session. It's not just come in, we're going to clean you up. It's come in for an hour of professional cleaning because they really, really fucking work it. They get paid decent money. I don't know how much they get, probably $40 an hour.
Yeah, I had a buddy, Ron Starr. He was a badass in collusion towards the you're right. But when he got out, he used the GI Bill, and instead of getting a bullshit degree like I did in political science from TCU, the guy he became a dentist. He had the VA pay for his dental stuff, but now he's in Vegas killing it.
Yeah. But the problem with being a dentist is it's still real work. You might make a couple $100,000 a year, but you earn every fucking penny of that because,
really?
Yeah, I mean, you're there, you're doing it. You're not having somebody else do the work. You're really doing the work in people's mouths, and all that drilling and all that leaning over year after year after year. My dentist, he's like, I got back pain. I'm like, well, what do you expect? You're an Uber driver, but instead of driving a car, you fix people's teeth. I'm like, you're constantly sitting. You're constantly hunched over looking down in somebody's mouth for 30 fucking years. He's like, fuck. He's like, my back hurts.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I think it'd be a fun job.
Listen, anything you do is fun as long as you have a good attitude. It's all about what you put in. You're a cup, and what you put inside of your cup is who you are, and your cup leaks. And a lot of people leak. They leak their bullshit on this app.
Yeah, you hear it all the time. Depressed people on the app.
Well, not just depressed people, but clueless people. People that don't know, don't know shit. And so I have this book. It's called Dark Psychology or something. It's like a book on manipulation, and it talks about I can't remember what they call it. Anyways, it's just about whatever you hear, we accept as the truth. And so then you have to spend time and energy reversing out of people's misinformation and stupidity. This app is really fucking horrible. Like, if you don't take control of it, it takes control of you. And that's why some people, I mean, I can mod you, but it's not like a green bean matters. The point is, some people do not come on this app unless they're the mod. And they have to be in control because they believe they have an ego. I mean, if you own a house, and you can afford it, like, that's like 50% of life's problems, fixed right there. Housing, if you ever get locked up in a psych ward and you get 5150, there's only 3 things they need you to be able to answer. Do you have housing? Can you feed yourself? And do you have clothing? Those are the only 3 things a psychiatrist cares about. And if you can say yes to all those answers, well, then you're free to go. Take care. So what I'm saying is, people talk big game on this app, but they don't even own their fucking house. They pay rent. They're just renters. So it's like, why am I going to sit here and take somebody's advice, and you're just a fucking renter coming on an app, and you're not even really creating a business out of this? You're just coming here to fill the void in your life. You have no significant other. You have no material property. You have no books. You have no wisdom. You are just running your fucking mouth, and and it's like you're just a drug addict. It's really just drug addiction. It's dopamine addiction.
Yeah, I'm checking.
I mean, honestly, I saw a picture of a book. It was a painting, and coming out of the book was a dragon. I was like, whoa. I was like, a book is like BlackRock, because backwards, a book is a cube. Koob. It's a cube. What do you think the BlackRock means to these people? To they. It's a book. The book is the secret. You know some of the secrets, but all the secrets are in the books. Everything on Clown House is a social audio hypnosis. The real secrets is in the book, and it's how you use the power of the book.
The Black Rock. It reminds me of those. Who does it? Is it the Muslims? They walk around that. Is it Black Rock? Is that the Muslims? Who does that?
Yeah, it's the Muslims in Mecca. But that's the same thing. Why do you think Finkelstein calls his wealth management and finance company BlackRock? It's the same principle. It's the black cube, but backwards it's book. So we're talking about information. And anybody who is a racist, a bigot, or stupid, it's just because they don't know that we're talking about books. Most people won't ever get to that point because nobody's into books anymore. All these social media influencers, they're highly hypnotized people. And they hypnotize themselves, and they hypnotize other people, but they have no books. And thus, they're basically deflated characters. They have no virtue. Virtue is the secret. How do you cultivate virtue? Through wisdom and through books. There's really no other way. It's not even through actions, because you might do an action, but it's superficial. You need the root programming. The root essence is in the book. I mean, look at all these software developers. I listen to them. They're retarded. They don't read books, and they think they got shit figured out because they know how to open up software programs to change codes and modify codes and create codes. That's not wisdom. That's being a robot. We have highly educated, very smart robots that are very, very stupid. They don't know how to get laid. They can't go to a bar and have a casual conversation with a woman and compliment her because they're that jacked up on their own retardation or egotism or insecurity or disgustingness. You know, a real man wakes up like a soldier and works out and then works 8 hours and then works out again and then works more and then goes to bed and gets up and does it over again. So our time is limited. We're going to die. It's a question of what are you doing every 60 seconds? I think that's the big thing is if you do program management or project management, you can look at everything in terms of 60-second intervals. So that's, you know, it's one way to reframe the situation for yourself is start looking at things in 60-second intervals and hyper-analyze and modify your position and change your stance off of 60-second evaluations. And then you'll move quicker than you've ever moved. What was that?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I switched to Bluetooth. I lost the last sentence you said. I got the break it down in 60-second intervals, but there was one sentence, the very last sentence.
Yeah, you'll move faster than you've ever moved before. You'll reposition quicker. You'll make decisions based off of 60-second intervals. And you'll see how you can modify the future by hyper managing 60-second intervals. Like every 60 seconds, you should reset and say, okay, reposition. Like you're constantly focusing your center every 60 seconds and you're eliminating all the bullshit that's taking you outside of the bullseye. The bullseye is center mass. It's a red circle and it's 2 words. It's the eye of the bull eye. Those are 2 magic words. You have to constantly ask yourself, am I hitting the mark? Am I the bull? Am I the eye?
Yeah, you'll move faster than you've ever moved before. You'll reposition quicker. You'll make decisions based off of 60-second intervals. And you'll see how you can modify the
Wasn't there a movie called like 60 Seconds or Less? Okay, so I'm going to read 60 Seconds of the Buddha. I hope you enjoy this. Consider this your daily hypnosis or your reprogramming. This is just like pure wisdom. This is called the wise man. This is chapter 6 of the Buddha's Dhammapada. And this is going to be a 60-second audio clip. Here we go. If you see an intelligent man who detects faults and blames what is blameworthy, follow that wise man as though he were a revealer of hidden treasures. Let him admonish, let him teach, let him forbid what is improper. He will be beloved of the good, by the bad he will be hated. Do not have evildoers for friends. Do not have low people for friends. Have virtuous people for friends. Have for friends the best of men. He who drinks in the law lives happily with a serene mind. The wise man ever rejoices in the law, as taught by the elect Aryas. Irrigators guide the water wherever they like. Fletchers bend the arrow, carpenters bend a log of wood. Wise people fashion themselves. Okay, that's called The Wise Man. It's half of it. I mean, do you associate with people or anybody in your life that is basically a scallywag? Well, this app is basically what I'm referring to, meaning that there's associations on this app with people that are ruining your life. I become very greedy and selfish with my time. Okay, this is the other half of Wise Men. Here we go. As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, wise people falter not amidst blame and praise. Wise people listen to the laws, become serene, like a deep, clear, and still lake. Good people walk on, whatever befall. The good do not prattle, longing for pleasure, whether touched by happiness or sorrow. Wise people never appear elated or depressed. If whether for his own sake or for the sake of others, a man wishes neither for a son nor for wealth, nor for lordship, and if he does not wish for his own success by unfair means, then he is good, wise, and upright. Few are there among men who arrive at the other shore, become arhats. The other people here merely run up and down the shore.
As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, wise people falter not amidst blame, praise. Wise people
Okay, this is the third part of Wise Men. A wise man should leave the way of darkness and follow the way of light. After going from his home to the houseless state, he should in his retirement look for enjoyment where enjoyment is hard to find, leaving all pleasure behind and calling nothing his own. The wise man should purge himself from all impurities of the heart. Those whose minds are well grounded in the 7 elements of knowledge, who rejoice in the renunciation of affections and in freedom from attachment, whose evil proclivities have been overcome, and who are full of light, are completely liberated, even in this world.
A wise man should leave the way of darkness and follow.
Okay, this is called the Venerable Arhat. Damn, that's good. There is no suffering for him who has finished his journey and abandoned grief, who has freed himself on all sides and thrown off all fetters. They depart with their thoughts well collected. They do not delight in an abode like swans who have left their lake. They leave their house and home. Men who have laid up no store, who live on recognized food, who have perceived void and unconditional freedom. Their path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air. He whose appetites are stilled, who is moderate in food, who has perceived void and unconditional freedom, his path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air.
There is no suffering for him who has finished his journey and abandoned grief.
Okay, this is the rest of the Arhat. The gods even envy him whose senses, like horses well broken in by the driver, have been subdued, who is free from pride and free from evil propensities. Such a man who does his duty is tolerant like the earth, like a stone set in a threshold. He is like a lake without mud. No new births are in store for him. His thought is quiet. Quiet are his words indeed, when he has obtained freedom by true knowledge, when he has thus become a quiet man. The man who is free from credulity but knows the uncreated, who has cut all ties, removed all temptations, renounced all desires, he is the greatest of men. In a hamlet or in a forest, on the sea or on the dry land, wherever, whenever, venerable persons our hearts dwell, that place is delightful.
The gods even envy him whose senses, like horses well broken in by the driver, have been subdued. Yeah, you'll move faster than you've ever moved before. You'll reposition quicker. You'll make decisions based off of 60-second intervals. And you'll see how you can modify the future by hyper-managing 60-second intervals. Like every 60 seconds, you should reset and say, okay, reposition, reposition, reposition. Like you're constantly focusing your center every 60 seconds. And you're eliminating all the bullshit that's taking you outside of the bullseye. The bullseye is center mass. It's a red circle. And it's two words. It's the eye of the bull eye. Those are two magic words. You have to constantly ask yourself, am I hitting the mark? Am I the bull? Am I the eye?
Okay, so I just recorded 10 Dhammapada clips. I'm going to put them in a playlist, and then I'm going to play them all back. So it'll be 6 minutes of Buddha, because on YouTube, Wesley, there's this functionality called shorts or reels. They have 60-second and 15-second options. And so I am recording a lot of poetry or philosophy and putting it onto YouTube in 60-second intervals in an attempt to educate myself and to escape the insanity, which is Clown House, which is just a dopamine drip to the village of nowhere. But at least I'm creating content to try to monetize a library and live on a boat and a mansion in the Caribbean. And yeah, get away. Hi everybody, how are you? Is this Clubhouse? Yeah, where are you at, John? Oh, I live on St. John's Island now in a mansion. I have a yacht, a mansion. Actually, I'm going to go to the boat and get off of Clubhouse, everybody. Take care and have a great day. Ta-ta. Maybe I'll see you down there sometime. Maybe Hampton will be in a bikini. Did you see they're extraditing Kim.com to the United States?
I don't know who Kim.com is.
You don't know who he is? Oh my god.
No, I've been out of the loop for a while, bro.
He created a website called Mega Upload, and he got sued by like Warner Brothers and all the big companies, and they claim, you know, he committed like billions of dollars worth of damage, and so they're going to try to put his fat ass in jail here in America. And the New Zealander government cucked to the extradition request.
Wow, he was bootlegging, like software bootlegging movies.
Yeah, everything, like anything, like everything. You could upload whatever, software programs, pornography, music, any video, any type of file, anything, any exe, anything.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like BitTorrent or whatever. It was like a sharing, you know. It was a. So, anyways, yeah, he's gonna, if he doesn't go on the run, and which he probably will, which sucks, you know. But there is no way he's gonna come to America and face jail time.
Yeah, I know they live in a Russian embassy. So they shoot him through America, and then who's our boots that's gonna go get him? Is it?
No, New Zealand is gonna arrest him and then turn him over to marshals. Yeah.
That's wild. All right.
He's really big too. Like his Twitter presence is huge. You should look him up. It's Kim.com, and even right now he still has a very big company. He lives in a giant mansion, totally decked out in security, and they did like a combat assault on his residence when they first arrested him.
Like P. Diddy?
Yeah, like it was like exactly.
They're just flexing on us, man. Well, he knew what he was doing was illegal.
Well, it's gray area, meaning that, you know, it should become legal and a civil, not criminal. You shouldn't be able to use the muscle of the state to enforce corporate copyright in the way that they did. It's basically like terrorism against entrepreneurship, you know? That's Kim.com. Kim.com coming to America.
If you're living in the Hamptons on your boat because of your YouTube library, and I just steal it basically, and I tell everybody, here's a bootleg version, and I cut your legs out from under you. I suppose that's the state's rights to kick your, like, to make sure that doesn't happen, you know? You don't think so? I was trying to, like, imagine it was you situation.
No, I know, but I'm just saying we have to try to side with some of the people who are on the right side of the law, meaning that Kim.com is not the problem. He is part of the solution. And the big problem is the crime in the streets and the mass shootings and the drug pushers and everything else that's happening at the border, not Kim.com. He's a conservative commentator. They want to take down anybody who is very good at criticizing the Marxist terrorists, you know, Kamala, etc. So he's a patriot, and he has to be protected at this point. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think some kind of international. I can't believe New Zealand's gonna let them do that.
Well, their
You
government.
think once you're in like the international, like the law, maritime law, almost like it's almost like God, do whatever you want, you got it.
Well, the economy of Australia is really good. I was reading that everybody's leaving New Zealand. It's like 60,000 last year left and moved to the mainland, which is Australia, because there are so many job openings in Australia. They have very tight immigration control. So I used to live in Australia when I was in college, and it's a magnificent country. Have you ever been there?
No, I got some friends that they stayed with me there from there, so I felt like I'd been there, but no.
It's basically like what America should be like. Unfortunately, you know, this country is, you know, falling apart very quickly. But Australia is basically Australia and New Zealand are already predicted to become like, you know, the refuge of the West. You know, they're going to go further west and go there. I mean, I used to work for these people that made hundreds of millions of dollars illegally, and they made off with it, and they left America and moved to Australia as very, very wealthy people, very, very wealthy. And guess who paid? And guess who had to pay up? Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint. They fucking paid the bill for all the fraud. But the guys that I used to work for, these two Orthodox Jewish guys from South Africa and from London, they moved to Australia with like 300 million. And this other guy that I know, he lives in Los Angeles, and he netted probably 100 million. And part of that is actually my money, because him and I started a corporation in Portland called Dexlo, and we managed, and I created a way to spam Google and generate millions and millions of dollars. And I had some health problems at the time, and I still own 50% of the corporation, and this guy lives in Los Angeles. He doesn't want to talk with me anymore because he knows that I could sue him. But eventually, when I get to a point financially where I can pursue him, or at least like approach him and be like, hey, guess what? I'm still alive, and you owe me some money, and you're going to pay up. Otherwise, this is what's going to happen. And so I'm going to eventually shake him down. But I have to get back out to LA because he has like no digital footprint anymore. He's completely disappeared from the internet, and for good reason, because he's very wealthy. Yeah, so anyways, yeah, I'm still alive, and I will get my money. I'm technically a millionaire, multi-millionaire.
I'm a millionaire. Don't have it yet.
I just don't have it yet.
I got some goons in LA, man.
I don't need goons. I just need to talk to him, and because it's not going to be me who's going to do the gooning. I'm going to use the government to goon him, and he's going to be like, "All right, fuck, don't say anything. Here's a check for 100,000. I don't care, but he's got to pay me something." And and I met him once, and him and I went to an isolation chamber tank thing in Venice Beach, and we did edibles, and he was like, "Well, when you come up with a business, you know, and it's making money, let's talk, and then I'll invest in the business." I was like, "Okay, fine." But he did tell me, he's like, "Technically, I do owe you some money." And I know he does, because I have screenshots of the amount of revenue he was generating after I left the business. But I didn't really leave the business. I mean, we had a 50-50 agreement. Hello, Angela. Is that the Angela?
No, I don't think so.
USC, it's gotta be. Proud Cherokee. Might be. Cash in that pink ticket, Angel Kilcher. Sorry, Angel Kilcher can't talk. She's just listening. That means she's recording.
You don't need to record this room, trust me. Adrian's got it.
Okay, so have you ever heard the Shema?
Is that like a Muslim prayer?
It sounds like it, but it's actually probably ancient Hebrew, or anyways, it's Middle East, but it's a magic because look at the first word, She-ma. So what is that saying? That's saying she-man, which is the trans. So it's talking about the non-gender human, or essentially the sexless human, which is supposedly the first human. And if you look at it through like an evolutionary reframe, you know, humans are what, 60, how old do you think? There we go. Okay, this is called Shema. My darling Phoebe. My darling Phoebe sent us take photos with it. You should read.
importance of practicing skill. That's racist. It's racist.
You fix it now, you dumb bitch. It's your father. My doctor is here! Oh, doctor, I'm in Tibet. I'm listening to a group of Buddhist priests chant the sutras. I had to step away into the other room to say hello. How are you, doctor? Hello? So good to hear. Excellent news, doctor.
I've got my family reunion tomorrow.
tomorrow night, Saturday night, and then we have breakfast on Sunday, and we clean up and we leave. But yeah, I'm excited.
Oh, that'll
Get
be
to
fun.
see like 100 of my people that I'm related to.
Well, you know, the greatest thing is all this clubhouse experience will make you the perfect gentleman. And when somebody tries to gaslight you, you won't fall trap to their prey. Yeah, because I guarantee you, family, no one can hurt you like family. And there's gaslighters in that room.
They're already
Yeah.
like I'm really pissed off because I can't bring my dog. And Georgia's like she's never bit anybody. She's never been aggressive even once. I can put my hand in her food while she's eating, and she won't bite my hand.
Well, the problem.
That was one of the very first things I taught her. Is when she would eat, I'd put my hand and I'd grab her food while she was getting her food. And she would snap at me. I'd slap her.
Well, that's
I
fine.
taught her not to be aggressive. I taught her not to be aggressive when I put my hand in her food.
That's
Because
fine.
I don't want a little kid to do that. And you know, she's snapping a little kid.
That's fine. You know what the problem is, though?
No, family?
No. The problem is what you just said, is that you're pissed off. And you are the problem.
I'm pissed off that I can't like my support animal.
No, the problem is that you're pissed. Anger is the mind killer.
healthcare. A big moment for your employees. And a big moment for you. And it all happens thanks to the experts at Paychecks. When you track hours for dozens or thousands of employees, the Paycheck suite of payroll solutions can handle it all. And when you have better things to do than stay up to date on the latest regulations, Paychecks can help with that too. 50 years and thousands of experts in payroll, HR, benefits, and insurance.
Attention. A startling Forbes report reveals that China's approach to digital currency could become a leading tool for financial censorship on a global scale. Flashback to October 2021. The president asked Congress to authorize new bank surveillance measures on accounts over $600 to the IRS. Like China, new federal
no reason for us to be packing our toothbrushes in bags like this when we go on vacation. Like, why are we even using? Funny thing about calling it a Friday steak, as opposed to most of my other tunes, I want to be a Friday steak. I don't know about the I don't want you. I don't want you. So you can stew in your hate, you can destroy your own country, you can kill your economy, and I don't care. I know, because you don't mean that. That's the problem.
You know what the funny thing that he said right now? He said, well, it's not the
The Zionists. Now, like, pretty much everyone knows that Zionism just means that Israel should exist.
But bro, do you realize in the same breath you mock people living in the United States? It's not the Jews and Zionism. You're not a good Jew for not living in Israel. You realize the irony there?
It's what the Israelis believe, that the American Jews are all big mouth talkers. They're not the real Zionists, they're the ones that would think in Israel.
So right now he's putting his looking at.
Someone, can you mute? And only when you speak with others, when people interrupt you, you become muffled.
Okay.
Try to keep it from interrupt.
Okay, thank you. So, it's not the Jews, it's those people that believe that the only Jewish majority country shouldn't exist, right? Now, how would a French person would feel if someone said France shouldn't exist? How would like an English person think that England shouldn't exist, right? Only those French people, right? I'm not against the French people. I'm only against the French people that believe that French should exist, right? Now, how much it encompasses out of all of the French people, by the way? Does that make any sense, man? Do you understand?
No, yeah, I understand. That's what I'm trying to point out. It's been done for a long time. They try to make these like narrow things. It's so transparent. Just own your hatred.
By the way,
respect your heart. Just own your hatred.
you know the funny thing is that even in the times of the Nazis,
else. This is by the way, this is why, by the way, funny enough, by the way, this is funny enough. This is why they called anti-Semitism, because they thought that anti-Jew is too harsh, too crude, right? Too in your face. So they will call it anti-Semitism, right? So we are not against the Jews. Absolutely not. We are just against the Zionists. You know,
Right, you cannot play the victim card anymore. After killing 20,000 people, it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick.
Why did they have to kill them? Why? Because they're a victim too. And both people realize that both people are victims and maybe it will end, right? Maybe the fighting could end.
The international community, because everyone hates what's going on there, and they blame Israel for it. It's not the random these. The whole world condemns Israel today. I mean, that's a
that's
the whole
also
world.
pariah. You're a literal name of pariah. It's actually
The whole world
okay,
condemns
can you
Israel.
hear me now? Maybe or not? Daniel, tell me.
It's a fact.
Right now. Yeah. Okay. No. The question is if when someone interrupts me, you can still hear me. Or
Yeah, now you're good. Now you're
I'm gonna be out of
okay. But you know, this is the interesting.
please let it speak.
Yeah, but Soren is like, oh, Soren left. That's fine. I'll tell it to everyone else who didn't understand what is happening. Soren might be of the two categories. The first category are those people that are literal anti-Semites but want to mask it in some way. The second category is, there are three categories. The second category is a person that has anti-Semitism but hate himself for having that, so he's trying to fool himself, right? But he wouldn't fool you or me. And the third category is like the utterly idiot, stupid, useful idiot, basically. What we see right now in the US. To be honest, I actually think he's from the second category.
No, regarding the second category, it's not that he's ashamed, it's that he knows that strategically being labeled an anti-Semite still has how do you call it, what kind, it's still a bad thing. And anti-Zionism is just being against an ideology of what you said, so it's legitimate. They do it on purpose, not because they're ashamed, because it's counterproductive.
Yeah. Exactly. But again,
Okay. Rodney, are you from Israel? Can I ask you that question?
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
You are from Israel, okay.
Yeah.
And,
Sorry.
And I'm not going to pass judgment on any kind of person at all.
Please do.
But
Please.
no, I don't want to. No, I'm not. I don't want to. But do you really think?
I have a thick skin. Don't worry.
Can I ask you? Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Oh.
Just let her speak. Go ahead.
Regardless of the war that's going on right now, regardless of that, do you think it's okay for Israeli people to occupy Palestinian land? And I'm not biased. I'm not biased.
No, it's not okay.
No, my mother is Jewish. I'm not biased. So,
I know.
Before Roddy answers, can I ask you a question?
I answered it.
No. Before Roddy answers, can I ask you a question? What land do you mean that they're occupying?
well, they are occupying Palestinian because there was two.
Where is Palestine? Are you referring to Gaza? Are you referring to West Bank?
Palestinian is the best thing ever.
No, this is a question that...
Which land exactly are you referring to? I'm saying which land exactly are you referring to?
I'm referring to, absolutely, if you want to call it Gaza, call it Gaza. But there is not only Gaza, because in 1948...
Can you just we know the history.
Yeah, I know that history.
Isa, can I have this conversation, please?
Yes, you will, but I just want her to speak.
She will answer. Are you referring to the Gaza and the West Bank, or are you referring from the river to the sea?
I was trying to say something, but obviously that's not interesting
I don't want to pile up on her. I'm trying to I know. I'm trying to. Okay, so you want to do it because I don't like we don't want. I don't think. I understand. Okay, so you do it.
Yeah, look, we understand all of this, history, we know all of those stuff. We want to talk about it, really. We don't want to interrupt you. But the question wasn't about the history. The question was, what do you take Palestine to be? Not Palestine, whatever you said. What do you take it? Do you take it to be the West Bank and Gaza, right? Or do you take it to be from the river to the sea? That's all that I'm asking.
Of the original mandat. So I have to add it.
Oh no one thinks that Jordan is also part of Palestine right now. So.
Okay. I don't know what.
Yeah. Oh, she left. Oh no, she didn't.
No.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Or maybe the partition plan. Is that what?
I might not be with the same opinion because my family is not with the same opinion about where is Palestine, where is Israel. I might not be, but what is going on right now? That is not fair about it. No, but
please, we're asking you a very simple question. You are going somewhere else. I don't. Please, I'm begging you. I asked you very nicely. Please, can you just...
let me do a quick recap for Rodi. You came on stage and you said to Rodi, if it's okay for Israel to be on Palestinian land. He's asking you, what do you consider Palestinian land, so he can answer your first question. Okay? You said it's occupation of Palestinian land. He just wants to know, do you mean like the entire land of Israel, do you see it is occupied, or do you mean Gaza and the West Bank? What do you consider to be occupied that is bad, so Rodi can answer your question. Thank you. Are you with us? You need to unmute if you're speaking.
Yeah, but guys, I mean, as soon as she starts talking, you guys interrupt her. So I don't blame her for feeling uncomfortable. So if you're asking her a question, let her answer the question, and then you can tell her.
Yeah, but she was talking about what is happening in Gaza, and she was asking him something completely else.
Both of you, Rodi and Daniel, are speaking over each other, and she is not able to get a word in. So
it's fair how...
Okay.
Itza.
Sorry, guys. We can have this conversation. We just need you to define what, in your view, doesn't matter if your family has got different ideas. We are not going to try to convince you. We just want to understand where you're coming from. So, what, in your opinion, is Palestinian land? Is it just Gaza? Is it the West Bank? Is it what Israel is right now, or is it the three things? What is, in your opinion, Palestinian? Palestine? Can you answer that question? And then, once we know what you mean, then we can go ahead and speak about the rest of the stuff. I just want clarity on that.
Okay, thank you. No, what I said, like, my family has a house in Israel. Of course, they are Jewish. But what I do not understand is what
should be going to Gaza.
Because
Okay,
right
wait.
now, for us,
What's obvious in your
understanding
heart?
is
He's saying,
different.
Isa, one second. You want to talk about Gaza, right? This is about the IDF
No,
being in Gaza right now?
Because I think that I think she is being rather sincere, you know. But allow me to step in for 1 second here, guys.
Maybe she wants to
Her
say,
sincerity
let
is
her
not the
speak, let her
problem.
speak. Yes, and we don't doubt her sincerity.
Yeah.
Are you with us? 1 second, Susan.
But you don't hear voices.
Okay, just speak, just speak and we'll try to understand without asking a question, okay? Just go ahead and speak.
I will be quiet.
No, don't be quiet. We will be quiet, you will speak, and we will not ask questions, and we'll try to kind of follow where you want to take us instead of asking questions. Okay? I mean that we will all mute up except...
That's very good of you, but like, obviously you're gonna laugh about me. But anyway,
None will laugh.
no,
Feel confident.
you are pretty educated people. You know what Palestine is, what country it is, where it's spread, what it is. You know that, right? And I'm saying this as a Jewish person. It is not okay to occupy land. It will never be okay. And my whole family thinks that too. And we have a house in Israel. But it's never okay to occupy another country or another kind. Like, you can't take over a house. You can't do that. That's insane to me. Like, what if someone did that to us? Well, they will never do it because we have Netanyahu. And Netanyahu, I'm sorry if you are from Israel now because I'm going to say a bad thing about Netanyahu and I'm not going to be killed because I live in Sweden. He is the worst thing that could ever happen to Israel. I miss Sharon. Maybe you guys weren't born when Sharon was, but I miss him. He was a good guy. But you know also there was the Norway. Yeah, there was the Norway agreement. There was a lot of agreements, but they showed nothing. Am I afraid of Mossad? Of course, we all should be afraid of Mossad. They are like insane. Like they are so well trained.
Can I ask a question? Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden, but I'm still Jewish. Yeah.
You're still from Sweden.
Yeah.
And you have like family in Israel or in Palestine?
I have family in Israel. Yeah.
Like a Jewish family. Right?
Obviously, since I'm Jewish, they are Jewish. Like
They took our homes, they put us in ghettos. That's what they did. They killed our ancestors. They killed whole
no, but they
towns.
didn't do that. But like whatever they did to us.
That's what happened in Europe.
Yeah, but whatever people done to us, like they have done so many bad things. We can't even count them. It didn't start with World War II. It started way before that. But we cannot treat other people bad because
We won't be any longer. They're trying to get rid of us.
Danny, hold on, guys. Please, Danny.
We are not.
Stay with me for a second. Have you ever been to Israel?
Yes. A couple of times.
And you say like you can made a lot of like general claims about the Mossad, should be afraid, like being a lot of like putting a lot of blame on. Hold on.
Can you honestly, sorry to interrupt you, but can you honestly say that Mossad is the scariest fuck?
Depends who you are. If you're a terrorist and you are, actually.
I would be. Okay.
Well, if you are afraid, why would you be afraid of the Mossad? Why would you be afraid of the Mossad? Like I'm not afraid. Actually, the Mossad. Hold on. Let me just kind of share my opinion. I know the Mossad. I think they're one of the best, and they give me a sense of security and safety. You are afraid of them, and I'm trying to understand why would you be afraid of them, while for me, knowing that they are like the best, because I tell you that they are on my side, and in my view, they are hunting the bad guy. You're saying you're afraid of them. Are you?
No, I'm not afraid of them, like trying to kill me or
You
something.
said everyone should be afraid of them.
No, but can I tell you why I'm afraid
Yes,
of them?
sure.
I'm not afraid of them because I think they're going to kill another Jewish woman in Sweden. No, of course not. I'm not afraid of them, but they are so fucking skilled. There is no other country in the world, not even
You say it's a good thing, not as a bad thing.
No, but can you listen? No other country, not even in Russia, who has some like intelligence.
Yeah, this is, it's a good thing. You're saying
Fucking good.
Daniel,
They
I
are
got it.
so good.
So it's a compliment. You're basically saying a compliment.
I'm not saying it's a compliment, but they are very good. So I will
Okay.
always be afraid of them. Not because they
Like, why would you be afraid of them?
Yeah, I don't think
You just want to try to understand.
They are
Okay, I understand. Okay, I got it. Okay.
I think afraid is the wrong word.
Okay, I got it, man.
No, I have a cousin who's in Mossad, and
No, I got it.
it's scary because what he tells me, and he can't tell me too much because he can't tell me too much. But what they tell me about their like practices and like what they are doing and the intelligence and like what they are seeing with other countries, it's like
And he's sharing it with you.
they are insanely dangerous.
Okay, and about the Gaza, you said, do you know why the IDF is in Gaza right now, like trying to occupy it?
I know what I think, but I bet you have another explanation, so I would love
No, generally speaking,
No,
not like.
I would actually love to hear it.
No, I think it's very basic. I'm not asking you like a trick question, but like you heard about this war, right? Going on, like, do you know why it's happening? What's
Well,
like?
obviously, yeah. Everyone knows.
So why is the IDF there? Like, why did Israel go into Gaza right now?
And this is what I can tell my father, because he's a very Jewish man. Like I can never tell her. I can tell my mother, I can tell her, and we can discuss it, and maybe she doesn't agree with me, but we can discuss it. But what I'm feeling is what is going on in Palestine, no matter who and where Hamas is, it's too much.
Okay, what do you mean war? War is too much. What do you mean too much?
No, it's not war is too much. It's like, okay, they kidnapped some people. Yeah, absolutely. 1,500 people. Absolutely. That was terrible. But what the fuck are you killing now? You're killing people all the time. You're killing babies.
Daniel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's time for you to play your game. Like, you're
No,
like our prime minister.
Like, okay, like, so they kill like the.
Daniel, may I step in for 1 second because I think
Yeah,
I've got something positive to add. So, I just want to give you guys the example of my wife. Okay, my wife is a Japanese lady, right? Really, really good lady, nice lady, good heart, innocent. She doesn't even know Japanese history, let alone Middle Eastern history or Israeli history. Nothing of this. And when she watches the news, and I think E is highlighting this for us, and I think this is an angle to consider. My wife looks and she says, "Oh my God, Israel's they're killing all the children and everything like this, right?" So a degree of consideration has to be given to the fact that in some fronts, good-hearted, kind people, just people that I don't know, he knows a lot more. She has a more sophisticated take on a situation, but I promise you, my wife is definitely not anti-Semitic, anti-nothing. She loves humans. She loves dogs and cute cats and things. And I think this is
something to consider. I think Israel is losing the PR war on television with all of this negative imagery. Wait, instead.
No, I get your point.
Okay, guys, look, you guys know where my mind is.
You're really stretching it out here.
So there is probably tens of millions of people around the world, similar to my wife, who don't know the intricacies of the situation.
I think we get it. We You can't repeat that. Yeah, we got the point. I'm trying to address. I'm trying to answer. Yeah. I think you got just one sentence and then you can go. I think you hit the nail on its head. About this.
Put it this way. What you're basically saying, maybe people will say, is I see a whole bunch of deaths and it bothers me. It bothers all of us. Nobody likes to watch that. But what you're doing is walking into a hospital and you're watching them cut open a patient and you're saying there's blood everywhere and they're suctioning blood and they're taking out internal organs and it looks disgusting. And that's what you see. If that's the entire video, that's a pretty gruesome video. Now this person actually had a cancer. They cut out the cancer. The person went and now the person gets out of bed, they might be hobbling, but they would have been dead otherwise. And you get the point, like you can't just look at a terrible thing and say, I don't like it. And you should never
One second, President. I want to also address it after me.
you should never lose your humanity and you should always understand that there are people suffering. Like what if you want all that?
Yeah.
But if you just say, okay, it kills 1,500 people, we didn't have 200, but that doesn't, I think, like, you're not looking at the entirety of the picture. This is a cancer that must be stopped. And sometimes good tissue needs to be cut out with it. And let's not forget it. Let's not forget our humanity. And let's care about the displaced Palestinians. At the same time, unless you have an alternative, less carnage, you haven't really said anything besides I don't like carnage, which we all agree.
I want to also address it from another angle. And, we're talking about perception and about, I spoke to a few people here on stage, and, when I asked them, like, why do you support Palestine, I would sum it up, like, it was, like, very short, the women, the children, genocide, okay? They think like, maybe as you kind of framed it, like, they don't really know the details. They see or hear all the time stories. They don't actually go and verify. They just hear atrocity after atrocity, like bad things. And it appeals to the humanity side. And you're like, oh my God, we have to help those are people that are poor. So, first of all, this is a tactic, it's a strategy. And there is one side that is using the strategy because they have a lot to win. You are actually proving or like demonstrating, not proving because it's been proven. You're kind of like demonstrating how it works, how you use PR in order to, like, why is it?
Yeah, there is a balance, Daniel, between that and what I see with E is her attempt at not trying to lose her humanity,
No, I'm sorry.
It's a tricky balance.
No. I jumped and I didn't hear you. I clicked the button here. Hamas is using this strategy exactly because of what is happening. It's Hamas's interest to either fake, create, or make sure that there are women and children that are dead or reported dead. And anyone that is playing to it is actually incentivizing Hamas to do this. So I'm sorry, but all those people in there saying that because they don't know much and it's the humanity, it's exactly like, dude, we are the humanity side. We are the one second, Egyptian, let me finish. We are the humanity side, okay? Because we are. No, I will finish it, then you can respond. I heard your point. We are the humanity side. We are the one doing all the measures more than any other army in the world to safeguard the civilians. You have no idea because you don't go into those details because they're not pushed to you. I do hear testimonials of actual soldiers, with their face uncovered, with their names, not like anonymous, telling about, like, they went into Hamad Towers, and there was like a huge complex, Hamad Towers. I know it's like Hamad Towers.
Let me comment quickly.
Yeah, but
What are you Egyptian? I want to hear you.
no, but this is
After
insane. How you can say this?
Say what? What did I say? I just I said Hamad Towers. What did I say?
No,
conversation with you.
I want to have a conversation with you, but thank you.
Yeah, but
When
you're shopping.
you don't live, no, absolutely not. When you don't live there, we have another perspective.
I don't live.
World.
Hold on,
No, I wanna. Yes, I wanna hear you.
Hold on, I understand, great. So we got that, and I'm trying to understand. So you believe that your perspective in Sweden is better than the Israelis that are actually also taking care of that are the hostages families that follow every little detail, that are IDF soldiers, serve the IDF, they live next to those places, but you in Sweden know the truth and we live in a lie. This is like, makes sense to you.
I never said we know the truth, but I do not believe in IDF. I do not believe in.
What do you mean you don't believe in IDF? It exists. What do you mean you
Yeah,
don't believe in
obviously
IDF?
my brother been there for 2 years, so obviously I do.
Okay,
But
can
I
you tell
don't
me,
believe.
instead of details, I'm trying to understand.
Can
You
I tell
honestly.
you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to
quiet
the
because I
I'm
can't
trying to
tell
go
you.
to the core of. I'm trying to go to the. I said that you hate Israel or that you are pro-Palestinian. I'm trying to go to the core of the problem, of where it comes from. Because you repeat that you're a Jew, but then everything that you say is like that Israel, the only Jewish state you don't have an army defending themselves, meaning that they later will be all be slaughtering. So, like you obviously being radicalized completely, and I'm trying to get the core of it. What is the core of it?
Why you upset her? Why you upset her just because she disagrees? Just
Just because she disagrees with me?
What are you talking about again?
She's not saying what she disagrees with. You can't say.
I cannot
She
say
says
what I am.
based on little.
Egyptian let
You didn't do the because she doesn't. Let her speak Egyptian, not her.
So we're not understanding your sentence. You said I don't believe in the IDF. What about the IDF don't you like?
It's not that I don't like the IDF. I think the IDF is a good education. My brother is there currently now. He has like 4 months left, and I think that is a good. He has learned a lot, so I believe in that. But I'm still never going to believe that Israeli people, Jewish people like me, can take other people's houses and like occupation, and it's not. Can I please? It's not new. It has been this way because well, when the world gave us the country in 1948, it has still been like people occupied other like people, and that's not okay. And what is going on in Palestine or in the West Bank, if you want to call it that, but it's not really the West Bank because they still have the shores. But anyway,
You have to watch.
the shores.
What is it called?
No, why did they do that? Right? No, but I would not like to. I promise. I'll tell you like 2 or 3 seconds. I can never agree with what is going on right now because whatever Hamas did, obviously it's a terror group. We are not on their side. But what is going on right now? Who the Israeli, my grandfather, and everyone are doing? That is not okay. Okay? Thank you. Bye.
So there's multiple bounds here. You don't know the history. Homes were not taken, but let's jump forward because you jumped back and then you say you
Are you kidding me when you say homes were not taken?
No, I'm not kidding.
It
No,
tells me you do not know your story. No, you can't. No, you're telling me you do not know your story.
Why? Yeah, my question is, this doesn't
It
sound
sounds like a really good drug.
Hold on. Nikki, it is not very cool. And the problem is, that there are many people like her that basically their heart is in the right place, but they are obviously brainwashed into a level that, they cannot explain why. They're just emotionally charged. They see the images, they don't really know what's going on.
not a football match. And also, I want
Yeah,
to ask you very
I'm actually I'm gonna leave this room, so
what would
we
happen?
don't need. But I just wanna say something before I leave this
Yeah,
room.
before you do,
Okay,
just
because
then,
you
yeah,
wanna say something. Yeah, good girl.
before you go, I just want to ask you a question. Would you think the same if your brother, you say that he is in Israel and would you be saying the same opinion if he was one of the hostages?
Yes.
So you wouldn't care about his life. You would just want to give peace
I would.
to Gaza, and you wouldn't care about getting him back.
Are you crazy? Like, who are you? Like, have you seen the world? Like, of course I would want him home. But if he done that to Gaza, probably no, but he should probably stay there.
If your brother had been at the country.
Okay, now I'm back.
No, Nikki, no.
No, but can I say something before I leave this room?
Okay, so
Just something before I leave this room, please.
So if your brother was at the concert and he had been taken as a hostage by Hamas, would you still feel the same today? Do you think that they should stop the war without getting your brother back?
Yes.
All right, that was my question. Go ahead, Meyer.
There are some people that hold on to their values despite any situation, you know. I mean, it's important for people to have a diverse, different sets of opinions. It's important to hear people that you disagree with. And I think Daniel's right, you know. Some people, they just see something and, oh, it's terrible, and that's it, right? And it's part of the equation. It's part of something to give consideration to. You know, I'm not saying this is my opinion, but it's part of the equation. You know, I forget who was it. I think there's a famous essay I read, Daniel, about the government. One body of the government in Israel, they always bring in someone who disagrees with everybody else. I forget what it is. Yeah, the fifth man. Yeah.
In Hebrew, it's It's like, what if not? Or like, which will be exactly. It's like the counter argument.
Yeah, so people with just good hearts, you know, they see like my wife and like this lady. It's important to give consideration to. If anything, I mean, if the goal is to defeat all these crazy terrorist people that they absolutely all they want to do is destroy Israel, right? If someone like E or someone innocent can say, look, I see problems here, at least they can highlight EPR problem, you know? I mean, that's...
Am I a problem?
No. I'm not saying that you are a problem. What I'm saying is that the situation is problematic and the war is very messy, and often there's no winner. Often everybody's losing, and so this perspective of like just good or kind-hearted people who hate to see anybody dying, this perspective has to be give consideration to.
You know, there's something very paradoxal and a bit ironic and even a bit twisted. Those that are basically, you know, like calling and saying like, oh my God, the women and children, it has to be stopped. IDF are child killers, like defame Israel, boycott Israel. Basically, they are part of this engine that actually incentivizes Hamas to use this strategy.
Yep.
And I'm saying it's twisted because they are the one, those people that are against it are the one making it worthwhile.
But nobody is saying that against Israel.
In some ways,
No, because every country, like the Swedish country, are willing to, they are on your side.
The use of emotion that clouded judgment, this is exactly how you use, and I'm not using it as to offend useful idiots. They are using the basic emotion to rally. Listen, you need to understand one thing, okay? And it's a very fundamental thing that maybe will help you. Israel has zero interest to kill children, for example, okay? Or any uninvolved civilian. Every child that is dying, Israel is being defamed. We are called child killers. And also, we get a lot of shit from the world, like every time. Like, see, we have like, hold on. Hamas, on the other hand, gets support. Like, I spoke to people that I asked, like, and also you, when we asked you, like, why do you hate Israel? It was the same idea, like the emotion. It was emotion. It wasn't factual. You like, it has to stop. This is horrible. The reason that you see those videos coming out of Gaza, many of them are fake, and it's a strategy. Because for them, a child, for us, a child's death is a tragedy. For them, it's a strategy. You need to understand that. You need to understand that your humane, your humanity is being taken advantage of. So this is why I said at the beginning, your heart is at the right place. You should care for children. But what you are actually doing, you are enabling their abuse. And not knowingly. I'm not blaming you directly.
You don't have to blame me. And that's your opinion about it. And I'm here to say, and I'll go to you, so you don't have to be upset with me and screaming to me. Like, I'm here to tell you, like, obviously, I know that was wrong. What like, Hamas did was extremely wrong. But what Israel is doing right now, it is fucking... Please listen. I'm going to leave.
You don't need to be aggressive. If you are grabbing the mic and every time, like, listen, they just
I can't say what I want to say.
Like, interject like a sentence. You can say whatever the fuck you want, but every time they are trying to interject, they become so violent and start shouting. Like, just let go. Like, if you in a coffee shop having a discussion, and I'll try to answer you, would you start shouting at me? My God, like, why can't we have a conversation, like a normal conversation? Yeah, but I tried a few times before, and every time you become so aggressive, and I don't get it. Like, and what I wanted to say was like one short sentence. When let me speak for a while. Like, no, shut up, Egyptian. Shut up, Egyptian. Egyptian, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, Egyptian. I don't need your fucking help. I don't need your fucking help. Shut up. Right, fuck. I mean, why fucking having a conversation is so fucking hard? Listen, you know what? I feel embarrassed that the sentence that I wanted to say and how much like we spend our 5 minutes with bullshit instead of like having a normal conversation which is actually flowing without being ego-tripped. Okay, so you said Hamas did and Israel is doing. What you are failing to understand is Hamas is still doing and is still having the hostages. That was my only.
That is what you think about what I'm saying, so that's okay for you. But the only thing I was trying to say, if I really can say it, please.
We understand your point.
Yeah. No, because I'm a Jewish girl, and my brother is in Israel. They have like the military service for like 3 years, I think. I don't know, but he's there. Anyway, what I was trying to say is like what happened to Israel when Hamas was like doing that thing. It was fucked up because it was my people. But what is going on right now in Palestine, and you don't have to like ask me to do a map about Palestine. What is going down right now in Palestine is way, way, way worse. So that's all I want to say. Because I'm Jewish.
Okay,
My father is Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, can I say something real quick? Daniel, first of all, Isha, what's up, everybody? Second of all, guys, just to let you know, I heard her in other rooms. She came into Jeff's room. I don't want to do any personal attacks, but she's a drunk. And I don't know what the fuck is wrong with her. She starts we don't need to, I got it. I'm just saying, I don't want to do personal attacks. I'm just letting you know you're arguing with that type of person. You're not going to get nowhere.
Okay, thanks, Mom. Yeah, I think that we get it. We can just move on.
Yeah, we can move on to a new topic.
So Egyptian,
Yeah.
not because Egyptian wanted to talk and he was nervous and he
By this way, we are going to deliver our message easily. As for the media of Hamas, well, I said before, I don't trust the Israeli resources, but I follow them. And at the same time, I don't trust the Hamas resources, but I follow them as well. But neither this nor that. When I see videos already, live videos, or in very short time videos about killing children and women, then it must be real videos. The full destruction that I see in the videos really shows how civilians are living there and how horrible they feel. And at the same time, why should I really, if I don't really trust Hamas videos, then does that mean that Israel is the honest side? And the same thing if it is the first side? Of course not. And it's not about emotions. There are so many things, the people who really believe the Palestinian side, they don't really have the emotions, reasons only, or emotional causes only. No, there are so many reasons. But at the same time, if you are going to depend on emotional things, emotional basis. Well, what does Israel do? Check the speech of Netanyahu in the Congress itself. It was very emotional. So does that really mean that Hamas just depends on emotional reasons only? Well, Hamas and Israel doesn't? I don't think so. And if there is a fake videos from Hamas, well, hello, there are fake videos from Israel as well. What are you talking about, God? Thank you.
I think that you're misinterpreting it because we're not talking about the emotions that, for example, a speech might create. We're talking that, and I agree with you, it happens on both sides. When you put out there videos of things happening, whether the video is fake or not, we as human beings, I mean, unless you're a psychopath, you will actually be moved, by seeing people dying, and that's normal. So when people are already sensible or sensitive towards something, and then you give them more of that and then with your language you're saying, yeah, these evil Israelis are coming and just targeting our children and our women, pretending that they are innocent people, then yeah, you're playing with their emotions. Because the matter of the fact is that they have got hostages that they still are attacking, and that these people that are being killed are not civilians. Apart from a few of them, of course, that are casualties. But so, is the narrative combined with the images that causes you to be emotional, and then it's very easy to be manipulated. And to Daniel's argument, is almost everyone we have spoken, at least on this app, I don't know in real life because I try not to address this topic because it would be too controversial, but in this app, everyone that comes to the room in defense of Palestine, they are not making a rational argument. They are only appealing to emotions and say, oh, look at all these children, look at those women, ignoring all the bad that Gaza is doing or that Hamas is doing, not Gaza.
I'm sorry, but I can give you a big list.
Like that's conflating of terms. Like I support Palestinians. That does not support Hamas or the Palestinian Authority or the people that they are suffering under the leadership of. You're conflating of terms and switching around terms like that often confuse me. Yes, you.
How?
Hamas, Palestinians, blah blah blah. You just all
yeah,
put it all into one little pile.
Okay, it might have to be a digression.
Of course it
but what I was actually saying is that Hamas are not using uniforms, right? So it's very difficult to differentiate them from civilians.
And the report also about you.
Civilians
It's not
are
you.
part of Hamas.
It's not you. Dude, the reports coming out from Gaza, for example, the number of casualties, bundle them up together. I mean, I would love to show a report from Hamas dividing between militants and ordinary civilians. Like, go ahead, bring it on. Why do you blame Israel for this? And what I just also Egyptians.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Well, we are not the one conflicting. We're not.
That's what I did.
Okay. And Egyptian, we joined in regarding your first point. We joined in mid-conversation, and not every time you need to make a point in a conversation. So it's like getting your now to have a speech. It's like no, and not everybody will participate. It was just like two people try to have like a conversation, and adding three. I would love to do actually one topic and another. It's harder for me, but I wanted to respect you, not interrupt. That's why I didn't stop you after the first one. I also waited for my turn. So, the second thing, you were talking about fake or no, they're bringing from this side, like like you need to understand, not necessarily about the video itself. Like a child dies, okay, and then I would ask, like I will give you a scenario. A child dies. This is what you know. Who is to blame? You would ask for a question. Now, I could tell you like a story, one story as an example of a militant that is at home with a family. I'm not sure if it's his or another, and he's launching rockets from a window at IDF soldiers. IDF soldiers are being thrown RPGs from that window, and I'm sorry, not RPG, rockets. If they fire back, could it be that the family would be hurt? And then, who really is to blame? Like, do you still blame the IDF? And if so, what would you do differently? On this scenario, which actually, I will give you testimonies, I will tell you exactly where it happened, I will also show you, like, if you want more details about this event. But let's play it out for a second. Okay, this family in an apartment, in a tower, launching from the guy from the window, rockets at IDF soldiers. What do you do?
Well, back to Isa, and then I'll go back to you.
No problem.
When you really say about the pro-Palestinian and they come here and they say, well, but I already committed and I don't want to repeat my words again, but the problem is that I can give you list of shit from Hamas side, list of shit from the Palestinian side, but you here always blame the Palestinian side, so I must wear the suit of the Sultan and defend them. But in order to have a real conversation and true conversation, I never heard you once said anything blaming your side. So I must be with the other side. I'm sorry.
Because Egyptian, I am not taking this position because of a political stance or because I have friends in Israel or none of that. I'm seeing this from a pure philosophical perspective, and I stand my ground. And I say that yes, I don't like to see people dying. Of course, who wants that? But I also am able to disconnect myself from the whole emotional stuff and realize that there are facts.
we have been talking to each other for about 2 months or 3 months now, Isa, and I believe that you already got from me, hopefully that's true, that I'm not just an emotional person. I just depend on facts, depend on objective issues and all the things. And I'm trying to be objective like you, but at the same time, I'm trying to look at the image as clear as possible. That's why I follow different resources. Not only yours, not only mine. Thank God that I have good English language that is good enough in order to follow different media. Back to Daniel. You already mentioned a good example, but let me take this example and come back to you. Well, if I tell you, respectively of course, Daniel, if I tell you F you, then you should tell me F you back. And that is a suitable response, but you cannot come with knives, with guns, you and your friends, you and your neighbors, you and your family, and kill me, and kill my family, and kill my children, and do all the things just because I told you F you. That is not suitable. So I'm talking about the suitability.
Would do that to you.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that the response must be suitable. For every action, there is a reaction. Okay. Suitable. Equal to I'm different from one question. I have a question. A real question. I know, Robbie. Sorry. Yes, go ahead, please.
I have that question. Because I'm lost. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so talking about suitable responses, because from you, the suitable response to fight back to defend yourself is saying, fuck you too, right? Okay, so what's the suitable response for when Hamas did on October 2nd? So they came in, killed, maimed, raped, burned, beheaded, kidnapped people, women, mothers, grandmothers sitting at a bus stop waiting for a bus to go home to their families. They shot them down like
But have you?
practice. So I'm going to know what is the suitable response. I'd like to know what's the suitable response to that from you.
Well, it's very good.
Are they bringing that gun to a knife fight? They bringing the gun to a knife fight now? Is that what you're trying to say?
Anybody want to finish the question?
We're going to fight next to it.
Yeah, I got it.
That's a stupid question. I might answer it.
Hold on.
Well, I'm going to do it. Hold on.
Okay, got it. I really think it was his fault.
Oh my God. Go back to your line.
I don't know why, but like I don't want to like. Okay, yeah, okay.
I don't know if you noticed that or not. I'm not Hamas. It doesn't mean that I pro Palestine or I pro Hamas. Hamas, what they did in 7th of October is horrible. It is terrorist. Anything against civilians, anything against innocent people is a terrorist to me. Let me please. Thank you. So the same thing when Israel is doing the same, so it is a terror state. As for your response to your question, the answer is, if it is a problem with Hamas, then the most professional army on earth, as it says about itself, must take its revenge from Hamas and Hamas only. Why it wants to engage and put into the equation the civilians and innocent people? That's what it's talking about.
Hang on. If you hit me, and then you go hide behind Lisa, and she's blocking me from coming to you, should I just walk away and let give you an opportunity to come hit me again when I'm not looking? Or am I gonna push? I'm not done. Am I gonna push Lisa out the way? Maybe she'll fall to the ground and scream for me, but I'm gonna push her out the way to come get to you. But you're the one who wanted to be a little bitch ass coward and put her in front of you to try to fight your battle because you started shit. So you know what? If Hamas gave a fuck about their civilians and about the Palestinians and about women and children and babies and anybody else in Gaza, they would not be using them as human shields. So come talk to me about this when they actually do the humane thing and protect the people they say that they're fighting for. Because they're not fighting for nobody but themselves.
Okay, very good. As for the example of Israel, that I will come and hide after hell, well, do you really want to convince me that Hamas members are hidden among the civilians? You already have to tell them. No, you already have to tell them.
Where are the tunnels, Hamas? Where are the tunnels?
You ask me a question if you want to do it. That's fine. If not,
Doctor. Okay, no insults. Insults, we allow insults in.
I never insult unless she's arbitrary. Very hard. I'm sorry. Can I answer? 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 I already heard. Okay. So again, I wanna answer some of the questions.
What, they just want to come tell, why can't you?
What do you mean by these people? Okay.
I want to try and answer your question. First of all, the proportionality is not about revenge, okay? It's about achieving a goal. As long as Hamas has our options and is posing a threat, that is our objective. And the proportionality should be based on the objective, not based on what they did to us, okay? Got it?
Now, it could be like to send a message, like we did with Yemen. We didn't go there and just kill one civilian. No.
Probably get more. No, but we had a message to give them, and that was to defend ourselves. And the objective was to make Yemen determined to do this again. That was the objective of that mission. Okay, we don't really care about the goals. Like, it's gonna also slow them down, whatever they want. So this is about proportionality. And the objectives, you always talk about what Hamas, you're not the only one about what Hamas did. And you're failing to acknowledge that Hamas is still doing. They launched missiles also to Tel Aviv and to the area. They hold our hostages, and they are still fighting the IDF soldiers. Some of those fights are done from very populated areas. This is why you see later on people on Twitter say, "Oh my God, they got the cruel IDF evacuation after
Midnight. Why? Because after midnight,
Hamas chose to fire rockets from that exact location. So we also let them know the people because and they also continue to get because the rocket is already quietly. So we don't fool them. It's not planned, it's not planned. They heard the rocket fly out. And then we tell them because Hamas fired rockets from your area, there will be a military operation. You need to evacuate now. And in this complex that I mentioned before, I will show you testimonies about the story that I told you. They are using human shield. And I think that you know it in the back of your head, and maybe you are, as you said before, you are here to kind of voice on the other side. I don't know, don't do this. We want to hear what the Egyptian said. You don't need to be the other side. We don't need a counter argument just for the sake of arguing. We want to try and find the facts and reality. We don't need the other side just because they need the facts. You know what I mean? So that's it. Thank you.
The issue is that the Israeli don't know what to do exactly with Hamas. Secondly, they are good at hiding. This is a fact.
Why are you saying, well, what if this is a fact? Okay, can you...
Because they are fighting.
No. Well, okay. Listen, they agree. They are good at hiding. Hold on. Egyptian, what you did coming to me and try to go back to the conversation for a minute. And then you know it's going. But you came out to, okay. Egyptian. Oh, my goodness. So, thank you. No, I didn't like it. I tell you what, we are doing the same conversation, and to be honest, maybe like people enjoy it. I feel like bored with those wrestling, okay? And I'm trying to kind of, sometimes that we try to do a different approach, and not to go back to the same place and just kind of fight for the sake of fighting. Like, personally, for me, I run out of energy for fighting for the sake of fighting. Maybe just me, this one. actual infections. So like,
Yeah, I think it's important. Let's say that everything you say is right, man. I'm sorry, it's not right, but let's say what you say is right. No, it never if it's right or not right. But this is exactly the point.
Stop being ridiculous. Of course they do.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know how
yourself. They hide under the rules, and I have to follow the rules. I do it because
I'm taking another thing that I think that my human shit. Israel is feeling and getting Hamas as a group. Yeah, you see how big Molly? Oh, sorry, but I was about to keep up. I don't know specifically about the talk with sex.
That's the tunnel is like below the ground where the hospitals and all those stuff. But the more important thing.
Literally launching rockets from like civilian areas, civilian buildings, literally from schools, literally from like hospitals, stuff like that. And then near Lula facility, you also have like all like the soldiers and weapon guns, and there are literally weapons everywhere. They found weapons and they Amish confiscated a lot of weapons from basically everywhere, not just like one or two places where they found maybe something literally everywhere. It's all
basically. No, I'm not with you. I'm not all that. But the MO basically that they are wearing civilian clothes. And so on the street they will not have a weapon, but at any moment they can go into something that they know where the weapon so they can fight back. So on the street they look ordinary civilians, but they all fighters.
Yeah, but not only that. Literally, like when you see them, when you see numerous videos of them, like literally hiding in buildings, like, and there were a lot of places where they booby trapped buildings, like, and forget about like booby trapping or anything like that. What you said right now is also correct. That they're like using civilian clothing. They don't have any any visual identifier that they are fighters except weapons and like on top of all of that you have like literally a lot of videos of them with rifles near like civilians, sometimes celebrating, sometimes like firing from like not from civilian areas, from where civilians are, like even before they evacuated or anything like that. So to say that they're not using them as human shields is just not. They are like in civilian areas, then they are like for a sliver of a second, they go out, shoot some I don't know RPG, then go back to the civilian areas.
When they did this raid on the Hamda Tower complex, basically the Hamda Tower complex, maybe Egyptians know about this. Hamad Tower complex. It was it's a huge complex. I think it's like 120 sky rises. They have pool there. It was all done with the Qatari money. Okay, Qatar wanted to kind of invest in Qatar. What?
Can I say just like one last thing about the tunnels, because I remember something that very quickly. It's not only that there are tunnels like below hospitals. Tunnels are below everywhere in Gaza. The problem is that the tunnel entrances are near the hospitals or in the hospitals or in the schools, where literally they want for the entrance to be closed. It's that where they are entering there. That makes it
just 30 seconds, and then I'll back to what we just roughly it's
yeah.
I know why you feel worse when you say that you don't have to run the offices. You have a very good defensive system. So let them shoot whatever they want. I don't care.
You should care because about 10 to 15% of them fail. Hold on. But make sure I'm trying to answer. No, please. Egyptian and I was actually, like, it's disrespectful. I was actually, no, but I'm telling you because I'm speaking to it.
Respectable, just like
Oh my God, okay.
Shut up.
Jesus, I cannot talk to anyone.
All right, Daniel. Hi, Jacob, how are you? So, I have a good question. When you say, or the media says that we kill Hamas members and Hamas people, okay, that's fine. Abu Haniya, by the way, is not really that powerful. Who was really powerful?
Okay, I'm sorry. You were saying I don't care about the rockets. And I just wanted to...
If I were you, yes, go ahead.
Egyptian.
Fire rockets to your grandkids.
Exactly. What did I ask just... Fuck you, Ed, that I cannot do it one sentence without being interrupted. My God.
Why are you guys protesting the right to rape fucking Palestinians?
So, I'm saying, for the third time, one thing. Please do not interrupt me. Egyptian. This is like, it's insane that we cannot have a conversation because we are being pulled all the time with like just comments. You want to have a conversation that we all on the same, like, on the same car, or everyone wants to pull to a different direction? Like, otherwise, it's really like, for me, today at least it's unproductive. Maybe for you today it's the right mood, maybe I'm not. So I will just say Egyptian and then I will see if this is the right mood. Egyptian. About 10 to 15% of those rockets fail and they fall on the head of Gaza. Okay? So you should kill. That is it.
Okay,
and usually, and the last one thing, usually when I interrupt, I have like a sentence that I want to say that usually takes 10 seconds. Instead it takes 5 minutes because everybody's piling up like I don't know what. So wait when I'm not saying my 10 seconds and then speak. It doesn't have to be on my 10 seconds.
Can I say something? I'm sorry.
Not that I was fighting anyone, and in Egyptian I muted up and I said thank you, okay? But I don't need to do like extra drama. Just when I try to say a sentence, just let me say a sentence without piling up, that's it.
Well, it wasn't me, by the way, but anyways, I hate interrupting too. Anyways, so maybe I misused the words I don't care if I were you about the launching rockets. Okay, maybe you can care about because 10% and 15%, but it's okay. You should worry. I understand your reasons and I understand so many things you say, but I don't agree with so many strategies of Israel that is doing. But if these people are good at protecting the hostages so far, the majority of hostages are still safety. Nothing proves that they are harmed or something, and thanks God, by the way. I hope this situation will be finished. But if they are good at protecting the hostages, they cannot protect themselves? Of course they can. By hiding, and they are good at hiding. That's why Israel cannot really get them or try to do as much as it can. But at the same time, we have been in this situation for about 10 months. And the only hostages that could back safety, go back to their homes and families, only came by negotiation. That's my point. I'd like to hear.
Hold on. You really think that the idea to not level Gaza and eradicate the Hamas and everybody else, you really think they can? Why do you think they haven't? Because they still have our fucking hostages. They can eradicate that entire little piece of land in 3 fucking seconds and make it become part of the fucking water.
Okay. Fine.
Okay?
No, I think I'm sorry.
Idolizing Hamas. Stop it.
Okay.
You're idolizing Hamas and it's sick.
I tell you what.
They're good at hiding. No, they're good at being little quicky ass bitch hours is what they're good at.
Can I just say
That's
why?
what they're good at.
Let me please.
They want to
tell you what.
somebody and then they want to go run and hide like a little coward.
I tell you what.
They're good at.
I tell you what.
Big bad men like they want to on October 7th.
Yeah, this
And
is
let them go
fantastic.
stand with their chests out and fight like men. But they don't do
Exactly.
that.
Okay, Nikki. Israel.
Stop idolizing them.
Will you please stop? I already got your point. Would you like to have a story?
You sound like a thirsty little fucker.
You don't have to. By the way, I can judge you too. So please stop judging me because I can judge you too. You're stupid.
Idolize them and
I don't care. I don't care about you. Who are you? You understand? Israel can already destroy Hamas in just 1 second, not in 3, as you say. But really wanted to tell me that this is going to be the situation, this is going to be the solution, they are going to have more violence. Friend Swen, Nikki, friend Swen, my question to you, and if you are really wise enough, you will answer me. Friend Swen, military solutions already solved a fucking issue. Go ahead.
Why are you not giving back the hostages?
They will never get hostages with the way you think, okay? Okay, I've done with you. Aziz, go ahead.
Let me speak. Well, guys, I've been listening for ages. Let me just ask a question. Now, we keep talking about the hostages, right? Is that the main priority? Because from what it looks like, the hostages are in Gaza, right? And that's where they're bombing. So it just doesn't add up. Like, we keep hearing that that's the priority, and we can fucking level them, and they are leveling them. They're not leveling them. They are leveling the land. Let's be honest. Like, they're not. And people are saying, oh, they're hiding behind shields. Fuck a shield. The way they're being bombed, they can hide behind Superman and they'll get hit. Like, shields don't matter in this situation. I think we keep going back to sort of the same language, and this is where it's like no one's really addressing the real issue here. Like, we keep saying human shield or hostage, or like it's like the conversation isn't going anywhere, because when you really think about it, where are these hostages? Doing this small strip of land, they're being bombed. Let's say there's a child there and he's a hostage. It's really hostage. It's in Gaza. He's getting bombed right now. What are we talking about? No, but what are we talking? You're bombing the child as well.
What about the kids in the babies that spend their birthdays in Hamas countries? What about them?
I don't
What about them?
What about not interrupting? What about not interrupting?
Egyptian, let me finish, please. I've been waiting for a long time. I don't care about what country flag on the passport a child has, right? I don't care. So if you're bombing children and actually some hostages in Israel, to me, I just think the people that are calling the shots and dropping bombs, where any children are, those people need to be held accountable. Now, if we're sitting here and saying, oh, but they're hiding behind shields, so you're just bomb the level of the place. We have tactical teams for a reason. This is one of the most advanced militaries in the world. They can do land assault, sky assault, all kinds of stuff, where heat-seeking missiles. They can blow a man's head off from 3 miles away. I'm sorry, but we keep hearing the same old stuff that they care about hostages. They don't care about hostages. They're bombing the places where hostages are, and they don't care. These are excuses. I promise you, these are excuses. If anyone can tell me they're not, I want to hear the explanation. But they're all excuses. That's it. That's the truth.
They're all
None of it makes sense.
So these are targeted?
Right. Well, are they missing? Are they missing when they bomb these places?
Well, you said execution. That would imply like a specific person was targeted.
Right. But are you saying that they're missing?
No, I'm saying
right.
They're target location. Because they're trying to hit access points or strategic points that would affect the tunnels underneath and people that might be actual criminals engaged in a conspiracy murder campaign. But if you want to say that if you want to say executions rather than an excuse, right? Excusable killing, right? Excusable genocide. Let's say something like that. You want to say executions, that'd be like, I picked this guy. Like, I want this guy to die because he's important to the Palestinians, or I want him to die because he could oppose me, right? That's an execution.
Right. So this is the issue, right? So let's talk about the number. We don't know what the number is.
That is location based. I don't know where you get execution. Like, seemingly your claim, all you have to show is the list of people that have died and show that these people would be targeted for execution. Not that they're just like, well, who cares, whatever. So important, so go prove the case.
So I don't have a number in my head of the people that died. If I say what you're going to tell me online, so they
What, like 30, 40, what is it, 40,000?
Let's just round it down, because that's would be easier for you.
No, let's go 50,000. You're saying 50,000 targeted execution.
I think it's higher, but I would always round it down.
It's higher. You're right. 100,000 targeted execution.
Let's say 100. So let's target 100,000 targeted execution.
Right. Okay. So you think that they're lying about that? This is like cover up. The October 7th, the hostages.
that's kind of what I guess that's what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
Right. I don't care what the hell is random emotions. I'm being logical. I'm not a nationalist. I don't care about this shit. I'm being very objective. I'm being very objective and grounded in reality when I make this argument. So like when you make these sort of triggering statements, it doesn't do anything for me. It does something for you.
The
But I have
question
to be
you
very
ask
objective when I say what I say.
a church or a hospital or a school was off limits for military target, and I said absolutely not. I said if there's a group in a place planning to kill others, they are not free. They're not protected by whatever building happens to be nearby.
So do you think that is
And then you ask, no, and then your follow-up question is, what danger does Gaza this time of worthless backwater? Whoa, that was your question. What does Gaza? Your question is to me. I'm trying to answer it now. Now you're trying to interrupt. Okay? The question was this: what danger does Gaza pose to Israel? And I'll tell you the exact, very specific danger Gaza poses to Israel. They have kidnapped hundreds of their citizens, and those citizens are without the protection of their state. They could be raped, murdered, sold, mutilated. That is the danger. That is the danger. That is the danger which Gaza. That is the danger. That is the danger which Gaza, the tiny little region, poses to Israel. Great big thing. Which is like, well, if we just keep.
I'm sorry. Can we please talk one by one?
Yeah. I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's just.
Aziz, can you please? I want to also to the conversation. You were saying why would that matter if they use human shields? Like either way, they're bombing everywhere. Is that the question?
Oh, my question was this, right? My question is this. So obviously, first we need to because look, we talk about there's all this conversation about proportional response, how to deal with it. Somebody said we can level the land immediately. So I just want to know, like, obviously there seems to be an immediacy to like bombing Gaza. Like they really do it every single day. They really are bombing the shit out of Gaza, man. And so I wonder, like, they must be really, they're either afraid or worried that there's a threat level in Gaza by the people that live there, right? So I asked, like, how dangerous is this place? Like, are they gonna, like, obviously, yes, on October 7th there was a tragedy, we can admit that 1,000 people died or something like that. We don't know what really happened on that day. The numbers are not clear, but what I asked is, like, is there really
all the numbers are clear, but okay.
Well, okay, well, let's say the numbers are clear, that's what I can say, right? The numbers are clear, 1,000 people died. What? And let's say the hostages are in whatever, so in the Gaza area, where else are they going to go? So they're in Gaza, right? So if there's so I asked the question to the man who said, the threat level is that there's hundreds of hostages in these areas and they're hiding. They're using hostages as so and so. But imagine now, the issue is we want the hostages back. So we are ramping up the amount we're bombing this small area where the hostages are, and then we're bombing the hospitals. That the only place that could potentially heal the hostages if they get damaged in that small area that we're bombing. So for me, it screams that these people that are making the decisions don't actually care about the hostages. If my son was there, like if they stole, let's say Hamas stole my son, and you guys were bombing, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck are we doing, bro? Stop. We're in control of this situation. We control the area. We control the water, the electricity. Where do we control it? What the fuck is going on? You're killing them, bro. You're killing my kids. What? Like even if I didn't care about their kids, at least you're still killing my kids. But it seems as if there's like a blindness when I speak.
Okay. Can you please repeat the question? I asked you to repeat the question.
Right.
To understand why you're doing it.
Let me simplify. So
thank you.
There seems to be. I asked about the threat. He said there's hostages in Gaza. That's why they're bombing them.
Okay. Can you please forget about what he said?
Yeah. So I asked this question. I say, where is the immediacy and urgency to bomb Gaza so heavily if the reason you're actually bombing them is to recover hostages when they're in the place that you're actually bombing? Where is that? Where is that?
Oh yeah. So it's not. So there are two. So that's a really easy question to ask. I think you asked a different question, but that's fine. In your question was something regarding the human shield. In regards to what you said right now, it's not only thing that why Israel went to Gaza. That's not the only thing. Their war aims are very clear. They were declared in the second day, which were right to
But the second way is to eliminate Gaza from, to eliminate Hamas from Gaza. This one will need to involve heavy bombing of Gaza. Why is that the case? Because Hamas's facilities are deeply embedded within the civilian infrastructure. Let me just move him down to the audience really quickly. Soren, please. You are not in the queue to speak. Aziz, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, no, I think, no, I just want to answer. I just want to hear from you guys. I'm trying to understand. When you guys answer, I try to understand. Generally, like I say, oh, there's one is Hamas is a danger, or they have the hostages. I try to think about it and say, okay, what, if I was a strategist, like, why would I, if my priority was certain things, what would I do? And some things just don't add up. For me, it's like, if our main source of hurt is like they took our children, women, whatever, and whatever they did, it was a tragedy. I just don't get how people that claim to be from them as well, be natives and be Israeli, can say, oh yeah, bomb that because we need to level that because like this is such a small
I'm not saying level. Okay, I'm not. Most people didn't just say level Gaza. Most people just say bomb where you need, right? Bomb where you need, where it will give you a military advantage, and do it while trying to minimize civilian casualties. That's what I would say. Now I would also argue that this is exactly what Israel is doing.
Yeah, do you think evidence?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. What percentage
of deaths in Gaza have been attributed to civilians?
It really depends on the numbers.
Not only in this war, but previous ones.
Previous ones before this is also a convention.
Would you say that it's fair to say that the IDF is killed majority of civilians in each of its?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So based on that, if we were just completely unbiased, let's say I was looking at this from the outside, I wouldn't come to the conclusion that they were doing a good job. Right?
No, that's not
that's fair. Just a quick one. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, by the way. I don't mean to.
You do, but that's fine.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'll go. The human shields discussion. Do you think, and I'm genuinely asking a serious question, do you think the IDF has used Palestinians as human shields in the past?
No.
Do you know about the neighboring procedure?
I'm familiar with the neighboring procedure. Yeah.
Okay. This was banned in Israel by the Supreme Court. Exactly because this reason, because a young Palestinian was killed while he was being forced to conduct this procedure, which involves, for anyone who doesn't know, when the IDF goes to the refuge where they're trying to arrest a suspected terrorist man, they will get a neighbor to an innocent civilian, by the way, including young girls in documented cases, young girls and young boys, to come out of their house by force, testimony by their soldiers who spoke, these IDF soldiers. And they will basically put them in front and tell the suspects to come out of the house. Now, what this does is it shields IDF soldiers because they are no longer in the forefront of the danger, the civilian is. Israeli Supreme flashed this from happening in about 2005 because of deaths relating to civilians that the IDF would literal harm's way. Brody, with respect to you, how can you say that this is not human shielding? I can even PTR right now an image of a young Palestinian boy. About a few years ago, with chief of the IDF.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not here, but like. Are you done? Okay, cool. So the neighboring procedure was conducted there just to shield, by the way, not from the military, but for the civilians themselves. Because the idea was that if the soldiers will come to a specific house try to arrest, there will be a shooting between the soldiers and the people that they are trying to arrest or the people that they are trying to capture, right? In this case, what could happen is that the people that are hiding or residing in a particular building can not only can escape, but they can also shoot, and the army can also shoot, and all of the civilians within the houses can also get hurt. In order for that to happen less, they put the neighboring procedure, right? Because if someone else would do it, it wouldn't raise such a huge suspicion. Now, the court ruled against that, right? The court ruled against that because they found that it is really hard to say whether or not the people that are doing so are asking or they are forceful, or that even if they are asking, the people that they are asking for will see it as a threat rather than not as a threat. I'm not saying the word threats. If there were threats, it was against the procedure itself, because the procedure is saying to ask, not to order. Right? This is why it is not human shield. It's not to shield anyone.
You perfectly described human shield.
No. Wait, MK, my mistake. MK, I'm sorry, MK. Do you think human shield means also to protect the civilians where they are trying to attack?
There have been deaths as a result of the
MK, the fact that there are deaths doesn't. No.
Yes.
You have a point in logic. The fact that there are deaths.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
You can look international law if you want. The human shield, neighboring procedure involved threatening. By the way, I put in the comments the testimony of IDF soldier. When he was asked, how would you convince these people? He said no. They said they would harass them, bully them, and even threaten them with arrest. That is not legal. That is morally reprehensible. To get a little girl to stand in front of a supposed terrorist who may be armed and protect your own skin when you're supposed to be the soldier, yes, that is human shield. Rodi, seriously.
As I said, MK, as I said to you before, it is not to shield against. It is not to shield for. It is not a shield for the soldier. It is a shield for the other citizens that can be in that exact same facility. Now, you know the funny thing about it is that if they were
in that situation in danger, is he in danger or she?
He is in danger. No. You're correct. He is in danger.
Sure.
Wait. To put a civilian in danger doesn't mean a human shield, because it has nothing. Because I can tell you why. Because okay, you can. Sorry. First of all, laugh, then give your argument, and then let me respond.
Fair enough. Let me comment on my
Okay, cool. So, in regards to what I said before, it has nothing to do with the soldiers. Actually, the interesting thing about it is that the soldiers can do it by themselves, with probably much more civilian casualties, right? Because in this case, it's not that they are luring someone out, it's that they are literally taking over a specific facility that can result in a shootout where much more civilians can be dead. The problem with that, and why the Supreme Court ruled that out of option, is that when you ask a civilian to perform that, right, to say to everyone to go out, the problem with that is that the civilian in himself would not know if it is an order or a threat, even if it is in a form of a request. And this is why
I did put on which details testimony from an ex-IDF soldier who was talking about this procedure, how they would conduct it, and he literally said that they would threaten sometimes, and they would bully and harass.
And what did I tell you, MK? MK, I did respond to that. What did I tell you? I did.
Do you think it is okay to put a little girl in harm's way of a suspected terrorist? Yeah? Do you think it's okay?
No, I don't think it's okay.
Okay, so what are we disagreeing with then, right? Let's just agree that this is a bad practice. And
okay, few things.
Can you see from here? Because human shielding, at least.
Yeah, so few things. The first thing is that you didn't say.
It's not. I mean, no, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt. I can't.
No, it's okay. The first thing is that we didn't discuss whether or not it was a bad practice. We discussed whether or not it was human shields. And I argue that it is not.
Which you can
And
see.
I argue that I understand your perspective. And now one can say it is not a human shield because it is not supposed to protect the soldiers. It was supposed to protect the citizens or the people that are within that residency. The soldiers could literally bomb that building if they wanted to. This is they literally could snipe all of the people out within the walls. This is why this is not to protect the soldiers, and this sorry, but in virtue of this is not human shield. Now you can say it's a bad practice, and by the way, one second, in that practice, it was the policy was to request, not to order. The fact that commanders or soldiers were ordering and threatening for those things, that just means they did it badly, and that just means that they should be persecuted for that. Maybe it didn't.
No civilian agrees.
By the way, I already said that.
Oh, I know. I just wanted to reinforce that because we're talking about something that the Supreme Court decided in 2005. If it gets implemented, it will be prosecuted. Soldiers will be prosecuted. It's not a standard procedure. We're talking about exceptions. It was outlawed. Okay.
But I'm saying if it was outlawed, okay, look, this is what I'm trying to say, right? Brody, you made a point about it's protecting the civilians, not protecting the soldiers. The individual that is in harm's way is also a civilian. If you're protecting civilians, you need to protect all of them. You can't just select one civilian, completely innocent, to go in harm's way. By the way, I put a definition in the chat of what human shielding is. I'll read it right now. Just give me a minute, I'm driving. A human shield combatant who either volunteers or is forced to shield a legitimate military target in order to deter the enemy from attacking it. Now, are you telling me, Rody, that the IDF didn't have it in their head that if we put one of their own in the line of fire, this may deter them from shooting? From your own words, you said it would because you were talking about protecting the civilians, the surrounding civilians. The combatant wouldn't want to fire because they may cause damage and they may kill other of their own. So that's why they put this civilian in harm's way.
No. Oh my God. No. That's not the reason. No. That's not the reason. The reason is to lure them out without fearing that there will be some escalation. God damn. And yeah,
I don't know what to say. Maybe if you disagree, I don't know what to say.
That's fine.
It's human shield.
It's clearly. No, you know the funny thing is that not only that it's clearly not human shield, it is another. Wait, one second. Not only that it is not clearly human shield, it is also clearly something that tries to minimize civilian casualties again. And this is like how. The fact that it resulted in death of civilians doesn't mean that you're not trying to prevent civilian deaths. If your logic is broken, I can help you repair it a little bit. I can explain to you how it goes. Let's suppose
your morals are
okay, alhamdulillah, my morals are broken. Let me try to explain and then tell me.
Your papers guys are wait. But this is what I'm trying to get across to you, is that this is part of the problem. If we can't even accept from your side that this is human shielding, like how can you accept any concessions from
I explained to you.
Roddy, can you do a recap? Maybe not this weekend?
Yeah, we're talking about human shields of the Palestinian Hamas using human shields. Okay, thank you, Soren. Then we were talking about the human shields of Gazans by Hamas. Aziz had a problem with that for one particular reason. Please don't invite Soren up. I'll move him to the audience for a very good reason. Then Aziz asked something about that. Why would it be matter that they are using human shields? They are literally bombing everything. So with or without human shields, they will still attack. And then MK said that But Israel also used human shields, and then he was talking about the policy of neighboring procedure. The neighboring procedure, for those who don't know, that if they want to arrest or if they want to capture a specific wanted man or a fighter or whatever, and they have like suspicion that this person is in a particular facility, and they are asking some other Palestinians, sometimes elderly, sometimes women, sometimes children, they're asking them to go there, knock on the door, and tell for everyone to evacuate, basically. Now, the problem with that was that a lot of times it came with threats. A lot of times it came with like, if you don't do that, we will arrest you as well, or stuff like that. That made it like forceful rather than a request type of a thing. Now, the policy itself was issued by request. The High Court in 2005 ruled out against it because there are a few problems. The first problem is that you cannot force a civilian to do that, and the second problem is that even if you are not forcing, even if you are just requesting to do that, it would still not be entirely interpreted as a request because he is still a soldier. So yeah. It's really hard to understand. Okay, please 1 second. So right now, the claim is that Israel used human shields with this particular procedure because the reason for that is that they wanted to protect the soldiers from being attacked, right? When they are asking for someone to evacuate the facility.
Exactly my point. Yeah,
right?
Exactly my point.
I know. I believe me, I'm familiar with all of the topics. Yeah, okay. To protect the soldiers, because if the soldiers do that, the wanted man can literally shoot through the window or through the door and kill the soldiers. While if it is a Palestinian, civilian does that, they will be deterred from shooting the door or shooting whatever, right? Or do an escalation.
I just want to say one more thing. I put up the PTR because I asked at the start, do you think the IDF has ever used human shields? If everyone, please look at my PTR right now. That is a Palestinian child tied to the jeep of an IDF soldier to prevent other Palestinians from throwing rocks at the soldiers. This is clearly using human shields. I'm sorry, I think that is exclusive as you can get.
Are you going right now? Are you leaving? Because we can talk about that incident as well.
Well, what year is this? This is like the 80s, and I don't think
yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Rodney, when is this?
I'm just going to suggest something. Ronnie, if you think of this topic, force them to stay on topic, because once you are debating this, they will change to another example. So try to nail them down to this topic, okay? If you're listening now, we're gonna pick your topic of the PTR, but if we pick it up, we're gonna have to discuss it until it's resolved. Don't move the goalposts during the conversation.
I just said I'm leaving. Roman disease can do it. But I did say I was leaving. Maybe you heard that, right?
Yeah.
Any other time, whatever. These guys, may Allah aid you, bro. May Allah help you aid you. Inshallah. And free Palestine, inshallah.
Alright, go for Palestine out.
Yeah. We saw that picture. I just want to know if obviously people are going to get a justification.
I don't know. I actually don't think there is any justification. I think it is like a really bad thing that IDF did. But the funny thing is that if this is what you call a human shield, that you think like what was it? Those armored vehicles, right? The soldiers within those armored vehicles were afraid of some rocks. I think everyone here will think this was lunacy. What did I? No, they were armored vehicles.
And also,
Yeah.
do you really think
They are armored.
Do you really think that Hamas will restrain themselves from attacking because there is a Palestinian
shield. And again, I think intention does matter. Rodi told you that in one instance about the IDF coming and telling people to evacuate so they would not be shot at, they asked civilians to do this. And in this case, maybe Rodi would know more about this topic. I will like all. When Hamas is using the human shields, if they are using them while they are committing like the real offense, okay? So, and that is the difference. They are doing them, putting them around and one of them firing a rocket from an apartment.
I think the issue for me, I think I just want to say one specific thing about the 13-year-old boy who was strapped into the jeep. It is armored jeep, but that's fine. The thing about that is that if anyone thinks that soldiers were afraid of rocks or like tried for other people to deter other people from throwing rocks, this is, I think, lunacy. If this is what they think, what I think actually the soldiers try to do is to humiliate the Palestinians. This is why I say it is wrong. It is a bad thing. But to call that a human shield is, I think, is insanity.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, but I think that's actually what you just said is worse than the human shield.
I agree.
Yeah.
Actually, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's worse than the human shield.
But hold on.
The reality.
Isn't this incident as the one that they were taking someone to the hospital that they considered in the office different?
And I just want to say another thing. If you ask me about how Hamas was, because I have questions about Hamas, I'm very skeptical about how they got so powerful. You know, I have my questions, right? And you guys criticize Hamas, and if you show me specific examples of like them holding a boy or something and then shooting over his shoulder, I would say, wow, that is so bad, right? I would defend them. Like that's not what I would do. Like, you can't give me examples of
I think
like kind of no, you can give me a million examples. Like, give me an example of any use of one throwing a rocket, hitting children or something. So that is what. So give me that example. I would say, damn, that's savage. Like, why are people indiscriminately attacking people in Israel? That's insane. That doesn't make sense. I think my issue.
Hey, Aziz, did you hear about the rockets that were fired like 2 days ago to the area of Tel Aviv from Gaza?
Can I just make my point?
Where's your point? Why can't we? Why? Can you show me one case? No, you asked the question. You said, can you show me?
You have to let me say this one thing. Right? It's a bit unfair. I don't know if that's what we want to keep it. Because I do get cut off and then 3 people speak, and I wait again, and then I speak a little bit, and 3 people speak.
Okay, and now you're wasting your time that we're listening to you on. Fine, just focus on your point.
Right. Well, just it's a pattern. If it was new, I wouldn't say it. So, yeah, if Israel, if Hamas throw rockets at Israel and indiscriminately kill people, I'd be like, well, what the fuck, right? I wouldn't look for excuses. I think this is where I have a bit of, I question things. Because I think you either blindly following something without questioning. There's something going on in your logical reasoning where and I can respect when you say sometimes, okay, that's not right what the military did. Those moments I can respect. Because listen, what I think Israel are capable of pulling off this job that they're trying to do by truly minimizing civilian casualties. I think they're more efficient than they're making it out to be. Like they can do it in a better and cleaner way. I believe that. And if they want to pull it off, they can probably do it with very few deaths. In my opinion, I believe that. I believe they can sort of take over that small piece of land and not kill many. They can kill like maybe 160 people and take it over. I think they can do that. I think they have enough intel, resources, and everything. So when they just kill 60,000, to me, it's just like a very dirty job. And I just think when you just said it, and it sounds like I don't think people are
you want me to go back to the topic?
So whatever topic you guys choose now, just let's stick to one topic. As this, I will let you and Yaakov decide on please on one topic. I don't think so.
He wants that to be the topic.
No problem. I will do that. But just pick up the topic and let's stick to it.
I think we can move from the shield and we can move to the how appropriate the number of deaths is in an attempt to complete their mission. That's what I think.
Isa, can you change even the title of the room so we could actually talk about the casualty deaths in Gaza? The number of casualty deaths or something like this? Let's work with them in an experiment. We'll actually try to focus on something that we think. So, one kind of story. Yeah, do you want to address or Asidish can just start us with a new topic and we'll kind of do a, what you want to address?
He introduced the topic. He thinks that Israel could do a much better job, cleaner, if I'm understanding your question, cleaner and quicker, and just it would be a lot less death if Israel chose to do it that way.
Right.
Right. So that's what you're saying is a conscious decision by Israel to not take the cleaner path, not take the path that would result in less death, but to take a path that makes it longer and kills more people. Correct?
No, don't. That's it.
I'm asking you. Yes. Are you saying yes? Am I correct? Okay. What motivation, given all that's occurring in the world and the reactions to this thing, what motivation would there be for Israel to not do it as good as possible and as quickly as possible? Why would they take the second route, the one that you say that they're doing, because they're not doing it as clean, they're not doing it as quick, and they're not, they should be killing far less people. What motivation would be for Israel to do the wrong thing?
Right. It's a good question. The proof is in the pudding here, right? There's this threat that Israel is under by this organization called Hamas. And the big objective is to destroy Hamas, not to kill civilians, right? I'm assuming that's what the plan is, right? So what logic would there be to kill so many civilians? Now, so that was your question, like, what would be the incentive to do it the bloodier and the slower and the longer way, right? Now, I say this. I say that the threat level isn't as high as they make out. I think that the people that were running the regime are don't have as clear consciousness as they have misled the people to think. They don't have a clear conscience. They know it's a bloody campaign. They know that the excuses we're in danger.
Okay, just one second, Jacob. Aziz, you can address this question, but then I'm asking you to land back towards the topic. That is it.
Right. So just briefly summarize, because someone intervened just briefly. What was the question? I'll answer very briefly.
Can I make a comment, please, since they're all confused about what they're talking about?
Yeah, just do your
Bro, I'll bring us back on topic with my question, or with my comment. Bro, I don't know if you've ever heard, there's this thing, yeah, I've been listening to you guys for a while, and you're getting off topic. So here, let me say, hey, Isa, what do you think? Can I talk, Isa?
Yeah, he's been trying to chime in, and you guys are deviating the topic. I think that this question is going to be very quick, and then we can mute up again, and you guys can go at it.
Try to answer the question.
No,
There's this saying when you hire somebody to work on your house: good, fast, cheap. Pick two. Okay. So if you pick good and fast, it's not cheap. If you pick good and cheap, it's not fast. That's how it works, right? So I would say that this idea that somehow Israel's going to go in there and be more specific and kill less people in the process of targeting the exact people they want and succeeding in their task, I would say that you could argue that good, fast, cheap, change that to specific, fast, and low Israeli casualties, okay? So specific and fast results in high Israel casualties. Specific and low Israel casualties results in a slow mission. Those three things cannot coincide. There is no way. The initial response this guy gave, the initial thing this guy said, which was totally wrong, is that he thinks it could be more specific and quicker. No, if it could be quicker, they would do it, especially if it requires to be more specific. They would even spend the money to do that. But it can't be that. And anybody that has ever been involved in war or served in the military, any of that, would understand that what he's saying is complete fabrication. It's just like it's like a pipe dream that can never occur.
That's Mike. Actually, that is
I
one point.
said that, there's no impetus for Israel to do it slow, and there's no impetus for Israel to kill any more than they need to. It's just not a conscious decision that Israel would make. Any army would make.
But also in order to limit the amount of casualties that are incurred in the war on the enemy side, Israel would increase their own casualties. In other words, it would require more specificity, require them to go on the ground, door to door, case by case, means they're going to lose more people. Israel's not going to sacrifice their own soldiers to save innocents on the other side at all. They're not going to do it. They'll sacrifice other things, but not their own soldiers.
Right, and I would also say that
Say that again. Repeat that.
Casualties, it would also be casualties on the other side. It's combined casualties. So when you do it quicker and you do it much more force, casualties on the Israeli side as well as casualties on the other side, including civilians, would increase. So there's just no way to do it. There's no reason they would consciously decide to do it the way, other than the most optimal way that the generals decide to do it.
That goes against what he just said.
It doesn't.
He literally just said, he said that casualties, so when you go with higher force, then there would be more casualties on both sides. Is that correct?
Yeah, but he's right. Specifically said the Israeli side.
He's saying, yeah, but we're saying both sides, so general.
What is an higher force?
Yeah,
I actually don't even believe that, but that's fine.
Yeah, so again, it's just, you kind of make a point that, it's also to the sense that this is arguably one of the most, if not the most advanced military in the world, right, outside of the United States, but funded by the United States. So, I don't know anything. I'm not gonna. No. It's not funded. Fine. It's supported by the United States.
It doesn't matter.
How about that?
Again, we're talking about the death. No.
I'm going in. So the eight, this thing when it comes to the whole, you guys made this analogy about 8 people coming to rape a woman and take her or whatever, right? And it doesn't make sense because you're assuming that all 8 are involved in this. But the idea in war in general is that if you're shooting the bullet, the better question would be if you were to come back to that house after they did that and you killed one of the soldiers plus 3 of their siblings and their daughter, you're like, how would you feel about that? Because you killed the people that you wanted to kill, but you also killed innocent civilians. So
the scenario. The scenario is that those 8 are all complicit.
Yeah, but how does that make sense?
One second.
What's happening at the war at all?
One second. That they are all complicit, and that they also saying we will come, whatever the job we didn't finish now, we would, like, if you feel like one of us, the rest of us will come back and finish the job. You cannot change the scenario. That's the scenario that is represented.
Right. That's for sure. But again, that scenario is an assumption that the analogy that all Palestinians are wrong and what
No, that is not an analogy.
Yes, it is.
Stop it. It's not
what it is. So
it's
then
not an
why
analogy.
are
So
we
you know
talking
what?
about 8 people?
So
Why are
hold
we
on,
talking about 8 people?
relax.
It doesn't make sense, dude.
Samet, first of all,
It really doesn't make
hold on.
sense.
Hold on, everybody. Samet, first of all, you don't need to shout, okay? We're all here to have a conversation. Can you answer? No, because you misunderstood. It wasn't an analogy. If you want, Isa would say again, it wasn't an analogy. Can you try and answer? It's like a thought experiment.
Yeah.
I'm literally responding to him. Why can't I say something? I would like to clarify what my thinking.
Summer, one second. Just rules. Please, one second. Just a rule for the room. Please no interruptions. The only one that can interrupt are mods. If someone interrupts the mods, he will be dropped down to the audience. Okay? Those are the new rules. Cool. Go ahead. Sorry.
So 1 second. So if we already already had this rule, so in order for anyone to talk and they want to talk, please signal us by doing with the mic, like mute on mute, and then we know to hand up the mic, exactly like Rodi is doing. So you don't need to jump in or be aggressive, just flash us and we'll let you know. Lasana, go ahead.
So,
Right,
It's just a permanent, but yeah, go ahead, Sam.
the only thing I was going to clarify, Samir, is that your scenario would be okay if Israel were targeting civilians. They're not. They are targeting Hamas people. They're targeting the 8 that came to the house to raid. Now, if they happen to be around people because they think that if they put themselves in the middle of the school, surrounded by children, they're not gonna get them because Israel is supposed to care about their people before their own, then that's a different situation because it's not Israel targeting innocent. It's the bad guys hiding behind innocent and putting them at risk. So Israel is not assuming that all of them are Palestinians. Israel is not going after Palestinians. The guy in the house is not going after the Palestinians. He is going after the 8 guys, and the 8 guys are choosing to hide themselves in places where people will get hurt.
But again, you kind of like assuming that they did that. So but what if those 8 guys? I think it's better to say if those 8 guys go somewhere because you're saying, would it be okay to kill all those 8 guys? Absolutely.
All right, let's
like
say
if
that.
hold on, I'm still talking. Just chill. Absolutely. And I think that makes perfect sense. I think if any logical situation when you have the bad guys and you can get all of the bad guys all at once, absolutely. But the better question to ask, and why I was confused by the statement and kind of like the shaping of the question, was it's better to say that these 8 guys flee, and when they flee, they take someone with them. Are you okay with bombing, let's say, one of their houses or one of their areas, knowing that there's a certain amount of innocent people that will die along with that? And that is what we call in war, what is it called? Casualties of war? Is that what they call it? Not casualties of war. There's like a phrase.
Collateral damage.
Collateral damage, exactly. Yes. So I see.
The reason why I said that example is because we were only talking about the numbers. So someone was saying that it's unfair to talk about 2,000 Israelis versus 30,000 in Gaza. So
it's a much tougher kind of decision to make, right? Like in the sense of like collateral damage. There's a famous movie called Fog of War. It's a documentary, and it's about literally the dropping of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And it's like this whole situation on it, this idea of collateral damage. And I beg people to, it's very similar to my guy named Robert McNamara. It's called The Fog of War, Robert McNamara. Robert McNamara was...
Is collateral damage? I mean, they were literally targeted, like...
I know, but you just watch the movie. It's a very, I posted just, you can watch a clip if you want online where he talks about it. But it's very interesting, and I think a lot of people will probably get a lot of insight, especially when it comes to this.
I think the case that it's more like related to reality with the case of Gaza, Hamas, PJ, and the tactic is, for example, firing rockets and posing a threat. It's not just hiding in civilized areas, civilian areas. It's not just the hiding. It's also while they are posing a threat, like launching missiles or RPGs, they will do it from within. So in order for the threat to be eliminated, there are sometimes civilian casualties, but not because there was also any other choice, because they are firing rockets and they are using human shields. Yes, it's horrible, but this is more the scenario than just, oh, there's a Hamas guy there sleeping with 100 people, let's bomb the building. No, that is not the case. This will be evacuate people, and then the Hamas, basically like we did in this Ahmed story that I was trying to kind of share before. We're gonna circle the entire neighborhood kind of around it, and then we send out speakers on drones drones to kind of ask people to evacuate through areas that they would have to go through some sort of a checkpoint. This is how we could arrest some people, and some of them tried to escape through other areas where they got shot. Some prevented others from leaving, and some remained, and then they sometimes stayed with families and were basically having an active fight with the IDF from within a home. And I can show you also how the IDF, they are more precise, so they were able sometimes to target the person while the people in the other room, his own family, would be able to go without a scratch. And you would also be able to see them leaving the building, going to the IDF to get medical care.
Can I just say, I don't think the threat level from Hamas is high enough. This is in my opinion, right? If I was a general or whatever, I don't think the threat levels from Hamas is high enough to justify the death of that many children, in my opinion. Genuinely believe that.
What do you mean? So many children? How many? What is the number? Let's talk about the death. Mentioning children.
Let's say it's 1,000.
No. Okay. I understand, but we will not. I will just explain to you. Aziz, we just explained to you. Our mission is not about revenge, okay? It's to bring our hostages back. No, it's not. You think like this, and I'm trying to explain to you. So listen for a second, and then you will be able to understand me, and don't think in my behalf what you think I think. I am trying to keep it short. Usually I do 2 sentences. You will just mute up. I will be able to finish those 2 sentences. We are not coming out of sense of revenge. We are coming for 2 missions: to bring our hostages back and to restore safety, to remove the threat that is Hamas. That's it.
But it goes sort of back to the thing where are those? They are in that place.
That is, now you're going into the details. Right, the reason that we have a war, but listen, this is why I didn't go into a long, no, Aziz, hold on. This is why I didn't go into it. Hold on, no, because this is why I didn't go on a long speech and I gave you those big points, because we are talking about the death in Gaza. There is a reason that there is a war in Gaza. The reason is that we have 2 objectives, which I stated. I don't need to repeat them. We cannot stop this war until we meet those objectives. So, yes, the others, we don't know whether, it doesn't really matter. Aziz, you need to understand, and this is why I'm doing it very logically, because I want to stay on topic.
Right.
If you want to, you're talking about why there are deaths in general, because you said, even 1,000 is enough. Yes, people die in wars. We didn't start this war, and we cannot end this war. Hamas, on the other hand, both started this war and can end this war tomorrow.
But okay, can I just say one thing? I have to go. I think the soldiers should die in the war, not the civilians. That includes the hostages that have been taken for
understand. So you can come back. You want something, and then I'm describing you what is happening on the ground.
Because I didn't agree with you, but I didn't cut you off.
It's not about agreeing. I don't need to agree. We both agree. Everybody here agrees that women and children should not die.
Right, but
You don't need to convince us.
Just because you contest one thing about I'm saying, that isn't my point. You're going to contest a load of things I say, which you don't agree with. So naturally, when you speak, the longer you speak, the more things I disagree with you on. But I give you the respect and I'll cut you off. I told you I'm about to leave. I just think that there should be an emphasis on ground invasion, and you can say soldiers' lives are at risk, but then we are bombing. You're talking about they're bombing where the children are, the hostages are. The Israeli hostages are being bombed right now. Right, you know that, right? Where are these women and children that they put pictures of, saying, get this child back, you're bombing them. Because the soldiers are too scared to fucking go into themselves. So, we're not trying to risk the lives of men. Are you on the
First, wait, this is like insanity.
That is so
This is like insanity.
We don't want to risk the lives of men.
The first thing. Okay, let me just mute everyone here really quickly. Aziz, the first thing is that the problem is not with disagreements. The problem is with rambling and that you are like saying obvious stuff. And you, unlike Daniel, talking paragraphs. The second thing is that, well, I wouldn't even go to our disagreements because it's not about the disagreement. Right now, it's like about how you conduct yourself. And let's make it please by point. It seems like Daniel was very pointed. Right now you are talking about like something else. It seems.
Okay, then if you are leaving, there is no point of engaging in a conversation. If this is not a space where you just come and dump all your shit and then you leave, because then you leave us with an open question. So if you're willing to engage, then we can engage with you. But if you're just saying, I'm just here to say what I have to say and then I will leave, that's not a conversation.
Okay.
That's just
Fair enough, respect. I won't leave you there, but let's hope we will have a clean conscience and we're doing this, with a clean.
Yeah, and since you chose the topic, and all I asked during the entire time is that we stick on the topic that you're the one that chose this. And now you're talking about the hostages, and when you're talking about the death in Gaza, you're not talking about the hostages, because they're not counted there.
Okay. Let me add it. Let me make it clear for each of you understand.
Hold on.
Because
it was also just, it is not just an aerial campaign. There were so many soldiers on the ground. To say it's not a ground war is just belittle actual facts on the ground, literally on the ground.
Forget even about that. Literally that.
I have to go. I hope you have a clean conversation on this.
alright, go. I'm gonna help.
Yalla. Shukran. Yaakov, it's not even about that. Some targets are literally only
I understand.
can be targeted aerially.
So it's made the statement they're not fighting soldiers against soldiers on the ground. It's just nothing could be further from the truth. Sometimes we have to just call bullshit for what it is.
That's true. But the funny, like there is like another like funny thing about it is that they think that all military advantage is just combatants. That's not the case. I have no idea why people think that.
Egyptian racist stand. Somebody else
One
before.
second. Before Egyptian, 1 second, sir. 1 second. Okay. I think Sarnesh wanted to speak before Egyptian, and I'll give Egyptian time to speak. Sarnesh, go ahead.
thank you, Rodney. I think I don't know from where you are, but because we as Iranians we live with this kind of people, we know what is on their brain and we know exactly what they are saying. You can tell them all your life what you were saying or what that is trying to say. They are not going to accept it. They want to go without telling to anyone, killing some people Sorry?
Good afternoon or good evening.
Good evening, Yaakov.
No, this is the first time you come to the room. We don't need to curse in America.
No, Yaakov, it's first time I
That's
think
alright.
I'm
My manners
He's a
is
good
what I
friend.
do.
He's a gentleman. Well, I'd like to say so many things, but please.
Bring it on fire.
In general. The problem is that Israel really losing. I'm not talking about military things. I'm talking about so many things. If Israel, as Daniel says, and the first thing that Israel said after 7th of October, we have two targets, finishing Hamas, releasing the hostages. I understand their motivations. The problem is that with military actions, this is not going to be helpful. We have been in this situation for almost a year, 10 months now, with military actions, which didn't help. So, logically, there must be another way, especially that this negotiation really released so many hostages from Israel and Palestine too. Finishing Hamas is not really that easy, because simply they have their reasons. They want to have the declarations, they want to have some states, they will always struggle. And the problem is that what Israel is doing is creating more hate towards Israel, meaning so many people from Palestine, they're going to be welcome to have any revenge by one way or another. Simply
so
because
fucking boring.
Yeah,
Egyptian.
Like
heard this like you're no,
all
hold on.
introduction to
Egyptian. 1 second. 1 second. Listen. We know each other, okay? We heard like we've been in this for like 9 months, and you are giving us like a sandwich of nothing, okay? Israel is losing. It's like propaganda. We're trying to go deep into facts about the topic, which is the death of Gaza, and you go on to this propaganda like manifest, which it has nothing. It completely was. But now we said nothing. When Rodi interrupted, like, okay, it's not just me. It's like you said nothing.
I'm trying to tell you why I'm saying this.
Okay, what are you saying? Make a point. Can you make a point that is shorter? It doesn't have to be 3 minutes. You can just make a point and then we can address it.
Here, my point is that two things. The method that Israel is following is not successful for achieving their goals. Second, my generation, which is 30 years, and the next generations already were about to like or to agree that Israel is there, and why not we having peace with them? Why not we cooperate more? Why not all the things? But once that 7th of October happened, so many generations now after me now change their mind.
So you're saying the 7th of October. So listen, Egyptian. I think you are very close to finding the solution. 7th of October that was created by Hamas and Iran was launched against Israel, a horrible massacre. And you're using this date to say that since then, Israel, people are hating Israel and becoming anti-Semitic. Do you see that this is the plan? Do you understand that every time you guys come that we are losing the PR war, you're basically admitting of this entire enterprise of brainwashing that you are victims of also?
What are you talking about? I don't follow. I know what you're talking about.
I get it. But everything that you were saying, like I'm trying to kind of bring it in a very simple. Like, yeah.
Motivating you to say this is, oh my God, look at all the deaths, look at everything that's, I mean, Israel's in the wrong, Israel needs to stop. But from my perspective, that's what Hamas wants. They want
They'll
to
do
protest
anything.
the
Why is the world not? We keep on coming back to this not. Why is the Arab world not saying, you know what? This doesn't represent us really well. We don't really.
This is not the way.
And we will to stand up and say, Hamas, get back to hostages. That was
No.
not fair.
I want to say way more basic.
We already fought against Hamas. We already started.
Egyptian,
That's just the way I wanted to frame.
I want to try something similar. Okay. Let me try this. So Egyptian, Hamas, when they launched, there is not I really can't say it. Hamas launched this brutal attack, which included like horrible things that they also, as you know, or I mean, broadcasted, and they some of the victims, they took their phones and went on Facebook Live to broadcast to their families and friends how they're being, like they did horrible thing, how they paraded them in Gaza and filming it and showing it to the world. Their blow in terms of like magnitude and size was huge, okay? Like, you know, remember they had Gilad Shalit and what was happening in Israel? So they didn't have one hostage that was a soldier, hold on. They took more than 200 people. They slaughtered people. They did horrible, like just like complete slaughter, like complete madness, the most vile, disgusting thing that you've seen. And they knew that there would be a retaliation. Okay? Hamas knew. Not only knew, it was the plan.
Yes.
And I think this is part of the things that you guys are like in denial to accept. You are so obsessed with attacking Israel that you don't understand that you are the ones sacrificing the Palestinian people. Because you are telling that Hamas that actually it works. Their strategy, which is in the West, is a tragedy. For example, a civilian's death, like a child. For them, it's used because you guys are proving every day how the more civilians, like, you know, when I talk to people and I ask them why they're pro-Palestinian, because the women and the children and, you know, the genocide, and even you, the Israel is bad. You're not talking about, like, who's right and who's wrong. You're not talking about the things that are not comfortable for you, like the hostages, like the threats over and over again, like them sending rockets from within. Like, you don't care about the Palestinians. And this is like the madness here.
Daniel, you always want me to repeat myself. I don't know why. I already told you I'm not with Hamas, and I already told you that what they did is
You didn't understand me, or I will just say it again. I'm saying that you are incentivizing Hamas. I'm not saying that you are knowingly. I'm saying that many people that their heart is in the right place are being taken advantage.
From my side, yes. Okay.
Yes. Being taken advantage of, and you know, your humanity is being taken advantage of without, you know, whenever I come here on stage, we talk, it's about emotions. It's not about facts. It's not about the detail. It's the women and the children and targeting and all the genocide, you know. But this is why I'm trying to talk facts and logic. No, hold on. This is why I'm trying to choose a topic, and I don't care if you will change the topic and you will choose a topic. But then we're going to facts and try to debate something not with emotion and then try to use another emotional plane.
Okay.
This is why we're trying to focus on something like this.
Forget about all these emotional things. Let's talk about Gilad Shalit that you have just mentioned and see him as a example. How did Gilad Shalit come? He came with negotiation after 2 or 3 years, right? And when you really
5 years.
What? 5 years.
He was
Okay.
captive in 5 years.
Okay, so my point.
Or retired.
Something like that, approximately, Daniel?
More than 1,000 people, one of them is in the wild. And also Egyptian.
42.
And also I want to tell you, Egyptian, I don't know if you know, there was like a terror attack, I think like a week ago in Israel, when a guy just kind of was driving on the road, took a firearm and just two cars that were there. This guy was released in the last hostage deal that Hamas wanted so bad. The innocent child that went and now murdered. So hold on. Sinwar cost us also 7th of October. You're talking about the deal. Let's talk about the details of the deal. Okay, yes, I agree with you. Deal is great. What are the details of the deal, Egyptian? Go ahead.
Okay, I will tell you
I agree with you.
I will
What is the
tell you
deal?
more. Okay,
Go ahead.
I will tell you more that when Gilad Shalit was released, one of the people whom are released from the Palestinian side was Yahya Sinwar himself. So I understand what you say. I totally understand.
I just said it. I'm trying to ask you what are the details of the deal? Because saying something, let's have a deal, you will say, okay, what is the deal? It's not just a ceasefire deal. Yeah, it's a nice title, but what each side agree to.
Well, the problem
What are the details? What are the yes?
The problem here is that you are talking about a very far away aim. We need now a very short aim, which is releasing the hostages. If I,
Yes,
I'm
literally become a ceasefire
really
deal.
honest with you. I'm really honest with you. And I really need this situation will be finished, and it's gonna be for the best for both sides. Not only
Great.
the
Great. You offer a ceasefire deal. Yes, but what are the terms that you offer?
This is a way out because it is not only
I understand, Egyptian. I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to go to the details. What do you mean by a ceasefire deal? What are the terms?
Give back the hostages. Terms? By the way, there's no interruption. Terms, just like ceasefire. And I totally understand that so many names of the people to you. So you can have a middle conversation.
What do you mean to me?
Your side.
What do you mean to my side? Someone that murdered someone.
The Israeli side.
No, hold on. So I want to understand something. I want to understand something. If someone kills someone, and it's a Muslim that killed the Jew, so for the Jew, it will be considered a killer, but for you, it will be considered like an innocent civilian?
Yes, I understand.
What do you mean for us? He was convicted for like killing 6 people. Or like this guy yesterday, like 2 weeks ago, the guy that I told you, that went on the highway and started just randomly firing at people, killing a guy and injuring another guy. I just want to understand, you said according to me, no, listen. I think that it's really important, also your point. You said according to me, or to our side. And yes, and I ask you to your side, a person like this, what do you call this?
Fuck him, I don't care. All I care about, concessions must be taken from both sides in order to have a deal. That's my point.
No, I think that you are deflecting, because you try to say that we call them terrorists. So I will ask you, how would you call the guy? I care. I ask you, how would you call him? An innocent civilian or a terrorist?
Call them whatever you want. Do you want your hostages or not?
I'm asking you, you are not, I'm asking you just how would you call it? You don't have to answer, but don't deflect.
I don't care. I honestly, this is nothing I'm talking about. This is not what I'm thinking of, about calling them whatever you want. Call them.
Yeah, you said Egyptian again. I told you, you don't have to answer, but you don't need to now go on a rant that you deflect. Just say, I don't want, I don't care. That is enough.
I don't care about care.
That is enough. I got it. I got it.
I very much hope Benjamin Netanyahu do not make a deal with them, because that deal means sooner or later they will stay together, they will make it harder, and they attack against you.
I tell you why.
What the world must understand is the nature of those kind of people which we have in that power. And they are related very much to the RRGC, which is the Islamic regime in my country. They are not going to stop ever. You make a deal, 1 year, 2 years, they are going to make again same killing machine they sent to 7 October to Israel to kill people. They are going to do again. So before you or your people in Israel suffer again, you must kill them. You don't have any other option, unfortunately. Because they don't understand.
Fine. Okay, kill them.
Egyptian,
kill you too.
I have next to me people from Egypt. As soon they came in 7 October, I was with his accent, like with foreign accent. Yeah, they did very good. You are going to help them. You are going to kill the Israelis. Fuck the Israelis. What the fuck? You are living in this fucking country in UK and you are speaking bad about those people who are helping you. So, people are going from Palestine to Israel, walking them, make the fucking money, coming back and saying you want to help Palestinians to kill Israelis?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't understand, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just say, by your nature, by your investigation, the Jews are understanding and they want to accept Israel as a state or as a country and can stay there. But I know by facts, the Egyptian born, not 4 of them, 10 of them, because they work next to me. 1 kilometers. We talked, not forget about Sweden, in UK, United Kingdom. And with this much information and things they are saying in this country, as soon 7 October happened, they was very much happy and they say, fuck Israelis, we are going to help them, we can crush them, we are going to kill them. Hamas is right. He's a young fucking boy.
People from Egypt? People from Egypt?
Yes, yes.
Will you please provide your proof?
I cannot show you to USA. I'll take it to you. I'll take you to my friend, which is from Egypt. Yeah? And we just open the discussion and begin. Okay?
So just the individual person you met who were happy about that, that means that all Egyptians are fine with that and all the same? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. It's not that. You say the youth are like that. Is the same. So maybe you want to say, yeah, everything's okay, we want to fix it. But the people who are in power and ordinary people, because they are not well informed from all these fucking bullshit happening everywhere, and Hamas or, I don't know, Genocide, put in your brain what you want to hear, they become anti-Israel. Unfortunately.
Anti-Israel.
Yeah.
It's not about that. It's not about anti. It is about our interest. It's about our borders, our security, and all those things. And if you wanted to prove what you say, please provide us with your proof. And let me tell you something. Why Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want this ceasefire, doesn't want to have a deal, doesn't want all these things, because all he cares about is political position. That's my view.
How can he put a deal? How can he put a ceasefire deal, man? Bring back the give back hostages back.
I'm sorry, this is like a little bit weird. In my opinion, all the people that think that all of those deals are not some type of a theater, some type of a theatrical nonsense mumbo jumbo, that just there for like political purposes and nothing else, I think is delusional. It is a very obvious fact that Israel will only accept a deal if Hamas will no longer be in Gaza, if it will allow Israel either to continue the war or that Hamas literally admits defeat and surrenders completely, or that conversely from Hamas will only accept a deal if Israel will stop the war and they will continue to rule in Gaza. In virtue of those incompatible demands that both of the people have and both of the sides have and both of the sides will not compromise on, talking about deals is completely useless. It is only there for political theater.
Okay, but this is the only way out, Roddy. Your hostages came out just by negotiations and deals. And by the way, okay, it's your opinion.
There were literally some what do you call it, operations that rescued hostages. 7 of them, by the way.
7 out of how many?
7 out of 240 plus.
So 7 out of 240 in 8 months. Do you really think that this number is right? Is good?
I'll tell you something. You need to understand.
Not even sure what you mean, right?
You need to understand Hamas a bit better, okay? In the first wave, first of all, after the first wave that we had, like the first deal, they still remained with hostages. So that didn't affect, like, being without hostages and being with some hostages is a big difference. This is one. Second of all, just 2 points, I'm really short, promise you.
Okay.
Second of all, so one thing is that they still remain with hostages. That was the first point. The second point is that in the first round they released the people that were more of a PR failure, which is children and elderly and handicapped and like people like this that they wanted to stay only with men and women. So that's it. Those are the 2 points.
So I'd like to ask you a question. What's the solution? How will this conflict will end? And don't tell me big words like eliminating Hamas and releasing hostages. My question: how will you do that and for how long?
I want to Hamas should be eliminated. Hamas should be eliminated.
Yes, okay, how?
You're being
They will die, man. They will die. Israel will kill them. Don't worry. Israel will.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's just like because I need specific words, a specific plan. I see that for 8 months now, nothing of what Israel declared of their aims they could achieve.
No, you're saying nothing. You're saying again binary, okay? But there is progress. They are destroying the tunnel system. They are taking more and more parts of Gaza that they put checkpoints that you want to cross. We know who you are. We arrest people. We take down leaders. Like, no, there is progress. Yes, it's not done yet, but it's not the same as the strength of Hamas or NATO.
Also, the military intelligence that has come out of this dinner.
You can. Well,
yes, intelligence. We took over the Philadelphia border corridor, so we can now manage no import of new weapons to Hamas. So they're like, yeah, there are achievements, but yes, it takes time.
Okay, please mark my words, and we will see by time what you say and what I say. I tell you that this conflict will be ended sooner or later by deals and negotiations. Because this is what happened with Gilad Shalit, this is what happened with the previous hostages, this is what happened.
You cannot compare. I understand. I suggest to you, Egyptian.
Wait, we have time.
I will say one sentence. From Kamala Harris. What can be is unburdened by what has been.
Okay, I have just.
So the fact that something happened in the past, you cannot really compare Gilad Shalit to 7th of October. Not even.
All right, Egyptian. I just want to throw something in there.
Just 1 second, please. Why, if Israel says is really not having or doesn't want to have a deal, and it says that the deal is not really good, okay, why?
Israel is not saying that.
Israel
is not saying that.
What you're saying?
Actually, it's the opposite. Hamas is not willing to send people to the negotiation on Thursday.
And they also, previously in the last thing, when Israel accepted what Biden put forward as a framework, Israel accepted it, and then Hamas added 17 additional criteria to it. Israel added none already. The last news report I read was 17. Who knows? If it's more, it's more. The fact is, it's more than one. It's more than zero, I should say.
You didn't listen to my question. My question, I got from your words. Let me please. I got from your words.
How much is that going to be?
Are not going to be practical and not really good solution for this end. Okay, why then Israel sends its negotiation team?
Because they want to prove the fucking war. There are a bunch of fucking assholes who must want to have a peace. Simple as that.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. Please don't shout, okay?
Okay, Israel doesn't need a deal with the terrorist group. They won't make it like a deal.
I would like to contribute to the
Then why they
conversation.
send their team? I really wonder.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Why not? Why
Well,
not?
yes, if you say that the deal is not going to be successful,
say-
no deal,
I
not
did
your side, your side. I'm
saying that Hamas will not agree to it, and we have no problem with sending some from our team, like,
Daniel, can we close? Because Egyptians said some way or another he believes this is going to end by negotiation. I think you have a different point of view. Many people have
No, I don't know.
I don't know, exactly. So talking about what ifs, prognosticating the future. Yeah, I think it's going to be different.
I'm not doing prophecy for
Exactly. Yeah, I've been tapped on the shoulder by Hashem to be able to do that. So.
No, I have been, but
Okay, sorry, I forgot you're blue.
That's only for pay.
Maybe we should move on.
All right, so
I want to wait for whatever Israel tells, that will be the deal. Wait for a few days.
Yo, John, when you contribute, just make sure it's like intellectual, something refreshing, maybe.
No. Malcolm, please go to the point. This is really starting like this is like the bad idea.
That's our job.
I hear you.
I just want to say thank you for your
some encouragement, some healthy
Thank
encouragement.
you for your sorry for interrupting. You all take care, and I hope
Thank you so much.
Benjamin never ever make this with terrorists because they are going to be.
Malcolm, are you
I will tell you next time I meet him.
Yeah, are you Ish?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Oh, yeah, how are you? This is another cut. Okay, I'll add you.
Yeah, definitely, brother.
Well, the Egyptian, but you know.
Be careful with
No, he's a good guy, I guess.
We warned you. Okay, go ahead, Egypt.
Let's hear a determination.
Yeah, you're a grown man making your own decisions.
Yeah, so Israel is going to continue with a policy that isn't consistent with the non-escalation policy of the United States, right?
Okay, no, stop. Can you elaborate on this?
I said one fucking sentence.
Yeah. I would love to elaborate.
What do you think I'm going to do, Daniel? I'm going to elaborate. That's the whole point of me speaking.
Okay.
Sometimes
right. The non-escalating thing. I'm fascinated now about that we are going on a non-escalating. Can you elaborate? Thank you.
All right, so again, America, non-escalation policy. Israel is going to continue with a policy that is inconsistent with that of non-escalation. Okay? An example in recent history, all right? The Golan Heights was attacked, a territory formerly seized from Syria thanks to a security pretext. A security pretext will be taken advantage of during this conflict, but nonetheless, an attack happened in the Heights, right?
No.
And after the attack happened in Golan Heights, Israel had options as to how to respond, right? And they decided to attack, in spite of the non-escalation policy of the U.S., two capitals in one day, Beirut and Tehran.
When does Israel report to the U.S.?
No, hold on.
They don't have to report to the U.S.
I understand the escalation. What is the definition of an escalation? Response is an escalation? What would you consider escalating, and how would you define what is escalating and what is not?
Well, when the conflict, right, arrives at a point where it becomes more intense, that's considered
How do you define what is more intense?
Missiles, right? If missiles that weren't being sent from Iran, right, now have to be considered because the Iranians
I'm talking about the attack from Lebanon. Listen, we're talking about Lebanon, okay? And you said that we escalated.
No, now you're limiting it to Lebanon. We were talking about the Middle East, but let's limit it to Lebanon. Why not?
You were talking about the Golan Heights. You were rambling for like a minute and a half about it. I'm talking about what you chose to talk about. You started with the escalation, then I asked you an example. You gave me this example, and now we're going you chose it. So, can you explain why is it making it escalation when Israel responds to something like this?
Listen, a response itself is not escalatory, so you're misrepresenting my position. I'm not making sense.
Okay, so what I asked is what makes it
escalatory.
My question was what make so I asked you what is the parameter that you made this declaration that this response was
escalatory.
Escalatory.
You can do it.
Escalatory.
All right. So, as far as the Israelis are concerned, right, the war was happening primarily on three fronts, right? It was happening on
We have been attacked. No, we're talking about Lebanon, only Lebanon. I'm asking why is the response
brother, I get one second.
No, because when you were talking about
what's going on here?
Listen, if you talk to me, listen, I do what you did with you, okay? Maybe it's just me, and that is fine. When you talk to me, I don't like to move from one thing to another, okay? This is me. When others speak, they do their own thing, fine, okay? So if you want to go on like this journey, I can do that. If you want to go deep, then I want to understand what you were talking about. And you made the story about this, about the focus on this Michael Shep's attack. So I'm staying there. It's not three front, it's one front that you chose, on a topic that you chose.
Why do we have to limit the scope of
that's fine.
Look,
yes, I am. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Then it's not with me. So I will fail.
Why do we have to limit the scope of a conversation for an interconnected conflict? The Lebanese would not be involved had it not been for the Palestinians, and the same goes for the fucking Yemenis, right? And all of them
I tell you why. You asked the question why.
Limiting the conversation.
I tell you why. Because
it becomes like a 3-minute rant, and at the end it's like words about connecting this, and saying at the end nothing. I listen to like speeches, and I'm like, and then someone kind of hangs on to a word that someone said to continue to save the conversation and go somewhere. But it's like just talking for the sake of talking. It's like, for me, it's just not exciting.
All right, so Daniel, let me ask you a question. How about you do the talking? Did Israel have an alternative to what they did in response to the Golan Heights attack? Did they have any other alternative as opposed to attacking 2 capitals in one day?
They're not related, first off. They had many alternatives, I'm sure.
Israel, the second one, the Tehran.
So Daniel, let me ask you a question.
Talking about Tehran?
Claim responsibility.
No, it has nothing to do with Michael Shams in any case. Like, things happen. Yeah, okay. We're talking about one attack of someone very specific that actually did this thing. So if you think that killing the person that actually was responsible for the shooting of 12 people not proportional and escalatory, then explain to me how. How is killing the person surgically that is responsible for the same attack that killed 12 children? That is an escalation? Dude, like you guys come here just to blame Israel just for the sake of blaming Israel. Just use your fucking heads.
Did they kill in Beirut with that attack?
These are real children. These weren't
I think it was 12.
Can I say something
No. Hold on. You will be able to say.
You
So
just
my
gambled.
question is, how many people did Israel kill in Beirut when they? I think it was 3 or 4 people.
It was 3 or 4.
Yeah, and so they killed.
So they all said.
They killed 12 children, Malcolm, but then
They all said.
wants to target one specific person and have 2 casualties. How is that escalating?
This is what we go.
There's something in war, right, called conventions. Okay, countries agree to things. I don't know if you guys know. I don't know where you guys been. Okay, but this is history. So an agreed upon convention. Hold on, Daniel.
Yes.
An agreed upon convention, right? When
It's to fire rockets
hold on, Daniel.
We are not in war with Lebanon.
Without being interrupted. What's going on?
Because you're going on a ramble.
How am I going on a ramble? I said 3 fucking sentences. Jesus Christ.
Because you're talking about 2 countries. And Hezbollah is not a country. And this is what will stop you. Because it's not relevant, dude.
Brother, we're not talking about Hezbollah. I'm speaking in broad terms here. I'm speaking in general, brother. I'm not talking about Hezbollah.
We are talking about.
Okay, you're talking about Hezbollah. Allow me to finish my point, and then you can talk about Hezbollah.
We are talking about. This is why I stopped him. We are talking. Listen, again, I can mute up and you can do your bullshit. But if you want to talk about the topic that you chose about escalating, and then you gave an example that again you chose, which is the Magdal Shams, which was a retaliation to Hezbollah, then we will talk about Hezbollah, Lebanon, Magdal Shams, not the geopolitics. Right? Let's get to the end of the day when we talk about this. Go ahead, Marco. Try to stay focused.
Hold on, I gotta pee, bro.
Thank you for sharing.
Just be
If anyone wants to play with him,
sure you wash your hands before you come
if
back.
anyone wants to play like over, I can let go. I really wanna.
ready to talk to him about.
Peter wants to say something, and I.
Yeah, my point is pretty straight up. If someone comes into your fucking house and attacks your family member, you gonna sit up there and then look and watch the fucking show? No, I ain't watching no fucking show. I'ma fuck the shit out of that motherfucker. What are you fucking smoking, Malcolm? Come on, bro, grow up.
Good.
Let me ask you a question. Where you from?
Does it matter?
Why does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
He's from Guatemala.
I love people like Sigma. Just go to the point. It doesn't need to ramble like for an hour. Like, make this point, landed. Thank you.
He's from
Please do like this.
When you don't have much substance to offer, there's never a lot
I
to say.
have all the substance. I've been listening to everything. I know everything. What's been going on. And since October 8, Lebanon has pulled up and attacking Israel every fucking day, dog. Every motherfucking day they're attacking Israel on the north.
So, Malcolm, you're from Haiti, dude. So, what the fuck are you talking about? You know nothing about the Middle East. Yet you're
you're here day after day after day after day saying what should be done. We gave you even the opportunity the other day to do this exercise that you were the Prime Minister of Israel, and you never even passed from day one. So what are you even talking about?
You're invalidating your own positions with your argument, right? Because you're from Guatemala, okay? So, how do you know anything about what you're saying? What are you even talking about? Where are you from, all right? How are you so educated, all right? Let's not do this. Let's not play this game here. Respectfully.
How am I so educated?
Look.
She reads books. And after we spend so much time here.
Books in my house. I went to school. I did university. I have 2 masters. What else do you want me to tell you? I don't know. But most of all, I don't smoke weed every hour like you.
But Malcolm, you are here spending so many hours, trying to I'm talking about things that could be interesting for you instead of sharpening your game, how to kind of win arguments with us about talking points. Try to I don't know, be really curious about something. Let's I'm willing that we will all explore it together, a topic that really interests you specifically, that will have interest and we can go deep on it.
Okay, but Daniel,
and actually learn something.
What's happening? I swear, I was just in a room with an Indian guy. I'm gonna bring him in this room one of these days, but this dude spent 3-4 hours just rambling. All right, I just read my book and I was listening, but he did nothing but educate me. I appreciate those sorts of rooms. My problem with this room, right, is that I appreciate you guys. All right,
we will have a complaint box on the next to the door.
If you want to if this is bothering you. Look, Yakov, I'm not bothered, all right? But it's an echo chamber oftentimes, right? And unless you're twerking for the state of Israel, unless you're saying, Israel must be free, anything that Israel
let me ask you a question. Who is the best?
Not being encumbered by
Who is the best pro-Palestinian advocate on Clubhouse? I was asking this the other day. Hook us up. Bring him here.
They were all just hate mongers and propagandists and misinformation.
Adrian, your microphone is shit. Adrian, your microphone is shit.
So the best Palestinian defenders here are actually the Israelis because they want the war to be over. They don't want to kill people, dude. They are the only ones talking about stopping this shit. Palestinians are just crying and they're always saying, oh, we want the war to stop, but no, don't take the hostages from us. And no, we want to keep Hamas. So yeah,
the women and the children, the genocide.
I would say
I want something not emotional.
Palestinians are the ones that actually want the war over.
But
What do you know what you
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Go ahead, Egyptian.
I'm sorry, I'd like to ask you, would you please mention names of people who are willing to have this war be ended from Israel?
Everybody wants.
Here in this room,
everybody wants to work for
I cannot speak for Jews and I cannot speak for Israelis, but I would say most of the Israeli Jews that I know and that I speak to, they don't like this. They just want the shit to be over. But now, Palestinians are the ones that do not dare to condemn Hamas, and it's Hamas putting them in this situation. Nobody wants to live like this, Egyptian. Nobody wants to live next to a neighbor that wants to kill you all the time, and that is Hamas, dude.
I think the meaning is we don't want this war, and we want this war to be over. It doesn't mean that we want the war to stop without getting our hostages back or removing the threat.
Yeah.
But we don't want to, it has a cost on our economy, it has a cost on the PR, it has a cost of life. Human life.
Daniel, be honest though. Regardless of the hostages returned or not, Hamas is dead. Fact or fiction?
What?
What don't you understand? Returned or not, Hamas is dead. Fact or fiction? Confirm or deny.
Don't understand the question, sorry.
The hostages, whether they get returned or not, the Hamas members are dead, regardless of the fact.
There are 2 goals.
Can we confirm or deny this? No one wants to confirm or deny it.
There are dead men walking, yes.
No doubt.
What will happen now, what will happen in a year, then without dead men walking.
Right, so the hostages, right,
Well, not all of them. Not all of them. The heads and those that participated in 7th of October.
Yeah.
The rest, I mean, those that surrender and, I don't know, will go to jail or, I don't know,
Not according to Netanyahu. According to Netanyahu, they would.
No, that is not true. Actually, they are surrendering. And I don't know if they get up with their hands up, they are surrendering. You can see the videos, you can see the photos of them surrendering.
Okay, I have a question here. If your side, Israel, is good at knowing the faces of Hamas members, and so many of them surrendered and gave the weapons up, and now they are between the Israeli hands, then why Israel couldn't know so far about the faces of the hostages?
The Hamas is embedding themselves in the population. It's almost impossible to do like all those imaginary like commando shit that people are talking about when the place is like surrounded with civilians. And also the Hamas
conversation. Again, respectfully, very disrespectful. So, one more time, get back. But at the end of the day, if you're not having gay sex, you're probably okay. That doesn't mean you can't catch it. It's not what we're saying. So, but the primary way this shit is really spreading right now is through those who are having that type of irresponsible activities. That's it.
I also want to say really quickly, gay or bisexual men are 83% more likely to have monkeypox than straight.
I was going to say to Tommy, I wanted to apologize. We came in the same room. Apparently, someone that got into my account obliterated you. I think like a week and a half ago for that. And I'm apologizing. I need to, sorry, the person that had my phone didn't need to do that. And I'm apologizing on behalf of the person who had my phone.
You're funny as fuck,
But just shorten the liquor intake next time, but it's okay.
The reason why this is
You know he's my boy, dog.
the reason why this is coming up is because the WHO has declared this another public health emergency of international concern because there is a new, as they're calling it, clade of Mpox, monkeypox, which is spreading much more rapidly, starting in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and has already spread to neighboring countries. And by their supposed estimates, they are thinking that it could be in Europe within the next few months. So the first one that you guys are correctly talking about was mostly spread very contagiously through sex, usually anal sex. They are now claiming there is what they're calling a new clade, and that is spread much more easily, leading to them to declare this a public health emergency. That's why we brought it up.
Can I explain how that happens, please?
Yeah, we need that. We need the anal sex transmission story. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so that's not actually what I want to address. So how the evolution happens with the virus so that it goes from only being fluid transmission to contact and so on, it's just self-selection pressures. The more people that get infected with it, the more chances the virus has of mutating. So, in some instances, you'll have a virus that, yeah, it's mostly transmitted through contact, but you can survive on the surface for 3 minutes. So even if you wash your hands after going to the bathroom, did you wash your hands before touching yourself once you entered the bathroom?
Did you go to the gym today? Did you eat a salad? Did you have a little chicken? Did you get in the sun? Did you lift some weights? Did you touch your toes? Stop spreading the lies of the World Health Organization and go to the fucking gym and vote Trump. I am complete. Have you seen a Democrat? Have you seen a Democrat? I hate to say that Democrats are fucked up, but if you catch the Democrat disease and you become a clown, that's far more infectious than getting monkeypox. And let's be honest, there is no such thing as monkeypox, so just stop repeating it, go to the gym, and vote Trump fatty. I hope your deprogramming is complete. Adrian Dittman is complete. I hope I was succinct.
You're interesting. I think the reason why it's interesting is because it's right before the election, and I think we all probably agree that Boo is somewhat corrupt and we can't really believe everything he's saying. So
Somewhat corrupt. It's completely corrupt. It works for Big Pharma. Are you vaccinated, Melissa? Have you gotten boosted? Did you know Susan Wojcicki, the founder of Google, the CEO, is dead because she got vaccinated? The founder of YouTube is dead. She's been vaccinated and boosted, and now she's dead. Who here is worried that they might die from the vaccine? Let's not have sour grapes now. Let's be honest. Anyone here boosted that has sour grapes? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
odds. I'm gonna lose. Great. So I think that the interesting thing is this real? Is it not? Are they just going to use this to turn it into another pandemic to lock us down before another election? That's where my interest is speaking in this. Not that I think I'm actually.
Another lockdown is not going to work.
As long as you're not getting
by and large,
by
like myself, will not comply with lockdowns because they're shown to be ineffective. You're much better off doing rapid testing and allow people to maintain their life structure instead of upending everything.
So Melissa, I agree with IO. I think the most that they could try to do, Melissa, and I don't know if this will happen, but the most they could try to do is try to use this to possibly reinstate mass mail-in ballots, which obviously would be like
Monkeypox isn't as widespread though. Monkeypox.
It doesn't matter. It can still be a catalyst to change.
Mr. Finley, I don't know. Did you just get into Mr. Finley?
It can still be a catalyst to change the rules at the last minute in terms of how people can send in votes, and that would be an issue. So,
Mr. Finley, or did you just come in?
Monkeypox isn't spread like through the air, right? It's not
Mr. Finley, did you just come in?
Mr. Finley, he went through this like 5 minutes ago.
I guess I'm asking if you just came in.
Yeah, I did just come in.
Okay, so basically, I'll just bring concrete back up. The 30-second synopsis, Mr. Finley, is we all know when this came out before monkeypox is mostly spread through anal gay sex, right? But WHO is now declaring it an international emergency because they're claiming there's a new clade, as they call it, or you maybe call it new variant, which is spread much more easily, and they're saying it can spread to Europe within the next few months, which is why I brought up the election. And maybe they're going to try to mess with things, so.
But it's still not.
and Americans are slow.
They are saying it can be spread through, what was it, like saliva, basically. It can be spread through touch. It could be like someone shaking your hand, someone hugging you. It can be spread through contaminated clothes or sheets, things like that.
Melissa, I'm not sure if you heard this, but there's actually a new STD that has been discovered here in the U.S. as one of the first cases ever. Not even
yeah.
the U.S.
Like a parasite.
It's a parasite, which is a form of ringworm that's now considered an STD, and it's the first of its kind.
Yep.
It happened here in,
It's like a green conqueror.
Yeah, and it happened here. It's like gangrene in your dick, right? Crazy.
No, it's some gay
But
shit.
it started here in the U.S. in New York, and it's highly transmittable. And so right now they're actually studying it, and seeing what the effects are, what the symptoms are.
Hey guys, who's getting it, Tommy?
I believe, I don't know how he had gotten it. They have.
He got it. It was gay sex.
He got it while he was in Greece with 5 other friends.
Oh.
Oh.
Transmitted.
But so what happened was it was resistant to 2 different oral antivirals, and they had another oral antifungal. So it took 8 months to clear up.
And already ringworm, right, is hard to get rid of. Like once you get ringworm, like those that know, ringworm funguses, ringworm already is a hard fungal. It doesn't go away on its own. You actually have to constantly take whatever fungal, infectious medication, whatever the case may be, right? Because it's one of those things that are very resistant, but it is curable. But this is uncurable.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even know what to do.
I just put the article in the chat about it.
You can't.
It was like back in June, but lady's right. So the guy went to Greece and had, not just Greece, but also England and California, and he had sex with multiple men. When he returned from his trip, he had a red itchy rash on his legs, across his groin, and his ass. Turned out on the test, he transmitted a sexually had a sexually transmitted fungus. I can't even pronounce it all. The first time it had ever been identified in the U.S., although last year in France they had 13 cases, and 12 of those were men who were gay-sex. But Tommy is right. It took like 5 months to heal fully. They put him on many different medications for weeks without any improvement. And I guess it was very painful. It can even look like.
But he got a silver medal in the pole vault. The same guy.
And
There you go. That's how it happens.
No,
but they're also not. They're also all of his sexual partners apparently didn't show any signs of this ringworm, and the doctors couldn't rule out that he possibly could have also acquired it at a sauna, because you can go into a sauna naked, in different countries as well.
That's why you don't do that gross shit either.
It's always those crab houses. You white people in the bathhouse.
Which is, by the way, an epicenter from microbacteria. An epicenter, really.
It's like an orgy of bacteria. No. Orgy of bacteria sounds disgusting.
This is an anti-Semitic conversation.
That's what they were saying, was they had a hypothesis, I guess you could say, is that he could have picked it up while doing something inappropriate in a sauna because of the area in which it showed up first.
Yeah, because you can't be like dick and balls to a sauna wooden seating areas.
But the
Yeah,
problem
but one of the women he had sex with was transitioned from a woman, and that's the suspect, right? It's her great asshole.
The problem is it has now already transmitted over to women, because since this happened, New York has found 11 cases of this in both men and women. So people
need to stop having sex with everybody. Don't get married.
That's
but that's not what people want to do.
And that's how it's spreaded.
People don't want to get married.
People, especially heterosexual women, because there's a lot of men who are down low that went back to their wives and their girlfriends at the end of the night, and they were doing what they did with gay men with unprotected sex, and then going back to their wives and their girlfriends. Down low men are fucking dangerous.
That's right.
So Tommy, what's the solution for that?
The solution is we gotta close our fucking legs, babes. That's what we have to do.
Said women are gonna get from their husbands. So
because they're down. No, because they're down low men. The problem is down low men are fucking dangerous. They'll have a wife and kids and put up a front and not.
Whatever. There's down low women all over the smack and play.
Hold on, let me speak to Tommy. So I'm asking for the solution. How can I know that my husband's DL? Like, how do
there's signs? There's signs.
So what are the signs? See if your high heels are stretched out. Check your dresses whenever you get home. If the fabric is stretched, he's been going in your closet. Check your panties. Listen, it's inevitable. Women just have to deal with it.
We can't. We have to abolish it. Listen, if your panties are stretched out, babes, it's nothing on you. It's not you.
Exactly. If your lace front is ripped, he took your wig and wore it that night.
Mm-hmm. If your man is always saying he needs to go to after parties or after work dinners with his bros, his finance bros, you need to look at that coat.
Hey, what about all of you down low women? Hey, what about
hold on, first of all,
those girls.
Wait, what did you say, Lion? Listen, stop dating all men from Atlanta. All men from Atlanta need to be cut off.
Wait, Lion, what did you say?
The girl trips. Yeah, these down low women.
Women generally don't spread. Women don't spread it.
I think it's her
with aggressive males and then decide that the best thing for my future is to go bump cookies with another woman who isn't nearly as vile as the men here, that's my business. And guess what? I'm not nearly as likely to catch that.
But JJ, scissor kiss.
It's very hard. It's very hard. It is. And guess what? It's also very, very hard to catch HIV from a woman. So if a man has HIV, that means he's gay.
Hold on. The fact that they say 1 out of 6 people have HIV/AIDS in Atlanta
It says
and declared as a public health crisis.
It's crazy. That needs to be like looked into. 1 out of 6 people, it is literally a public health crisis. Look.
All communicable diseases, and they can be passed by women.
Lying down from Atlanta.
No, I'm saying it's hard for women to spread to women.
Women to
You are
women.
wrong.
Women to women.
You are wrong. Hey, listen, hey, dumbass, you're
Don't
wrong.
call me out my name, bitch.
You are a
Don't call me out my name, bitch.
This is the kind of conversation I join for.
All right, go.
Alright, we don't have
Yes, I will post links that prove it's hard for women to spread STDs to women. I'll post
You
it in
can
chat.
get herpes
So
by
just give me a minute. I said it's hard, not impossible.
Facts are the facts, my bro.
Sexist for me to think that men are just naturally sexual deviants. Like, men are naturally sexual deviants.
Bisexual men that spread STDs. Homosexuality is the root of most STDs. It's homosexuality.
I don't sexualize our stage members. That's gross. Thank you.
Agreed.
It's a desire.
I would say it is because American is right. It is because they don't feel like they have a necessity to wear condoms or protection because they're not getting someone pregnant.
American is not right.
And so that's where it really comes from. That's why the AIDS epidemic.
Tally, is my mic
That's
working?
why a lot of people have been advocating for years for people within the gay community to start wrapping it up, even though there are these risks, right? Like, I'll actually, let me see if my friend's online, and he'll tell you his story of how he contracted HIV/AIDS, and he's on here.
Yeah,
He
but the rectum, you're more likely to get an STD from the rectum, but also too though.
And it came from a down low man.
These guys, man. Gay people
Lion,
are
you're in the matrix, so mute your mic.
You are the ones that are telling me these things, that it's coming from down
Look
low
how
and
they're trying to
going
defend
both ways.
lesbianism.
No.
Look how they're trying to defend lesbianism.
We could talk about what could indicate a man is down low. Like, say, for instance, they bully women online and then claim to be straight, and call women nappy-headed hoes.
She-bones, negresses, yeah, all of that.
More down low brothers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. I just wanted to say hello to everyone.
Hi, Auntie.
But you
All
can't
the
talk
communicable diseases.
Is that Miss Fifi? How you doing, Miss Fifi?
Hey, Daisy. How
You
are
know
you?
what happened on the dark side, babes?
There.
You see what happened on the dark side in the past, like, 48 hours?
Want to get
About
some
how
green ring
two
order?
heterosexual men were taking down a trans white woman. You heard about that whole situation?
What do you mean taking down?
Yeah. They did the Eiffel Tower. We all found out.
It wasn't harm, right? No?
No, it wasn't Herm. It wasn't Yen.
What is the Eiffel Tower, meaning it still stands?
Herm never linked Yen. He never, like, linked
Okay.
her.
Okay.
But
Wait, what happened?
she had,
Go ahead.
she
What happened?
she was pretending to be a woman for like 3 years.
Yams?
She was like, yeah, it was one girl, but that's not what we're talking about. She was telling me things like, girl, I'm stressed out, I'm on my period, only for us to find out you have a dick and balls. It was crazy, it was crazy.
And Melissa, that's a proper dovetail of topics
This is the
right
whole
there.
situation.
See, women,
But-
lesbians, then to the
but
next
then-
topic.
What's the names? What's the names?
No, her name is Yams.
Yams is
That's
a
not the
man?
story. Yes, and we didn't know. We didn't know. No, but one time her pussy got leaked to the Discord, and she lied to all of us and said that she was being exposed, her vagina was exposed. Turns out that was never her, and I'm confused.
Wow, that's some sign-off level shit.
So yesterday, what happened?
Yeah, so it turns out Bax and Pac-Man were living in an Airbnb with a trans
Oh
woman
my
taking
God,
her down
not
and came
Bax.
out. And I'm defending Vax, which I shouldn't be, but I don't feel like it's fair. Like, for instance, like the Herm situation, I defended
Wait,
her.
what happened to her?
So basically, he was basically being catfished and people try to weaponize this trans woman. But he never seen her. But just because I have an issue with you, and I know you're not gay, I'm not going to take away your manhood. That's crazy.
They were FaceTiming and everything, and he was
He didn't know.
You couldn't tell about the cheekbones?
No, this bitch looks like a woman more than a woman.
Nah,
Okay,
man.
this bitch looks more like a woman than a woman does. You could not
That
clock.
was
No
real
one could
messed
clock
up,
her.
because he's a whole lawyer. He should have been on top of that shit.
That
Anyway.
was my whole thing. Is this is
See what happened when you
yes,
fall in love?
you could not
That's
clock
love.
her. You couldn't clock her.
He fell in love, man. They
You fell in love with a whole dude. Damn,
Let me tell y'all, this is why the incels got it right, man. You can't listen. You meet a person online, you think you're talking to a woman, boom, you're talking to a man. You might as well get out of the dating game completely. Like, get out and stay out.
It's just Yems, I love her, but listen, you could not clock the bitch. Couldn't clock her. Okay, you could. No one knew.
Hey, did you clock her?
I couldn't clock the bitch. Okay,
Oh,
bitch looked more like a woman than a woman does. That's why we were all. Listen, we fell apart. Everybody fucking crumbled at the seams.
Women are like, oh my god, he did.
Loved it.
Womanhood better than
Yo, but Pac-Man had another
Like you were happy about it, like
Pac-Man, hold on. No, Pac-Man is a child sex trafficker. No. No, another Pac-Man. He's a whole fucking child sex trafficker who's trafficking minors who's a fucking fugitive at the time. Who's hiding in people's houses, and I don't know why. And that's why I was like, Vax, like, you let a fugitive who trafficked minors?
Wait, Tommy, are you talking about the skinny ass black guy on this app? Super deep voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Tommy,
I know, right? I've been in those rooms, man. That shit crazy.
It's too much.
Tommy, you know the shooting that happened the other day from that like Alabama room?
Yeah, that's not their
I was
first
hearing
murder.
about it.
That's not their first
But
murder.
Well, I'm a little lost because I heard something the other day that said like these two women were fighting and somehow the one woman got this guy to come to the house to shoot the other woman and he ended up killing her boyfriend. What exactly happened?
Well, not necessarily. She got into a verbal altercation that turned into her sending someone. And in the midst of it, the person she sent out got killed. Okay? She's like in critical condition now. She's not. Apparently, she did an Instagram live video talking shit. So she's fine. She was talking hella shit on Instagram live after the shooting. And then the other guy that she had sent, so she sent someone got killed. That guy was shot, and he was in the hospital. Now he's facing capital murder. It's a whole lot of shit.
But I heard her,
First time
she came into this room on someone else's account, and they paid her, what was her name? Mrs. I don't remember her name. I don't know, she has a Jamaican flag and stuff in her bio, I don't remember her name.
No lady in Jamaica. This Jamaica's finest.
No, the woman who was running the room she came into, I mean. But anyway, she came into this room on someone else's account, someone who was at the hospital with her, and this room, they offered to pay her like $200 or $300 to give them an on-the-spot interview.
Yeah, it was Measy.
Wait, Measy? Measy was it in the shooting?
No,
the girl came into her room. I think I guess Measy paid her to give an on-the-spot interview in the hospital.
That's my good clean sister, too.
So, do you know the person? So, somebody sent somebody else, and the person who got sent got killed?
Yeah, so she got into a beef, like, let's say me, you start arguing, right? Lying to you, right? And I don't like what you said. And so I was like, yo, drop your low. You know how people be like, oh, drop the address, I'm gonna pull up. Ooh. Then I send somebody else to go who's not on Clubhouse, and they get killed. And then you get shot. But the house that you was in gets shot with 2 kids. By the way, her house got shot up, and there was 2 small children. She gets shot too, the lady in question. Okay? There's 2 small children sleeping. She gets into she was in critical condition. She was in the emergency room fighting for her life. Apparently she's fine now. And then the guy that so your person you sent died, but the person you went after is now facing capital
Trigger
murder.
warning. We forgot to say
Yeah,
that.
no,
Trigger
he's-
warning.
Yeah, no, he is facing
Oh, hey,
capital
no, that's
fucking.
the hood. That's the hood.
I'm
That's how it is all the time.
But take this into account. The Alabama side of Clubhouse is specifically people from Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama. Like they live in the same city, like the same cities, and they congregate amongst each other. So they pull up on each other all the time. Like this isn't new. There was actually a guy about 2 years ago named Putang that died on that side of the app. And there was a lady, I believe her name was Miss Netta. Now, Miss Netta's house got shot up because she opened up a room about the whole murder with Putang in the Alabama side.
The one who we said
Yeah.
in this room?
No, and I don't know if it's not that Miss Netta. No, this lady country. Okay, she real country. And her house got shot
Hey,
up.
Johnny, y'all stop fucking with these country folks, man. We don't play.
They don't play that shit. And it wounded up that I believe 2 or 3 other people got shot in the stand of this whole shit, trying to expose the murder of Putang that led up to and it was Clubhouse that led up to his murder. It was a whole lot of shit. Okay.
We got Memphis. We got a whole Memphis side.
Wait, what about Memphis? What about my city?
All I gotta say is I was told to mind my business, and I will. 100%. I don't need to hear none of this.
This is the Clubhouse News with Tommy coming in live. Tommy, go ahead and tell us about the last shooting over in Alabama. Thank you.
No, I'm minding my business because these people are crazy, and they kill people, and so I'm okay with not fucking with any of them. Period.
So, when you get into a verbal beef, and you say, I gotta come see you, I'm finna shoot you.
They really will do it. That's the tea. Like I've seen them drive state lines to go after somebody. Like this.
That's crazy.
Is
Hold on.
They're really dumb.
The Congressman, didn't you say you were going to clap up John Jones when you see him?
That's different.
That's just when he sees him, but like...
I'm gonna beat his ass. I'm gonna put my hands on him.
He's gonna clap for him. He's gonna clap for him.
Beat his
I'll
ass.
clap for him. He gonna clap his ass.
Oh, look, I'm gonna tell you, I gotta avenge the defeat of Leo Machida. I gotta defend the defeat of Rampage Jackson, and I gotta defend, what is it? Avenge the defeat of Gustafson, right? All them niggas, I like them, and they all lost, so.
So you're gonna beat John Jones' ass?
Hell yeah! As soon as I see that nigga.
Okay.
That fool's savage, bro.
There's
See the way that
actually
fool lives
just
his life.
one person that I will smack the taste.
Bro, you ever see the interview where,
I already apologize. Don't do
Not
that.
you.
you ever see the interview?
Weird bitch that I would get. Like if I smack this bitch, I would get so many people to get back.
You ever see the interview with John Jones and Cormier?
Yeah.
And he says, "Yo, I wish there wasn't a barrier between us. I come and spit on you."
And
You
then
see it like
said,
the
I will
wickedness.
unlive you, basically.
He said, "I will literally kill you."
Yeah.
And you can see it in his eyes. He had to be high or some shit.
No. You see the way that guy lives with his dogs and his guns? Like, he's like that, bro. That guy's no joke. This app is interesting because I do hear certain people sometimes make threats. It's like, I don't even know why they go to that. Like, it is like, but think about this. Like, if somebody wanted to come to your home court advantage where you have all your people and think that they have an advantage just because they're upset that you verbally said something to them, they're like, I would never, ever do
Not
that.
like that. No.
The fuck?
I mean, it depends. Is what they
I would
say.
lose.
Mike, didn't you say?
No,
Mike,
it's
didn't
really
you?
not. It's like
Mike,
no
didn't
one
you
can
tell?
say.
Mike, didn't you tell analytical? You were gonna
So words can hurt.
And what would
say he was gonna kill him.
No. Who's analytical? I remember a couple times I offered, like, hey,
tell
look.
me where's your dojo? I will go there.
Oh, no. That was him. That was him. No. That was him saying, this is it. Pull up. Hey, he's like, pull up. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna do that shit. I know who the fucking owner of your
Because you're
school is.
scared.
But, well, no, I'm not scared. It's a small community, but a couple reasons. One, the guy's a liar. Two, I know the owner of a school. Imagine if you know the owner of a business. You're not gonna walk up and say, hey, let me beat up one of your
Yeah, that's
students.
disrespect to your own.
Yeah, and not only that, I would be afraid. I would be afraid to go to somebody's jiu-jitsu school where all of his people are there. The people are gonna back him up, and me just be there
Mike,
solo.
that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, but if you have an AR, you have to
say, yes, please teach my students.
Yeah, dude, look,
If you have the AR, you have the advantage.
Well, that could be the case. I just feel like, I mean, look, dude, we all know how we live. You all have your friends and all that. If someone's coming after you in your hometown, you're gonna have your people, your son. You're like, it just, I would never do that. I would be afraid.
You shouldn't be afraid. You get them when they least expect it. You show them.
Go in still.
You said you trained John Jones, or you trained with him, or something like that?
No, never. I
never said that. Oh, okay.
No, I would.
Let me ask you this. So you see how it looked like anybody could get it in boxing, fighting, this, that, and the third. What explains like a consistent winner like Floyd and John? Like, what explains that? Is it fight selection, or is it they're just rare human beings?
I would say the second. I think they're rare. I think they're rare because, like, I mean, I'm not really like knowledgeable in boxing, but from what I get, I remember I was a pocket gift writer, and so Floyd Mayweather just has some type of special radar that he was built with. I mean, you guys are gonna say it's a gift from God, fine. Where he's hard to hit, and he can hit. John Jones, like, they threw the best at him. Like you said, Machida in his prime, Matt Hamill, the wrestler, fucking Gustafson, and that guy just fucking obliterates them, dude. You know, and so I don't think he's gonna. And then what he did to the last guy that he fought, how easy and heavyweight, and that guy fucking claimed that his neck was fucked up after that. Like, he moved to heavyweight, and he just walked through. I think it was the number 2 opponent. That is so hard to do. Like, fuck, dude, it's crazy.
Do you think they'll let green ringworm around their dick? Oh, no.
I fucking don't know, bro. Fucking, that's an Ike question for sure, dude.
Oh, you
Why green? Why not?
No, you missed earlier topic, sorry.
Give it to him, Mike.
No, he gave it to me. Notice his PTR on mic, everyone. PTR on mic.
Oh, you're talking about me. Yeah.
No, that's the tie-in. No, you just missed the last stop. Yeah, go ahead, Jamal.
This guy is unnecessarily pissed off.
Duct tape.
Did that someone beat me?
Yeah, no, not me, somebody else. Just like unnecessarily. Like, the guy got stuck in the middle of the traffic, so he's got to go around him. But instead of just going around him, he's honking to go. I'm like, man, people are stupid.
Fuck. Yeah. I don't fucking threaten violence, dude. I never will, not on this now, dude. I'll offer like a grappling, like, exchange. Like I said, go out, eat lunch, whatever. But I will never fucking ever like be so stupid and sound stupid to act like I'm gonna pull up on somebody ever. First reason, I have no interest. Second, I'm so afraid. Fuck that.
You just summed it up. You're just pussy.
I am.
I got a question. Move on. Next.
Is it Eric? No, I don't want to move on. I just want to fucking talk about it. How about that? That's the best thing about this shit. I can just do that, and you just have to listen.
I don't have to listen.
You do have to listen. You do have to listen.
You can do the next dial Clubhouse.
Oh yeah, sure. Come do it. Buy the fucking airplane ticket, bro.
But Mike, it's no coincidence that John Jones has 2 NFL brothers, right?
I know.
One older, one younger.
Special.
And it's like, that's crazy. The whole family. Who knows what the father was doing?
So they're special, bro. They're gifted. Yes, sir.
Right. All right. So I'm after I have 50 niggas out.
No.
Your lawyer is saying, stop talking.
Your lawyer is saying, stop talking.
He knows where you live, Mike. That's what he said.
Mild abuse line. You can please severely give him.
Thank you. Yes. Commissioner, hell yeah.
Thank you.
All right, real quick.
So is it arrogant?
I didn't mean to call you stupid. I was just talking to myself.
Come on, y'all. No, relax. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say shit incriminating.
Okay, knowledge. He's okay. We're here.
All right.
I am the type of nigga that go to your house and pull up with that file, put it in your face. All right, no, I'm not
Alabama. That's it.
That's 5 occasions, line?
Alright, real quick. What's that supposed to mean? Things like
That means God loves him and doesn't want to see him ruin his fucking life. That's what that means.
And just to add to it, right? So I don't think this is arrogance or whatever, but when you're like super confident in your capabilities, don't take a lot of shit serious because you know what you can do, right? So when people say, "Oh, this cat's the fade," oh, great, you do right. That's what I can do. Yeah, you just move on. Like, you're not about that right now.
Do you think you can beat John Jones?
No, I don't train in that field. I'm bigger than he is, though. But no.
Damn it. I'm still beat his ass. I'm still
If you try, bro, I would give you.
Bro, the nigga is nasty. The elbows, the oblique kicks.
His arms are crazy long, bro.
Trending down the
Are you
spot.
also 6'4"?
No, I'm only 6 feet.
No, his body, the way, like, he has, like Dallas M arms and legs and shit. That's what it looks like
a dude, like his brother.
The records are super long.
They're incredible, dude. It's like, fuck, man.
I think he said his brother is way stronger than him.
And also, click on my bio.
There's a certain people in the world that just come out and they fucking, you know, the laws of nature fucking don't really apply to them as much as other people. They will fuck people up.
Hey, Mike, have you heard about that movie star that died of ketamine in California and the doctors were involved in this?
Oh,
You're only 6'4".
Yo, I missed that discussion. So, did we talk about it?
The guy at Frank's
back into that one. Yeah, just using you because you came in late.
Alright, Melissa, I hope you've learned how to organically transition from topic to topic. Please utilize that next time you want to bring up a topic. I know it's going to take a little practice. You're going to have to watch how we do it a couple of more times. But,
I actually think my tactic was very effective because you guys have been talking about other things for the last hour, and if I hadn't done it, you would have been talking about trannies.
And we
I wanted to,
transition.
I really wanted to talk about that for a brief moment. It's the equivalent of like your let's just say hypothetically your man, he's got his male friends over at the house, and they're talking, laughing, you know, just acting out. The television is on, they're playing games or whatever, and then here your ass come and stands right in front of the television and start barking orders to your man to do something. You know how annoying that becomes? It's the same thing.
Well, the difference is that y'all are a clubhouse room and a club that I'm a part of, and he is my boyfriend, and you guys are not, so.
He would feel the same way that we do.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that to him. That's
He'll be
the
like, oh,
point.
God.
This is a clubhouse room. I wouldn't do that to him.
Well, you're saying you wouldn't be your authentic self?
Wait.
So your...
No, my point is that this is a room for debates. How I interact with my spouse is not constantly trying to debate him. It's two different arenas.
Yeah, but your insistence that
I just get mad at
that
him with frying
trannies.
pan and tell him to take out the trash.
You never.
That
You
explains a
actually
lot
thought I
to
was
me.
going to incriminate myself.
That explains a lot. Head trauma does a lot of things for me.
Right.
Why do you think he
Hey,
yells
hey,
compulsively
hey,
at random parts of the day?
Hey, Chaos, you want to meet up?
Sorry, Lion, I'm not that kind of a guy. I'm not that kind of a guy.
Mike doesn't want any problem. Mike don't want no problems.
Yeah, I don't want any problems. Do you?
Hey, what about Chaos, right? Like Chaos got me misspeaking yesterday. And then Chaos started doubling down when Mitch Sparking got slaughtered. I said, damn, how the hell are you gonna take a dub, superficial dub, and then lose it in 2 minutes? That's crazy.
Wait, what happened again yesterday?
Yeah, remember Ms. Sparks, she talked about how this law supposedly took the votes from the people for the Secretary of State of Georgia?
No, wait, she said that, and I left the room after that. Like, what happened?
No, we said, hold on, he said, oh, look at Simone, trying to take another L, like, you gotta check the information, but that's just a quick phone.
More, you he do be taking a lot of L's.
Wait. You stop this conversation to break that? Wow, dude. For a guy who's 6'7", you're pretty petty. Oh,
bro. Wait. How short do you have to be to be petty?
Right, what the hell's wrong with this guy? Like, you can't match him with shit. What's wrong with this dude, bro?
In order to be petty, you have to be between the height of 5'5" and 5'11".
I'm petty. Pretty fucking petty.
Yo, so some more.
Or 4'11" and 5'11".
I noticed that Samoa will be a contrarian for like ideological beliefs, right? He's strong into the trans community, or he believes the narrative, so he will be a contrarian for that argument. In the same way, Nate will gaslight for his ideological beliefs. So again, we'll go back to trans because that's where I see them both like aligned. Nate will gaslight you in order to forward the trans agenda, just like Samoa will be a contrarian for the trans agenda. I noticed that.
Are you saying that they're working hand in hand, like the Democrat Party has controlled opposition?
Well, I feel like they don't have.
I feel like they don't have strong arguments in order to both utilize their natural gifts of being contrarian.
No, it's just concretable. It's like,
Everybody get quiet?
Miss Andrews, are you there?
Man, Sasha packed up rich ones, and I was like, yo, not gonna mess with her. That was like an epic pack up.
The other day, she did.
Yeah.
She fucking got that. That's so fucking funny. I loved it too.
You talking about
Before you talk to Sasha, you gotta let him wish out a bit.
If we're talking about your arch nemesis, he was in here this morning, yes, him.
Excellent. I would like to meet him too.
Fucking whoop this fool. But I actually think he
came in here this morning picking on rest.
Holly had to step in for like protective.
Yeah. Oh, we don't do this, we don't do that. Yeah. What? Dude, we lost the debate this morning with that whole fucking Harvard 25. I walked away from the police. Fuck. I'll never fucking rely on Doc again.
That's what they did.
Problem, bro. That was the problem.
Yeah, he's like, and so what? I'll stop him. I'm like, oh, never mind.
Do you all remember when he was shooting inside of the house?
No.
He does that every day. He does that every day.
Oh my god.
The man is crazy.
He is a character, though. He is a character. Mike, never been on Scotty?
Well, he's not sober today, bro.
They need to come and take his gun.
Hey, but just real quick, bro, with what's next to the concrete, right? The problem is that you're identifying something that's playing out in reality. You're not picking a side. So when this dude Miller says, I'm not valuing this good or bad, I'm just pointing out the obvious that there's secular societies that exist. Sometimes they write the rules that we're locked in on, and if you just say they don't exist, then you're denying reality. I personally agree with this side over here, but you can clearly see the argument that was being made, and that's what Nathan and Miller presented on. And everybody kept on saying, no, you can't change your psychology to your biology. That's cool, that's how you personally feel, but real time, they're doing it.
Nobody said you can't change your psychology to your biology. You can't change your biology to your psychology.
There you go.
You can't change. You said it backwards.
No, they're not trying to change their biology.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
But
then.
they are.
And let me ask you this: in what case can you apply a her to a him? How do you call a him or her?
It's a drag queen.
Yeah, we're gonna still do the exact same thing.
You can insult them, Mike. That's how we do
No,
it.
Yeah, but the insult is not. It's more of an insinuation, like you're acting like it, right? Like it's
There
more
you go.
of the case.
You're
Yeah, it's
acting
not-
like a woman.
Okay, acting. What?
Yeah.
Could
Look that up.
be
That doesn't mean
mistaken
you are.
for though. Could be mistaken.
Yeah, hey, look, you're right. If you want to say you're mistaken, you can be mistaken, but mistaken means that you are mistaken.
All right, what did you say? Hey, Mike,
Could
what
be
did you say?
observed as.
Hold on. So the argument is that gender is separate from biology. If people agree to that, we're done. They say you can say it's a mistake. That's fine. But if these people think that it's real and they're creating policy and certain rules of the
If there's sub-alternative identities called alters in the DSM, right? Those can be weighted by a medical professional to assume that the person identifies with a gender which they are not, but the weight of it could be a persistent, ongoing lifetime thing, so that they have justification to treat them medically and or posit the idea that these persons should transition. And that might be an argument about essence, psychological essence. If they have a sub-fractional mental position that says they believe that they're the opposite sex, and that they can't get away from that sub-fractionalized part of their psychology, it's in the DSM, you know. You can check it out.
Then prior to
Alters, the term alters, DSM 5 alters.
What's the DSM?
That's the standard, it's a diagnostic standard, mental statistical diagnostic handbook.
Something in a mental illness book.
But it changed that.
I saw it. No, that's
It changed after 1971 on particular subject.
Yeah, this is a recent edition.
So if we talk about since it changed, it also leaves the door open to we appealing to the authority again and not actually what something is.
Well,
It
but
becomes subjective again.
well, if you, like in some Freaky Friday movie where you embodied a woman, right? Like you woke up and you were a woman, right? But you still called the you your identity, right? And you know, you believed you were a man waking up in a woman's body, right? Apparently, if the psychological symptom is to that extent, right, that people are like paralyzed within their own skin because they believe they've woken up in the opposite gender's body, right? And people say that should be treated. And that's an essential problem. It's an essentialist psychological problem.
Like, if I said you're so dumb that you have every DSM-5 possible, what would you assume that they meant to say or that they mean?
Well, I'd assume that it was a narrower, that they were actually, it wasn't everything in the DSM, it would be narrow.
He was calling me a DSM. You were the DSM. That's what I was.
This is some other, okay, I don't know what.
If I called you a DSM, what would you think I'm calling you? A manual, right?
Oh, well, yeah, meaning that you're, like, man, you got mental problems, or like, I guess.
Exactly.
I didn't know that was a slur, I didn't know that.
If I was like, hey, you are a DSM, you were a DSM.
So this is somebody else you were arguing with that called you a DSM? I don't know. Or, no, I don't know DSM, like the, Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental
That's what he was calling it.
Right.
He was calling it a diagnostic manual, yeah.
Well, I guess I had to be there.
I didn't know what he meant. He was calling him mentally retarded. I got it.
You did not know what he meant. You know what you said, dog? You said I had a conversation with him after the fact, and then I'm not falling for this shit, bro. I'm not doing DSM.
Melissa, do you think all white people are racist in America?
She said, yo.
That's a good point, Ryan. But you know what, now? Let me just.
Okay, is transgenderism a mental disorder?
I'm gonna stay out of that conversation.
Knowledge is 4'10" of penny.
Well, in the diagnostic manual, I'm not sure if transgenderism is. I mean, it's probably noted, but whether or not it's connotatively negative now or denoted as a problem, right? That's different than talking about like fractionalized alter egos that lead into that. But good question.
I didn't ask anything about whether or not it was a problem. I said whether or not it's a mental disorder.
Yeah, and you said you stand out. Now what are you gonna do?
They took it off of it being a mental disorder in 1971. But before, it was. It was under the same thing as BID, B-I-I-D, body integrity, a body identity integrity disorder. It was under the same category.
Go on, Concrete, insult the gay guy or the other guy for not speaking up. Go on, insult him like you would. He didn't respond to my question. Sorry, we're not going. Go somewhere else.
I mean, personally, I honestly, I don't. I just for things that are kind of too complicated for me to necessarily understand, and since I'm not of the trans experience, I can't classify them as like mentally challenged based off of their identity. So I just let them speak for themselves, and I just stay out of it.
Yeah, that was a political answer. You do have an opinion, but you know where your opinion is, and you don't want to offend them. You know, just say that.
I hate people like that. You should have said, yes, I believe that. Now hope they burn in hell.
What? I didn't say that.
You should have said that.
Coco, you got to ignore my husband sometimes. Sometimes I send him off on the road and I don't pack his medication. So I apologize.
Well, you packed it full of Hotep medication.
Hey, watch your mouth, Ike, before I cut you.
Ike, you want to fight?
Lady, I do love
Well, you already know where I live.
the way that you let Laya do all of the Hebrew Israelite talking. You just kind of sit back and enjoy the show, I guess, without ever
I'm
having
cute on you. I'm beautiful. I'm a queen.
It's very sweet.
I'm a queen.
Very
I'm a queen. I love everyone. I'm like Michael Jackson. It's just ignorant. It's ignorant. You all have doo-doo in your stuff. I was waiting for somebody. Ryan, thank you. Thank you.
And of course it was Ryan.
Everybody, thank you.
Lion, that was the fakest laugh I've ever heard. Fake laugh in the history of fake laughing.
You know what, Concrete? You're a hater, and I hope your name is Caramel Macchiato.
It was funny.
Tastes like water.
Lady, let me ask you. He told me that you make Lion laugh so much, and Lion laughs all the time when you're together. If he laughed at that, I would go, hold on.
I'm funny, okay? I'm really funny, okay? I'm actually very funny. I'm actually a goofball in real life. Lion, you're the Matrix. No one can hear you. It sounds like you're chewing ice.
I really do think,
Watch it, lady. He might pull up on you.
lady, I really do think Callie has been a negative influence on you. And
what did I do? What did I do that was negative?
the negrosity has
What have I done?
affected you. What? Wait, Coco, you're not familiar with negrosity?
That's the new one for me. I'm taking it. I'm stealing it.
The Gracity, yeah.
No, I thought.
Concrete, you keep bringing this up, and we have yet to have a conversation about it. A conversation about it.
I'm trying to develop up in some more. I'm trying to figure it out. Cause you asked me that question and I don't have an answer, but I will think of it and then I'll just.
I don't pick on you. I'm still nice to you.
No, I'll troll you again at a later time when I think of a good answer. But,
okay, you'll troll me again later. Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
Regarding.
Let's put a bookmark in it and we'll set tea time. Okay, bring tea. I'll bring the pastry. What do you like? The chocolate croissant. Make sure you bring a
I like the
caramel
mini
macchiato.
sandwiches. The little mini cucumber sandwiches.
Cucumber sandwiches with the crust cut off? Okay, I got you.
Concrete, could you like have like a spelling bee, like negrosity, right? And then you give a definition, and then you're also the guy trying to spell it, right? Could you play both of those parts in an English accent, if you would?
Speaking of negrosity, I could have sworn that I invented caucasity, and Pockets informed me that it is an old English word.
It is an old English word. Yeah, you're not the first person that I've heard say caucasity. There's a lot of people that say it. You're not the first person.
I could have sworn I invented it. I could have sworn.
Well, look, let's put it this way. If you're not the inventor, you're the, at least, originator in context of this room. And also the white.
Yes.
You started that.
Now that, yes, you did start the emphasis on the white.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate being acknowledged for my contributions to the community side.
We're still in the Matrix line.
You sound like a garbled mess and no one can hear you.
Yo, Knowledge. You ever sign contracts? You ever sign any contracts with termination for convenience?
Termination for convenience. Termination for convenience.
You don't see those in your contract?
You mean on my end?
You ever seen them from the GC? That you could be terminated without cause for no reason, no penalty.
No.
You never seen that?
No.
Oh yeah, it's out there.
I've gotten terminated before for other stuff. Now.
Yeah, there's terminated with cause and there's terminated without cause, and some contracts have termination for convenience, which is to say, you didn't do anything wrong. We're not saying you did anything wrong, but you're gonna have to have a nice day. We'll settle up with how much we owe you from the work that you did, but we're going a different route.
Well, and if Hawaii takes off, right, and other people use it, let me say this, lady, right? If Hawaii takes off, right, that is a critical idiom. It's an idiom in Hawaii. Right, then it becomes an idiom in the language if it takes off, and if only Concrete continues to use it, then it's considered a critical idiom because it's reduced to him always saying, just for the future, you know, in case you're like, hey, Concrete, the creator of the Hawaii idiom.
It's funny to hear you say that.
He didn't create that either.
You gotta bring that from the back of your throat.
No, that's like Cool Whip. I don't know, but he like applied it to the whites.
No, actually, I heard somebody else use it before me.
You heard it from Bulldog, R. Kelly, when they were talking about, and he was dealing with the white woman, and then the crowd.
No, I didn't even watch Boondocks like that. No, actually, no. I probably watched like 5 episodes of Boondocks.
That's the one, the lawyer. Okay, R. Kelly tried the lawyer.
Did we talk about the Disney lawsuit? Is that what we talked about? Or
Disney lawsuit?
yeah, apparently this one person died in Disney World for like having a religion. Then they're trying to sue Disney, and I think like the article that I saw was that Disney pulled up like a consent that they signed up for the Disney Plus app. Said that they can't they're not applicable to pursue the lawsuit because they waived their right.
Yeah. Companies don't play, yo.
That is some wild shit, man. That's like
something about the article I put there earlier.
Yeah.
They waive their rights.
What happened? Someone found that in Disney World Park.
The person had like allergies and shit, and like a peanut allergy, and they told the waiter and waitresses like, yo, I got a peanut allergy.
At Disney World.
Yeah, Disney World. And so basically they went from Epcot to I don't know Magic Kingdom, and in that Magic Kingdom the wife passed away from the allergies and shit, and they tried to sue Disney. But Disney is like basically trying to throw the case out by saying that, well, technically he signed up for Disney Plus a week prior to him coming out to Disney World. And so part of the agreement is basically like you can't sue Disney for causing some X, Y, and Z or whatever in their Disney Plus agreement.
That's weird. Why would death or bodily injury be involved in like a digital services agreement?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
right.
they're saying though. It's kind of weird, yeah.
The weirdness is showing, right?
See, that's that fine print stuff that they tell you to read. Remember on South Park where everybody got
I don't
turned
think
into
it's
the
gonna
human sense, the human sense of iPad? Just
But
saying.
I can't got it, but I agree with you.
Especially considering the recent legal battle.
What'd you say, lady? I couldn't hear you over these white people over talking you. What'd you say, lady?
was talking about the funny episode.
What did you say?
All the
Hey, what'd you say? Sorry. The whites are over talking you, lady. I apologize, lady.
I am speaking.
What did you say, lady?
She was talking about the funny South Park episode where the chick is signing the iPad, where they had to sign the contract. Someone read it.
In the episode that Concrete's not seen. He hasn't even watched Boondock Saints.
Boondock Saints.
Wait, R. Kelly is in Boondock Saints? I didn't know that.
Wait, Concrete hasn't seen
That's true.
Boondocks?
I said Boondock Saints instead of been Boondocks.
Okay.
So what'd you say, lady? Sorry.
I've seen the movie, but
Yeah, right.
So there was an episode of South Park where Apple had updated their privacy user agreement, and everybody was signing the privacy user agreement without reading it, thus them being turned into the human sense of iPad.
Not everybody. Only
Not everybody. Only Stan didn't read it. Yeah, everybody read it except for Stan, and Stan ended up becoming a human sense of iPad.
Sounds hilarious.
And they had to and what happened is if you were not at the head of the sensor iPad, you got poop in your mouth.
Wow.
It was a mimic of the movie. It had to be.
Yeah.
Y'all sit down and watch this. Lady, are you saying you watch this show as an adult?
No, we
South
just
Park?
watch
I have watched South Park.
just watch Bob and
since
things
it
and
debuted.
PBS all day, man.
I watch South Park. I watch
C-SPAN all day.
Yeah, we just watch C-SPAN. We watch C-SPAN.
Yo, I haven't watched
Oh, so I just got that.
I haven't watched
Don't
a sitcom.
cartoons to come out because as adults we should be drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes. I'm a white
No. All I was saying is that the plot sounded a little goofy. I wasn't saying anything about sitcoms, or comedies, or cartoons. It's just that didn't sound good. Here goes this negress, this entitled negress. You know how I heard this negress overtalk me one time and apologize?
Because
You know this negress can actually apologize?
the only time
She can actually have self-awareness? Situational self-awareness?
it's because the only time you make a woman moan is when you overtalk her and she just kind of grunts in like disbelief at how just uncharacteristically gross you are socially. But anyway, so Levi, you mentioned something interesting earlier today. It was like some sort of Afro-dystopianism or do you remember what it was?
Black dysphoria.
Oh, Black dysphoria. What the heck is
I don't know, I just
Not liking to be black,
Really?
obviously. The shit that you're dealing with.
like a lot of people wanted that.
Dysphoria. That's a problem. It's like they're not black.
A lot of people want it, yeah, exactly. A lot of
People who
want
are
that
black think they're not
self-affirming.
black, and then people are not
Yeah.
black think they're
The
black.
only
recognize when y'all black when y'all in disputes.
And some of you all are dinotheists.
What is that term again?
Don't
ask.
No. So if it is your belief that as a man your only purpose on this earth is to reproduce, presumably with the XX chromosome, then why wouldn't that be considered gynocracy?
Gynotheism is that you're God, merged.
Well,
you could also you can control it.
If your only purpose is to reproduce.
As a resource. You can use it as a resource. It doesn't have to be worshipped.
Is there some sort of maybe I'm just hyper-focused on the part where we're only here to reproduce. Isn't that like some sort of fixation on genitals and their functioning? So not necessarily gyno-theology, but maybe...
You're in the Matrix line. You're talking like the baby with 6 legs.
Every time.
Yep, every time. 100%.
I agree. Every single time.
Maybe if you stop driving so much, you can come through clearer. You know what I'm saying?
Is that a great value standard?
Wait, what?
You missed the conversation earlier, Chaos. I don't think you were here. I was wondering if it makes me gay that I like this Stanley thing so much.
It does.
It's not a Stanley. It's the bootleg one. I think it's called the Slim. I forget what the brand name is. It's not a Stanley. It's like I got it like a Costco. The bootleg.
I bought my wife a Stanley because she's horrible at drinking water, and I always carry a water bottle all the time. And my bottle is put in my cup holder, so like I always borrow her Stanley.
I was on my way to like go camping and I forgot a water bottle, so we stopped at like a Costco on the way and I bought this and it worked great the whole camping trip. And now I love it. And I'm pretty sure I'm becoming gay as a result.
Is that the same Stanley that makes hardware, tools and shit?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, but I didn't get the brand because I was at Costco. This is the
How
only
did
it's like the Costco brand of that.
Yeah, answer that question.
It became white women made it popular.
Chaos. This asshole keeps over talking to you. Chaos.
Chaos and I were having a conversation.
How did it become a trend? How did it become a trend?
God.
Team Digi, even if you...
Go ahead, Chaos.
I could actually answer that question for you.
Go ahead, Chaos. You're about to answer the question. Go ahead, bro.
White women made it popular.
But do you know about the viral moment, Chaos?
I don't know about that one. No.
Oh, well, it was a really interesting viral moment that I'm not going to share.
Oh, no. If only we had Google. Oh, no.
I had my own theories of how it became popular.
Go ahead, Lion. Since it's...
There was a board of Jewish men who said, hey, the stock market is doing so well, crypto is down, we need to do something quick. We need to get a lot of attention on something. We need a product, we need something. The next thing you know, voila. Somebody already had one of those stuffs on the table, and they just pointed to it and said, hey, listen, we need to promote this. We need to get all the nigger women on board. We need to get everybody we can, let's rappers, pastors, whatever we can. Let's promote this item so we can put our money behind it. And that's where we are. That's what I think happened.
So there was this great viral moment where this woman was in a car crash. She survived, she got out, but her car was like engulfed in flames. Everything destroyed, but the Stanley actually survived and was perfectly fine. There's this great photo of it. Like the Stanley's in perfect condition, the car's destroyed, it's wrecked. And that went viral. Everybody's like, oh, the Stanley can survive anything. And then in response to it, Stanley bought her a new car. Really as a way to just make more headlines. The Stanley bought the car for the woman. They even said they're not going to do this for everybody. They just, felt bad for her and they appreciated that it was like a good moment for them. So they bought her a new car. I forget what kind of car it was. And that was an interesting viral moment, and of course, it already had some momentum, but that was like I think probably its height in terms of Google News searches and things like that. And of course, there was a group of Jews who got behind a secret cabal and decided that it was going to be there. That's of course the real reason. You're welcome.
I've
Yes.
been using the Yeti.
Don't forget the space laser.
But I think that the Walmart shit, get them shits for like $5 to $10, man. They work just as well, man. They better.
Yo, Levi, the crazy part is that's all these things cost before this whole shenanigans went down.
Exactly.
$20 for the Stanley version of a Yeti.
Again, I didn't get a Stanley one. I got one by a brand called Slim or something like
How
that.
much are the Stanleys, Florida?
I mean, they're going for like the same price as Yetis now, which is like $40 or $50.
Yeah, they doubled the price. Good lord, that's a lot of money.
But I mean, like the Walmart shit, man, that shit works well, man. I mean, I still got my Yetis, but
If I get them in bulk in different colors, y'all gonna buy them?
Nope.
Probably not. The market might be just oversaturated.
Point is I'm taking this cup away from the white women. It now belongs to everybody. It's cool for everybody, not just white women. You all can buy them now.
And the crazy, well, here's the thing, the crazy thing was nobody was buying them like that. I mean, you would see one or two people in the hospital having them, but no one was buying them like that until Starbucks did that red Stanley cup, and then all of us, and they weren't even that expensive. $30 was like the top price that you might pay for it, but after that, you saw them going to Target, and you had the Valentine's Day edition, $60.
Yeah,
You started seeing, it was after the Starbucks red cup, and then if you would have noticed, so on Red Cup days every year, they give away a free red cup, small red cup, right? But people would take the cup and put it on like Facebook Marketplace and like eBay, and they were inflating the cost of it. They were selling that cup for like $250, and people were buying it. They sure was. Now everybody's got a damn Stanley cup. I'm like, you better leave my Yetis alone. Leave the Yetis alone.
The Yetis are chain. I just throw that shit around.
Yeah, Yeti is better.
Nice.
How about this? I get the cups, right? I get them engraved in your little personal names and all that little weird shit y'all like. And then after that, you can have it in different colors, whatever you want. I know, bitch, you want something that sparkles, glitters. I can get you one of those, like maybe a little glitter ring.
Make it fabulous.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? What's up?
Snap.
No, you could do something like a Chillism brand cup, and that might be interesting.
Yeah, is this audio trying to market Chili's?
Yeah. Didn't we just get in trouble for that?
Nah, he got something.
For being entrepreneurial, maybe.
Io, you're trying to assume a job title that you have not been granted, and that's been the problem.
Right.
No, he's a disruptor.
I'll sell them at half price. How about that?
Lion, are there other businesses that you have where you do something?
I do this kind of shit all the time. Yeah. I told y'all I'm a hustler, baby.
That sounded like a mixture between a Mississippi and a New Orleans accent, and I don't like it.
But Mississippi and do.
Lion, now you're
And the Matrix said you're lying. The Matrix says no. See, sometimes, Lion, when you talk, it's like the Matrix acts like the magic conch shell on SpongeBob, and it goes, no.
Hey, you called me earlier asking for directions to a particular area, and I helped you out. Never gonna happen.
I did.
Never.
Yes, it will. I'll call you tomorrow. I love you.
My point is, hey, what do y'all think? I got enough few chips up in here. What do y'all think about that? Customized cups, your name, your design, all that shit to you. What up?
knowledge children have so much hair. So much hair.
So much.
My children do too. So much hair. So much. They're little hairy little freaking goblins. Freaking
We get that from you.
broke best friends. Hey, listen. I got too much damn hair. Little broke best friend.
Knowledge to you and all this, Larry.
What's up?
You do your daughter's hair?
No.
Puts it in the ponytail.
I'm a man.
He ain't putting it up in a ponytail, nothing. He ain't doing none of that. No.
I do the ponytail. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all I do.
Yeah, and then
That's it.
yeah, and then all the sprickies are still hanging all out and stuff.
That's right. Hey, the little girl be looking like we homeless.
Something depressing. So I was talking to this GC today.
Wait, we don't like depression.
It's very depressing. He was telling me about how he's buddies with the roofer, right? We were renovating this house, whatever. And apparently he's owned his roofing company for 3 years and just recently sold it. How much did he sell it for?
How much did he sell the company?
2.5. Sold the whole company to a national firm with Wall Street. How much did he sell it for?
Oh, he undersold. Oh, I know he undersold them, and they gonna turn it to a multi-million-dollar business. He probably sold it for $500,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5K.
$40 million.
Really?
Not bad.
But they're gonna turn it into a big. I bet you they're gonna turn it into a billion-dollar company.
He probably wanted to get out of the business. He didn't want to.
Well, he's no longer part of the business, right? He doesn't have a contract.
Wait, concrete. What's the depressing part? Is it depressing because you don't have $40 million?
Yes, that is the
I feel that.
Okay,
I feel that.
yeah, I feel that.
Yeah,
I'm still working. I'm still working, and he's so the GC told me he's taking the year off to figure out what he's gonna do. So he's gonna be traveling, and we're still at work, basically.
Listen to this bitter black businessman.
I am bitter. I am very bitter.
What did he do differently than you if you're trying to...
Everything.
I don't know. I'm about to call his ass.
Put your seatbelt on.
Yeah, no, I'm curious, like, find out.
I don't know, but I'm gonna call him, and I'm gonna figure out. But he did start. It's not the whole story. His father also has a well-known.
Even a small loan of $1 million?
No. He worked for his father at a well-known roofing company, which was his father's business, with his brother, and they got into a squabble, and then the GC, I guess, sold him a house. They started their own roofing company out of the house, and 3 years later, $40 million.
And yada, 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 and, it's like, yeah.
But when he already was making, when he was working for his father, obviously he was already making bank. And then he said he grew this company to a $30 million a year company. And they basically gave him $40 million for the business. And no, he's not associated with it anymore.
Yeah, because sometimes when you sell, you still have to, advise or get on the board or whatever.
You know what he told me? His concern? The guy told me that his concern is that they're going to mismanage the business and run the name into the ground. I'm like, what? Why would you care? You're not associated with it anymore. You made your money.
Well, maybe it was
$40 million, they can drive it into a mountain.
You know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
Why didn't he request that they take his name off the business?
It's not his family's name or nothing.
Oh, it was a name that he came up with.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's sentimental.
Yeah, sentimental.
So that's why he needs that year to figure it out. He's like, how does this make me feel? Damn.
My feelings. Well, for $40 million, he can cry into the pile of cash, okay?
Bro, I'm gonna find out who bought it. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna figure this shit out. Fuck it.
Is it a publicly traded company?
I don't know. I
No.
just got the information today, and I haven't had a chance to sit down.
Well, find out, like, because concrete, you could potentially, if they plan on going public with it, maybe you can get shares before it goes public, and then you'd be a millionaire, and then you could fucking retire.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, lady.
Have I called you make sure?
No, wait. Have I called you lately, concrete?
But make sure you give Lion the ticker so we can buy in too, so we can go buy us some land.
I have a ticker for folks. I'll pull it up here.
I just want to know what they're buying.
Because hold on, you didn't think about that, so you have to give us.
Advisory fee for
I'm gonna have my lawyers call your lawyers. You know how this goes. We're gonna trade papers.
Yeah.
We're gonna mark up some paperwork, and we're gonna close on Friday. You know how this goes.
Lady, if you need a good Jewish lawyer, let me know.
We're always trouble. We from the
Can you imagine 40 million and you're done? You don't have to do nothing no more. And apparently he just got some new kids, some new young children.
What do you mean you got some new kids?
What are you traded in the 40 for 220s or
He got some fresh offspring from the store.
Nothing more is exactly what I would do with $40 million.
Exactly.
Wait, what was it, Florida? What would you do?
Yeah, I ain't doing shit.
Nothing, no more.
I ain't doing shit.
I would transfer the $40 million into assets and just live off of the residual.
That's exactly what he's thinking about doing. Apartments and warehouses.
That's all.
Pure laziness.
I would buy Bitcoin.
There's a lot of money in warehouses, that's for sure. Lots of money.
I don't know about the Bitcoin just yet. I would diversify into Bitcoin a little bit, but I wouldn't go full discount.
No, yeah, you're supposed to ease into it. Like 1 to 3% is like a good allocation.
Yeah, and I think it's 100%.
Speaking of Bitcoin,
Coin a bit.
in the newest iPhone iOS update, they're going to be unlocking the NFC payment chip that you use for Apple Pay. So it'll be open for third-party developers, which is going to potentially allow Bitcoin developers to develop NFC tap-to-pay Bitcoin payment method.
Interesting.
On layer 2. NFC. I'd have to look into what that is.
Yeah, before it was locked down by Apple Pay because they wanted to collect the tax.
Yeah, no, I know. That's interesting. That they're opening up. I guess I've never really thought about what the interface.
What do you know about?
Crypto is usually through camera. That's how I don't.
Well, you could imagine through an app that somebody can develop. You link your Bitcoin wallet to it, the same that you link your debit card.
Yeah, exactly. You get like a lightning wallet.
Precisely.
Let's do that National Football American Bitcoin League.
I think if something like that happens.
Well, but here's the kicker, right? The cool part about Apple's payment technology is that it already encrypts whatever you're running your card. Like, no matter what type of card you have, Apple Pay is the most secure method to use your credit card when you can, because it encrypts all the payment data, all the financial privacy shit. So it's only locked end to end between the payment system and Apple, your phone. But so if now you have double the encryption of the blockchain and the Apple Pay encryption encrypting the whole blockchain ID and all that yada, then you can imagine how this would be huge.
Well,
Yeah, that's
then
true
you have
because-
Monero.
So that's true because I had did a curbside pickup one time at Macy's and I used Apple Pay. I used my credit card through my Apple Pay. And of course I didn't bring my wallet inside because everything's always on my phone. I had to go outside and physically get my credit card because of the encryption. It had the last 4 digits as just being what my Apple Pay code is and not necessarily my printed card.
I stopped doing that because I started spending way too much money with my iPhone. I was like, okay, no more credit card for you,
You were just double tapping everything.
Oh, let me tap this, let me tap that. Oh,
When is Apple going to do execute?
Yeah, so so I don't know when the iOS 18 software update is. My guess is that it's going to come out next
Probably
month. with the new
September.
phone.
Yep.
Probably
Usually
next month with the new phone. But the news just broke on it like this morning. It's trending on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, more than likely, Florida, it'll be September, because you're absolutely right. September, they launch a phone, they launch an iOS.
But at the same time, here's another little tidbit of information. September is, you all heard in the stock market is September 1st. So out of the last 50 years, September, the stock market usually drops. Not to the point where it crashes, it's really bad. It's all in the red for almost the entire month. And it's been like that for 50 years, and it only was green, in the green, 7 times out of 23 different times.
And I believe, isn't that always followed by October?
Yeah. So with this, what I'm also saying here, if you all understand to buy in the red to get yourselves better positions in the stocks, that would be the time to do so. And if this is true, what Florida is saying, buying the red crypto, or at least the crypto ETFs, that would be the optimal moment.
The only thing I'd be concerned about is I think, and I think this is unfortunate, but crypto is now politicized, so it's like Trump versus Kamala. That outcome I think will have effects on the crypto market. So like November 6th. Don't know which way it'll go right now, but it'll be impacted by whoever wins.
Kamala is gonna do Bitcoin. There's no way. It's gonna be the same with the tips.
No, she's already got some of the.
She's all aboard.
She's already got advisors from Biden's administration who are notoriously anti-crypto. So she hasn't really made her stance clear.
If she wants to win, she's gotta be broke.
I agree, but she's already tapped some advisors from the Biden administration who are notoriously anti-crypto. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's how she's going to come out, but she has not made her position clear. We'll say that. And Biden has been bad. The Biden administration has been notoriously bad. So if Kamala defines herself differently, great. But as of right now, the assumption is that she would continue to say.
Yeah, but the crypto conversation is one that's like really easy for a politician to lie about and like not even really ever get criticism for it. Like it's real easy for someone to say, "Yeah, I'm pro crypto, I'm all for it."
And then exactly, and then it's like fucking.
And then literally do anything in the background
they
to
want.
like minimize crypto and Bitcoin's power to their fullest extent.
Exactly.
And nobody's ever gonna question.
I have a feeling it's niche, but it's powerful enough of a lobby. Which is weird to say, but it is the lobby. And again, I agree with everything Lion was saying, with the added caveat that November is going to have a big impact. At least as of right now, unless Kamala comes out and distinguishes herself. It could. I mean, I'm saying it could be, right? I mean, it could be. I don't know how the election's going to go, but like, I think the election will have big impact on stocks and crypto.
I also made that argument here. Someone tried to say that a president doesn't have any. I'm not gonna say who said it, but that president elections have absolutely nothing to do with the stock market. No, because I was talking about what you just brought up, which is if your president is being funded, protected, or they have some.
Nah, put a name on it. Who said it, bro?
Electric vehicles versus gas vehicles. What president is for fossil fuels versus EV, or your president, and these are industries that are both competing for easy taxes, right? The incentives, they're looking for taxes.
Yeah, and the market is always forward looking, right? So like, and when you have a president elected, it doesn't necessarily mean everything for the next 4 years is determined, but the markets are going to try and read into the next 4 years. And they will immediately adjust because they're forward looking, and then they sort of catch up, and then reality catches up.
So we already know that Donald Trump is good for business. So if Donald Trump gets in office,
and huge for crypto.
Hypothetical A, and then hypothetical B. Hypothetical B will be Kamala. Hypothetical A, Donald Trump gets in the office after November. So we go through basically like the October mock recession. September
mock recession. Then after that, we go into October, and that's that kind of gray area. It can bounce back up, go back to normal, or it can drop because they're preparing for whoever is about to win.
Correct. I think polls will have an effect.
Right.
And if the polls are indeterminate, then the effect will lag until it's determined.
Whenever people say Poles, I'm always thinking Polish people. Why y'all
The
talking
Poles are heavily influential with their language, their food.
The food stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm afraid to agree with it.
We got Polish people in St. Louis. Polish.
I lived in Greenpoint, Brooklyn for a little bit, which is the second highest population of Polish people outside of Poland, and their food does suck. Although I eventually warmed up to it. Dzień dobry, jaśnie masz.
Do you guys remember
Gino.
when they stopped the when they stopped the counting at night and you seen the Asian markets like basically
Those Vitan, yeah.
you remember that?
Maybe.
Say it one more time.
Yeah, okay, so in 2020 when it was seen that Trump was winning and he came out and talked to whatever, you can see the reaction in the Asian markets before the night where the war was all over there.
I know what you're saying.
Cool story, bro.
They had that is another thing. We're always thinking about this our domestic market, not thinking about the foreign market that could also affect the domestic markets. Is he still going to continue to fair war with China? And if so, that also might have an effect on the stock market. That, like me, I'm invested in a company called KLIP or KLIP, and it's ETF that pays a dividend of about, I think it's about maybe like 60 cents a share, right? And it's completely out
And
of
the
time.
price is $600 a share.
No, it's not. It's cheap as shit. It's right now it's like $11 or $12 a share. But that the fact is, okay, so I have domestic markets where I'm invested in, and those do fine. But what about the markets like the China markets or the markets that I have in Australia? I have also Australian markets. I'm also invested in gold markets in Canada. These things could also be affected because of Donald Trump's hard stance against, their companies or their taxes. By the way, I'm just a regular, everyday person like everyone else, but I'm invested in the things that keep our country running and invested in the things that keep the entire world running.
I'm curious if any of you guys think that the U.S. debt is going to be sold off in bits through the crypto market, and that's the reason why we want the U.S. government. The crypto market is built to accept debt notes and fractionalize them, and it's trillions and it's worldwide, and that's where we're going to offload the debt. Somebody theorized that, and I was just wondering if you guys wanted to gnaw on that possible idea of debt reduction or debt consolidation or offloading against USD to any of the crypto clumps. And then the other thing is, okay, go ahead.
No, I don't know anything about that as well. I'm being excited.
Well, the other thing I was going to mention is okay, so Elon backs Trump, right, for he's joining forces, right, adding to PAC money, right, and then behind Vance is Peter Thiel, who's Palatine, right, which is the greatest facial recognition software and company that's ready to emerge over complete full-scale surveillance over the U.S., over the globe. So what comes along with voting for Trump is something like a cyborg future, where if you vote for Kamala, everyone will just turn into pangolins. I don't know. You guys have any thoughts on this?
What's a pangolin?
A pangolin is...
Yeah, it's got hard scale, got little scales.
The COVID virus came from.
It looks like an armadillo. It looks like it might be in the armadillo family.
It was one of the animals playing for Wu.
Armadillo made out of fingernails. Okay.
It's a flying armadillo, right?
Those are the cute little guys that gave us COVID.
But if Trump makes it and then Elon gets his way,
If Chinese people weren't having sex with them, we would be fine.
the implications of Neuralink, right? Like
You'll be able to talk to the pangolin.
that's right. We will still have communication with the Democratic Party people, right? Despite the future mutations. So Borg, I'm bad. No, I don't know. I don't actually know how this is going to unfold.
What the fuck is I talking about?
I'm just saying we can't get away from the advancement of technology, and it's coming to a type of group uniform cyborg city, and welcome to the fucking future, whatever your faction flavor of politic is. That's what I'm suggesting. And I'll shut up for a second and crack this.
All I'm trying to do, and I'm assuming that all of you are thinking the same thing, is we're trying to stave off basically the end of our financial world, because we're going to be replaced by a duplicity of different things, right? So what you should be doing is finding
multiplicity. Duplicity is when you're two-faced.
I know. Yeah, that's when I said duplicity.
Duplicity is? No. Duplicity is being dishonest. Two-faced.
Hey, you keep your duplicitous in your pants, sir.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Alright, my point is
Duality?
that well, let me just make my point, then you can fix it up all you like. We're going through obviously inflation, right? The inflation is based off of our government that doesn't really seem to care. We're also being bombarded by AI and all of the new advancements in the technology. We also have a failing education system within the state, and we also have all of these newcomers coming into the country taking what little resources that we have, and we also have a government that's taking the resources and bringing it to their buddies, like our money, and they're bringing it to Ukraine and Israel. We have all of these things all simultaneously happening to us, and with no end in sight. So, what I believe we should be doing while protesting and all of that other good stuff that you Americans love to do, you should also be investing in the companies that are going to pay out in some way, or at least investing in your futures to stave off all of these things as best you can. I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but what I am saying is I'm doing something. I'm being proactive.
And you live in a simulation, and local realism is false.
Okay. Today you said something that was like pretty good. So a while ago you said clearly the spectrum.
Yes.
And today you said a broken white woman is white one.
Yes. I feel like I hit too hard on that one. That broken white woman was too much. But yeah.
But calling me all the names never too much, or
You are not a victim, Shy. In fact, you are a cry bully, Shy.
I'm not a cry bully. Stop.
I think when you guys get to share brains with white women and Tally, then there's going to be a lot of like people licking the walls, right? People are going to go crazy in the future as we get over that cyborg one world mind hump. And yeah, work brain.
Man, sometimes I used to, when I know that, right out of left field, you do something weird. Just say something like up.
Yeah, but I was funny.
I'm just looking for concrete to yell at me, right? So it's like, it's gotta get it out.
Because you're a masochist.
am. You knew that. See, we share. You're already tied into my Neuralink.
Hey, some people like their balls stepped on. I like to get yelled at by concrete. I don't think it's appropriate, Dickie.
It's how I got the green couch from the green monkey fucker. The concrete's monkey fucking my brain all the time in here.
Oh, God.
And no, the monkey virus green thing. Come on, Lane, you were here. Someone pick up the mantle. Someone make this serious again. Who's the new guy that was talking about shit earlier? He's an unfamiliar voice. Who is he? Who's in here?
A lot of new niggas around here. They told us not to trust them.
I just want to say something earlier. Earlier, everyone brought up a conversation, and only one landed. Concrete actually came close. Pause. Concrete had a good one. But then, it was Tommy. Tommy stole the show. I don't know how she
No,
did it, but
she
stole
was
the show.
not. That was my topic. She just reiterated it. The
No,
monkey
she
house
brought up
was
the
my.
whole clubhouse. You remember when she was talking about the clubhouse drama and the
I thought you
trans?
were talking about monkeypox. I
For
read
someone,
Hold on.
for someone who doesn't claim to want this to be a dark side room, they sure do enjoy dark side
Listen, that's ass up, Sally.
Keep my ass out of your mouth.
That was about the dark side. God, they. Good point.
I think the topic that had the most legs was ladies, and I just want to point out that certain drywall and certain blockheads intentionally disrupt conversations that they are not interested in, as if other people don't exist on the stage.
You know what's crazy? That was Concrete's nickname on Discord. Blockhead. From
Really?
yeah, you don't give it this Canadian white guy, Angel Freeman.
Damn.
Hey, no matter how hard he tries, nobody believes he's concrete. He will always be known as wrong.
What you say, Cass?
You call drywall.
Does that make him transmedial? Like transgender? There's transmedium?
I forgot about ageism. Y'all don't know autism.
That's crazy that this is like a theme in your life, concrete.
Bitches.
What did you say? He talks to
big tree.
Wow, that's
Quick point of moderation, I did post Meek's.
Quick point of niggeration. Is that what you said, Tally?
Keep my name out of your mouth, thanks. I don't want to be on your tongue, concrete. Stop it. So, quick point of moderation, I did post Meek's complaint to the complaint box. She wants a theme for Mondays, and it's either she suggested Black American Monday or Miss Sanders Monday, because
Melanated Mondays.
huh?
Melanated Mondays.
Oh, Melanated Monday.
We tried it. Melanated Mondays. Melanated Melon Mondays.
It went terribly, but I did put a poll in the complaint box for votes, and I did include I hate new things, so that people like Concrete who hate progress can vote still. That's for you. So anyway, if you want to vote on it,
Tally is the spoiled, angry brat. The woman doesn't get the Bugatti. Instead, she got a McLaren, and she's like, I like the Bugatti.
Can I interrupt you, Tali? I'm sorry, but life is short and we're all gonna die. The YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki died of the vaccine. Her son died of an overdose. That's right. Go to the gym and vote Donald Trump. Thank you all very little for listening.
I think the problem with Melanated Mondays was that the off-brand non-African American Part of the theme was that everybody's black on Monday.
It's funny, are you in the melatonin industry? Because I'm actually selling melatonin sleep tablets, pills, mints. I'm big into melatonin.
Everybody's black on Monday. Everybody white on Wednesday.
What about multiracial?
Oh, I like that too. Should I
I
add
like the
that?
two guys being like trans, like two people.
But that would be like transracial, you know?
They doing that thing again, man. I think kids and all those things.
Yeah, you thought
Transracial. I thought transracial was people who change something.
Yeah, but
Monica
the
Monday
mixed
is the celebration of our favorite white woman.
towards, you know, the mixed people have an affinity towards like switching other races, like real quick. You know what I mean?
Now, our
Biracialists, triracialists, they're deceptive people.
So our little sweetheart club suggested motivational Monday.
I'm sorry, excuse me, did you tell me to shut up? Don't get angry, get smarter. Just stop thinking about the past. There is no tomorrow. There's barely a right now. No one can hear you, Lion. Check your mic.
You know what's crazy? Ever since they started that, I peeked in the hallways on Wednesdays. They got both Wednesdays, bro. We can't even keep it original, bro.
You guys don't even have Taco Tuesday.
Everybody has to have the same.
Yeah,
Doesn't
both Wednesdays.
it feel good to be a trendsetter?
That's more like it. Called mediocre Mondays. Or John just said messy Mondays.
I like messy Mondays. I like mediocre Mondays and messy Mondays. I like them both.
Yeah.
How about mediocre messy Mondays? Put them both together. There you go.
I just got a DM from Monica. He said, what about Monkey Mondays?
Ooh, good one.
I like mediocre messy Mondays.
Making, I did suggest Monday Mondays a while ago, even though everyone thinks I'm Cassandra, whatever. But
How about Male Monkey Mondays?
say monkey business Mondays, and then you can do all the racism you want and say that it's just monkey business.
Male Monkey Mondays.
Well, I feel like everybody acts super crazy on Monday. Why not Manic Monday? No?
I like that.
Cricket.
Because that's a copyrighted song. It's Manic Monday. What day is it in chillism years right now?
He's so encouraging. Hopefully she likes Manic Monday.
Does anybody know what year it is in here?
What about Manic Monkey? Manic Monkey Monday. How about
We always do like menstrual Mondays, so that would be a place for all the crying.
What year is it in chillism years?
Misinformed Mondays. There you go.
all the divas, all the goddesses, chaos, all the universe, same together and natural.
What are you talking about, Monica? You're a diva.
You a southern demon.
Monkey Mondays. And then you came into the room and you was
Speak of the devil will appear.
no, I was joking. No.
Yeah, that was a good joke. I knew that was a joke.
What do you favorite years like? Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Since you guys wanted our side so bad, how about like Egg Mondays where we have stupid relationship conversations?
Oh wow, that's so clever.
Then it'll turn gender world. Yours, I like it. Do it, man.
Hey, babe, there's this woman walking around with a frog head. You know what I love?
You're not black. You're black ass.
Yeah, you keep using the word black. Why don't you use a different word like purple or blue or pink? Reframe yourself and stop this black and white paradigm. It's driving you all crazy.
Yeah, how long are we gonna stop?
It drove him crazy.
Go ahead. Right. Can I go afterwards? Yeah, Andre, I'll get you in. Please wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it would drastically affect the man. Men's cycle redoes every 20, like a man's hormone cycles every 24 hours. So you're screwing him up for 21 of the erection. So obviously that would prevent some sort of lead to the thing that causes babies to come about. But it seems as though you're very anti-men, and I'm just not on that board.
No,
so
I'm
I
on board.
can't fathom
Let her finish.
why
Yeah, let
I
her-
can't